10 degrees Celsius. The real feel is about 9 degrees. Certainly a warm start for Pietermaritzburg. And the temperatures and the mercury will be climbing to the mid-20s later on in the day, which is where I and our guests in studio are. You saw Lindani and Chloe Zondo at the start line. We're going to be crossing to them in a short while. But for now, we're in studio, and it's a very, very good morning to you. We have got lined up for you a brilliant commentary team, which I'm going to introduce to you in a short while. But taking a look at the 2016 Comrades Marathon, we've got the two defending champions, Gift Kelehe as well as Caroline Wussman, the 2015 champions. They're back and they're looking in absolutely fantastic form. And if they do manage to successfully defend their titles, it would be the first time that a South African pair of athletes get to do that since 1984, when Bruce Fordyce and Lindsay Wait did it. Speaking about Bruce Fordyce, the man with so much charisma, with 9 wins to his name. He's in studio with me, along with my colleague from Palapala FM, Big T. A very good morning to both of you.
Morning,
Good morning, Valen.
Bruce.
Yes.
You've got something there, and you had it on this morning.
I'm the ultimate Comrades fan. I've got my makarapa here with the ultimate human race written, spelt incorrectly. And I'm here to support the race. I won't wear this the whole day, but showing my passion for the race.
I mean, you've got 30 finishes, medals. Do you ever get to this point in the morning and ever feel like, oh man, I'm missing out?
Not really, Valen. I've taken a couple of tours of foreign runners over the route, and what happens is they're so excited at the start. They're pumping when we're in Pietermaritzburg. By the time they get to Pinetown, they're completely silent because they see the challenge that's ahead. So I don't really miss it from that point of view. You know when I miss it is tomorrow, when the runners are limping around, and that limp is a limp of honor, and inside they have a feeling of pride, and I miss the fact that I won't be limping tomorrow.
Big T, what is it for you to be a part of this historic event? It's the 91st Comrades Marathon.
Well, I mean, I've been waiting for this day for long, and just to be part of this history. And when you talk about the Comrades Marathon, we usually have to, view it way, way back when we were still young, and we were aspiring to be part of this history. And here am I today, part of the history.
It is something that's so much a part of South African society, isn't it?
No, I think if you can check throughout the whole day, everybody will be glued on their screens, just making sure that they have to be listening to the radio, watching every proceeding throughout the whole day.
It certainly is, and it's wonderful to think that we may get another South African champion once again. But we'll speaking a little bit more about the top contenders for both the men's and women's race in a short while. But let's cross over to the start line, and Danny and Benza and Chloe Zondo are there. And let's quickly take a look at what they have in store for us, and also what the energy is like at the start. Good morning, guys.
Madoda sekunjalo zaphela igodi zokucasha bonke labasubathi nabalungiselelo abawenze enyangeni eziyamashumi amabili ke adluleke sesiyophelela ke khona namhlanje phansi egagasini eThekwini.
I know ngiyavumelana nawe, the start is literally on fire. Niyazwela nje ngithi kushaya isigubhu. It is the music, everyone is just so amped up for the Comrades Marathon. I want to put you on the spot here. When is this kanjani, Comrades?
You know what, coming here to Maritzburg to watch the start of the Comrades and working here is so special to me, because I remember as a youngster, having grown up here in Maritzburg, we used to wake up at about 3 o'clock. All families would be out here filling up those roads and just celebrating what these athletes are here to do and what they're about.
No, that is so true. Even if we were miles and miles away in Gauteng, we would be up early in the morning just to watch the broadcast of the Comrades Marathon. And that is because it is the ultimate human race. This time around, it says Izokutoba. It will humble you, and that is of course in a positive way. The experience that you will get out of running the Comrades Marathon is one of a lifetime. The camaraderie that we'll see on the road is unmatched, literally. That is the beauty of this marathon.
And with that, a very good morning from us here in Pietermaritzburg. We will be carrying you right through the way. And remember, they say no matter how wealthy you are, how prepared you are, how fit you are, how confident you are, it all comes down to that distance between Pietermaritzburg Pietermaritzburg to Durban.
It is the tale of two cities. I was very impressed with the tweet that was sent last night by Caroline Bosman, wishing everyone a beautiful marathon, saying that she hopes that it will shape and define them, and I couldn't agree with that more. We will also be joined by Uvusi Wengobo. She's going to be at Club. So it's going to be 3 field reporters making sure that you kept up to date on what is happening at this year's Comrades Marathon. Valen, I feel so sorry for you because we're having such a blast here. I wish you could come down from the studio to join us here in Pietermaritzburg.
Guys, it is such a special time to be there at the start line. And Carrie-Anne Marshall, who is part of the KPMG team, part of the elites, she actually put it so beautifully at the Elite Athletes press conference. She said to actually get to the start line is a privilege. And each and every single one of those runners, there's just under 18,000 of them after the Comrades Marathon Association received 20,000 entrants that are feeling exactly that way. Bruce, you know that feeling very, very well. You've been in Pietermaritzburg for warm starts, for cold starts. But once the music goes and once everybody is in their starting pens, it's just this wonderful mix of energy.
Fantastic energy. It is a warm start this year, which makes me worried about what the rest of the day is going to be like, because I've run some down runs where it's been -1 and thick frost at the bottom of Polly Shorts on your way out. That's not there today. Huge excitement. Do you mind if I just take my macaroni off because it's starting to weigh down? But my passion's still there. Fantastic energy at the start. I love the Chariots of Fire, the music, Shosholoza, the national anthem, and then of course the dramatic part when we get the cockerel crow. And we get Max Trimborn's cockerel crow echoing across the night sky, and everybody knows 2 seconds later that big cannon's going, the gun blast, and we're off. And I feel so sorry for the people back in E, F, and G, and H batch, because that gun goes and nothing happens. They just sit there and they do this. And they just start trying to edge forward, and the clock is running, and they're not running, because unfortunately with Comrades, it's gun to gun. It's not some chip that goes across the line. You're losing time at the start, so they start doing this. By the time they cross the line after 12 minutes, the leaders are approaching 4Ks, and they haven't gone anywhere.
And also, it is very, very, very dark when you leave Pietermaritzburg.
Yeah, Maritzburg is close, dark, narrow streets, traffic islands that you have to look down in the dark so you don't trip over them. Lots of discarded tops. People are discarding their warm-up tops. You've got to be careful that you don't trip over them. So I tell all the first-timers, first-time down runners, you spend the first half an hour of the down run looking down so that you can see what's happening at your feet. Don't start waving, air punching, blowing kisses to the crowd. Look down.
And we're going to ask you a little bit more about the tactics of actually running the down run, not only for those people that maybe just want to finish the race, but also what will be going through the elites' minds and how they'll actually have to plan out and strategize their race. But Big T, I've got to ask you, because Oli Aslindani, when are you going to run?
When I'm planning, I want to take it, step by step, not really rush. But I think in a year or two, expect me there. I want to follow in the likes of Kwena Moabelo. He has challenged me a lot.
He certainly has. So one of our colleagues is one of the celebrity runners, Kwena Moabelo. He is there amongst the throngs of people, which it's quite amazing to actually feel, because everybody is so warm. So even though it may be quite cold, those plastic bags get discarded quite quickly once you get in the bunches of people, because you've just got all this human warmth that's actually keeping you warm too. Bruce, what is the strategy for running the down run?
Oh, wow. I wish I knew. It sounds very strange from someone who won it, but I never worked out the down run. It's a very complicated, difficult race. And the problem is that the novices particularly, for the first 55 Ks this morning and going into the afternoon, they're going to think they're running the up run, because most of the first 55 Ks of the down run are up. It sounds strange, but you run up all the time, and you keep thinking, when are we going to go down? And it's an interesting factor that at one point at Umlaas Road, after 14 Ks of running, you're at the highest point of the course. Okay, so now you're at the highest point. Some wag next to you is going to say it's downhill all the way from now on, team. And you carry on running, climbing seemingly all the time. Eventually, when you get to Bothers Hill Village at Kearsney College, 55 Ks after you started, you are 5 meters lower than you were at the highest point. And then the down run starts. And so your legs that are now nicely tenderized and tired by the time they get to Kearsney College have to now suddenly take this tremendous pounding as you literally plummet down to the Indian Ocean. And I could never work it out. It for me was a tricky one. You have to be a little bit closer to your goal time. You have to be closer to your opposition if you're trying to win. You can't let them get away, whereas on the up run they can be miles ahead of you. You can catch them and you can make up huge time on the up run. Down run, complicated race. The up run is a race that shows how well you can carry your body weight up all those hills, and it's a battle against weariness and tiredness. The down run is a battle against pain. Shows what kind of a masochist you are, how well you can take the pounding.
And after listening to that elite athletes press conference, Big T, who do you think is in the right headspace? The man that is perhaps the best sadomasochist?
No, but I think, I got time to listen to, most of the athletes on the day. And I would say that when you talk about Bongumusa Mthembu, he has got, the home ground advantage. He's from this province. And you talk of Gift Kelehe, he has won it last year. So he's one of the guys who I think they have got pedigree in this one. So we just have to look at them and say, from the competitors, these are the guys that we can be able to look at, at them today.
Well, here's a look at a couple of the names that we'll be watching out for and that we're expecting to see at the pointy end of the race, which, Bruce, where would you say that is? Where would you say the top contenders are actually going to be making their move? Because it seems every down run, it's different.
I think the down run, it starts to fall into place in Pinetown after they've come down after they've plummeted down Fields Hill. In Pinetown, it starts to maneuver into position. The final move is generally made on 45th cutting, somewhere around 45th cutting with about 8 kilometers to go. I could be proved completely wrong, but that's generally where it happens. Somebody gets away there and they get that vital gap, about 8 Ks to go, 45th cutting.
And that's where you made your move back in 1986?
I did indeed, yeah. 45th cutting. I'm fond of that hill.
All right, let's take a look at a couple of these names. We have bandied them about a little bit this morning so far. The defending men's champion, Gift Kelehe. Bongumusa Mthembu is the defending down run champion. And as Bruce says, he really is the defending champion because they are two completely different races.
They're completely different races. The only thing they have, similar is that they're roughly the same distance. They're very, very different challenges. I think he's the defending champion. Obviously, Gift Kelehe is the real defending champion because he won last year. But will Gift do it? We don't. Who knows? I think we're in for a fascinating race because we've got 4 champions from 4 preceding years, and they're all there and they're not injured because we have had quite a few injuries this year and quite a few withdrawals. So many, in fact, that at one stage I was tempted to enter myself because you never know. I thought maybe I could just scrape a top 10. But no, we've got a fascinating race ahead of us. And with 4 defending champions over the last 4 years, let's wait and see. It'll be great.
It certainly will be. We've got Ludwig Mamabolo there who was speaking tough at the athletes press conference, something that took a lot of the journalists by surprise because it's not something that you usually see from from these long distance runners, kind of saying you need a shiver when you hear my name. I love that from Ludwig, saying Mamabolo, you need a shiver when you hear it.
Well, I think that's one thing that one has to do. If you want to scare your competitors, you have to do that. You have to go all out. We usually say that in boxing, where I think people will have to be, putting all their strengths and say, even now I can take you head on. But I think it helps to really, keep that hype of, the Comrades Marathon, which we have never had before. So I think from the point of the athletes saying that, it really brings that vibe, and everybody will be looking at those, 2 guys or 3 guys to say, if they have said that, let's see if they can be able to live to the expectations.
Yeah, Ludwig, he's the sort of Muhammad Ali of long distance running, because most long distance runners are the complete opposite. Oh no, I've had a terrible build-up. I'm injured. I think I've got a bit of a cold. They will downplay their chances. But Ludwig saying, no, you've got to be frightened of us. I like that. Interesting. Yeah, Muhammad Ali.
The Muhammad Ali of road running here in South Africa, one Ludwig Mamabolo. He said, yes, I am the favourite. And that was his final words to the press on a Friday. It's time now for us to take a quick break. We'll be back rather before we take a break, let's go to the start line and check in with Lindani and Xoli.
All right, thank you very much, Valen. Yeah, it's really happening here in Pietermaritzburg. We've got the A runners who have just walked in, and remember the winner coming through now. Baba Ujan.
I am just relaxed, cool and calm. I'm just going to implement what I've been doing at the training camp.
Just looking at the weather, looking at the gentleman that you're up against for this race, how do you feel? Do you feel confident? Could we see you coming through number one down in Durban?
Yeah, no, I do have that confidence that it's possible for me to win this race today.
One secret for this race for you, throw it to us.
The secret is to sit behind, let the guys do the mistakes, and when you come, you hit them hard and you go.
So how soon will they be seeing you in Durban?
I'm aiming to run sub 5:10.
All right, so you heard it for yourself. And just to try and speak to more, we've got about 403 salesmen running in this race. One of them is into property. How are you, sir?
I'm fine, thank you very much. Good morning, South Africa.
Are you prepared for this one?
Of course, this is my 8th one. I'm originally Moroccan. I'm 22 years in South Africa. I live in Cape Town, and I really want to say to all the Cape Townians in Durban, make us proud, and we are Central Athletics of Cape Town.
All right, so good luck for the race. And we've also got about 58 Mtembus here, and I've run into one of them. About 58 Mtembu.
And I'm just saying thank you for all supporters who come support us. And at home, hey guys, just keep on supporting us in Cape Town. We're coming there. All my church colleagues, hey, just support. This is very great. What you put inside there, you're going to show in the road.
All right, so you have heard all the work that they did put in this year, just to see if I can't speak to one more person. Last time we ran up, you were the winner. This is
I'm expecting a good very race, and I'll prepare myself, and I'm looking forward for this race, and hopefully I will do well.
All right, so thank you very much and good luck for the race. All right, so that's how we come to the end of Matters here at the start line. Matters just about to go off. We know that the mayor stands up there. The gun goes off and it's all the way to Durban. So Valen, they are coming your way.
All right, thank you very much, Lindani. It's just 15 minutes before it all gets underway. We heard from Bongmusa Mthembu as well as Gift Kelehe. Gift Kelehe yesterday said that he's actually doing this race for the two twins that he and his wife Nombuso lost. She miscarried after 4 months, and that was following his victory last year. So he says he's actually doing it for the two twins. And Bongmusa has a similar story of a tragedy after last year's race where he had what he says a result that actually disgusted him. He ended 17th in last year's uprun. He actually lost his fiancée. So those two men are running with a lot behind them, and they have certainly got the right motivation, and they say they have put in the right training too. But it all will be revealed when it gets underway come 5:30. That's in a short while. We'll be bringing you the start right here on SABC2. Stay with us.
Clientele funeral plans pay out within 24 hours. Plus, we will send 200 Rand free airtime to help with the necessary funeral arrangements. They start from 99 Rand per month. Important, you can cover up to 13 people on one plan. And on our Ultimate Dignity plan, you can get all your premiums back. Yes, all your money back on top of your cover amount. SMS live to 44054 and we'll call you back. SMS now.
Don't forget to ask your parents to help.
Smart kids say smart things.
Fana, what do vitamins make you?
Strong and fit and tough.
Baby, where does milk come from?
From the supermarket, Mum. Just joking. From a cow.
No, what are life cultures?
It's the magic that turns the milk into yogurt.
Why does Mommy give you a smart snack?
Because I'm smart.
Yogurt is made with milk and live cultures. Nutriday is a thick, creamy, yummy smart snack.
What are you doing, Mum?
I want to be as smart as you.
Nutriday yogurt. Say yes to the smart snack.
Out! You cannot be serious. That was on the line. Oh, take the point.
Some things are just more fun with someone else. Share the love with 2 burgers for the price of 1 on Mondays. Spur people, people with a taste for life.
Welcome back. You're watching SABC Sports, a broadcast of the ultimate human race, the 91st running of the Comrades Marathon, a race that was started as a living memorial to his fallen comrades for Vic Clapham. He himself never completed the race, but he never quite knew that it would grow to the stature that it has and be a race that incorporates not only all South Africans from diverse backgrounds, but also people from all over the world who cannot speak enough about the race. And it's that charm that got the lady sitting next to me, I'm now going to introduce you to actually also come and partake in the race. She's the defending Down Run Women's Champion, Ellie Greenwood. A very good morning to you. It's almost with a little bit of a heavy heart, I have to say good morning and welcome to the studio.
Yeah, this wasn't the place I was expecting to be this morning. I was expecting to be closer to Pietermaritzburg, but I'm sure I'm not the only runner who intended to be at the start line and due to injury hasn't quite made it, so it'll be an exciting race to watch nonetheless.
We've got 73 different countries represented in this year's race, and we often see the internationals. There's also a race that a lot of the elite internationals like to come and take part in, but it has got a certain charm about it internationally, doesn't it?
Oh, certainly, and it was a race before I had run. I'd heard about it, and I thought, what's this big appeal? And I actually even met an American gentleman, and he said he was going for his green number, his 10th race, and I thought, why on earth would you fly all the way? It's such a long way to come. And as soon as I was probably within the first hour of the race, I thought, I know why he has come here 10 times. So I think that's it. With international runners, they maybe hear about it, think, I'll do that once and check it off the bucket list, and then they fall in love with just the atmosphere, the competition. If they do want to be up at the front, you want to race the best in the world, and that's certainly what you get at the Comrades.
You certainly do get a competitive field. Let's take a look at some of those competitors that we will be seeing and that we will be talking about a lot in the women's race, because we've got Caroline Woosman, and as many people say, it's her race to lose.
It is. It's a pity Ellie's not there, because I think Ellie could give her some real competition. That race 2 years ago was fantastic to describe. The way you blew past the Ngalieva twins in those last 4Ks, it was an amazing race. So it's a pity you're not there, but Caroline's the clear favourite now, but it's Comrades, and Ellie will know anything can happen in Comrades, anything can go wrong.
Your pick for a challenge to Caroline this year?
It's going to be interesting. Shanae Bosman, I think she's maybe a slightly more conservative. For sure, maybe something has to go a little wrong for Caroline's race, but I think Shanae will be there. She'll be nice and steady. She knows the course very well. I think she's got a little bit of maybe sort of revenge on the down run, having not been able to complete it the first time she tried it. And then there's a good few international runners there. So there's people such as Katja Berg from Sweden, Sarah Bard from the US, Cassie Scallon from the US. They're all very experienced, not just in the marathon. They're established ultra runners, but the Comrades is a different story, and they're all novices. So whether they can get up there and be prepared to challenge with Caroline, we'll have to wait and see.
We'll have to wait and see, but this is really a very special moment, singing Shor Shaloza there amongst all the masses. These are live visuals from the start line in Pietermaritzburg, outside of the City Hall. And here you've got the Chariots of Fire. How does this feel now, Bruce?
This is the goosebumps stage and the nervous stage when you suddenly realize, here we go. and this is not my qualifying marathon. This is not my Sunday training run. You have to pinch yourself and say, this is it. This is Comrades. We're about to start.
Yeah, and I think once you've heard this once, you can never hear Chariots of Fire, Shosholoza again without saying, like, yeah, you've got those goosebumps and this is what you've done all the work for. And I say, you know, this is the celebration, really. You've put in the hard work and you should go out and enjoy it. But of course, there's big nerves. A lot can happen over 89 kilometres, even for the faster people.
Ellie, did somebody teach you a little bit of Shosholoza before you got to the start line?
Oh, I very much attempted, but I hoped it was lost in the masses and drowned out by those who know the words a lot better than I do. So maybe I'll have to do a little homework for next year.
You have done very well on the down run, and what does it take to be able to run the down run well?
Yeah, I think it takes a good combination of skills. I mean, if you look at the Comrades profile, I said you should split it in two. Look at the first half and you go, where's the downhill, right? Yeah. And then you look at the second half and go, oh my goodness, it's all thrown together. So taking that early stage is, a little bit easy, keeping in touch and knowing what you're doing, not pushing any of the downhills too hard early on. And if you really have got legs later on, there's nothing better than feeling great on the downhills. Whereas if you've gone a little too hard early, then feeling awful on the downhills, you can lose time and feel very demoralised if you're not good on what in theory should be a faster section.
We are taking a look now at some of the elites, the men that will be going for the top 10, that will be going for the win. And how are they feeling now?
Oh, I'm sure they're possibly excited, but just raring to go. I know even for the last few days, it's a lot of waiting around, trying to sleep, put your feet up, eat, and then, now it's just, come on, get those final few minutes going. Any runner, you do all the practice and you feel relaxed when you're running, so I'm sure they'll be wanting to get going and, start breathing and feeling a little easier.
Bruce, how must Gift be feeling at the moment?
I think by now he'll be determined. The nerves are gone when it gets to this stage, and it's more getting your mind set, getting your race plan firmly in your head and said, don't go out too fast, don't go out too conservatively, look for so-and-so, watch out, don't trip over anything. And you go into, the way I always describe it, it's the same as writing a very intense exam. You are about to write a very hard examination that lasts, if you're the men's winner, 5.5 hours. After that, you can switch off, but for 5.5 hours now, it is deep, deep focus and making sure you make no mistakes.
It's a minute and a half before the gun actually gets fired. And Bruce, just take us through a couple of the traditions as we see a couple of the dignitaries up there.
Yeah, that was Cheryl Wynne, who won in 1982, with, I think, the mayor and a couple of the Comrades dignitaries up there. We should hear Max Trimborn's Cockerel Crow. I'm not absolutely sure how long it is until we start.
A minute and a half.
Yeah, so Max Trimborn's Cockerel Crow will come, and Max Trimborn used to start the race from 1948 onwards by having a cockerel crow. I'm not going to try and copy him. He did it brilliant. In 1985, sadly, he died, but they taped him before he died, and so they play it. There we go.
And one would say that this is almost the unofficial start gun, isn't it?
And now the start.
Let's go over to our commentators now.
Okay, well, here we are at the start of the Comrades Marathon. The athletes streaming across the line at Pietermaritzburg City Hall. We've heard the Cockcrow, we've heard Shosholoza, and of course Chariots of Fire. And you join the SABC2 commentary team here as we take you through the start of the Pietermaritzburg City Hall. My name is Adna Malarba. I'm joined by Helen Luca here. And Helen, this obviously always a great moment for these athletes as they finally get to the point where a hard years of training is culminating in this race.
18,500 people have lined up this morning, and they'll all be wondering, will they make it to Durban in time? Will they achieve their goals? Will they have a trouble-free race? But at the moment, they're just excited to get underway and just cross that under that barrier. It'll take about 10 minutes or so for all of them to get away, but just that excitement, the enjoyment, and looking forward to it, we hope.
Kan sien hier die atlete dit daar geniet soos hulle die wedloop begin. Natuurlik 'n lang dag wat voor lê, en of jy nou 'n elite atleet is of een van die ander wat hier hardloop, vir almal dieselfde gevoel uiteindelik op pad na Durban toe, en hulle gaan daar 18,500 atlete of so oor die beginstreep daar in Pietermaritzburg. Dwayne de Locke, a great moment for these athletes.
Yeah, it is. You mentioned just over 18,500 athletes that have registered. Of course, around about 17,800 actually get to the start of the day, regarding anything from late arrivals to just not feeling it in the morning, to sickness, to any other measure that might prevent them from being at the starting lineup. But certainly the high number of novices this year is actually intriguing. There's around 7,000 novices, but always wonderful to hear the recording of Max Trimborn's cockcrow ahead of the start of this race, and then get things going, whether it starts in Durban or whether it starts in Pietermaritzburg. There's the Shongololo. But it's starting at 5:30, of course, finishing at 5:30, 12 hours later in Kingsmead in Durban. But always magnificent to see the start and how many athletes stream over this start. It takes 8-9 minutes for runners to cross. And Helen, you would have always been at the front of the action here. But it's just such a remarkable occasion, this race. I mean, just over 89 kilometers this year, but just such a remarkable race in terms of camaraderie and inclusiveness is the Comrades.
It was, and you could feel the buzz in Durban yesterday. That you could see them wandering around at the expo down the beachfront, and just there was just this feeling of real excitement. And now these athletes have got to unleash that, channel that energy, and I think it is fascinating that 1 in 3 people are a novice. It's the first time, so they'll be thinking, can I actually do this? And I've got 12 hours to prove to myself that I can get there in time.
Wel, daar is Hanlie nou, en hopelik oor 'n paar ure, ek weet nie hoe lank Hanlie wil hardloop nie, gaan sy hier in Durban aankom waar ons sit op die eindstreep. Natuurlik, die atlete, lang dag voor vir hulle. En almal het hulle eie doelwitte vandag, soos hulle hier oor die beginstreep gaan. Natuurlik, die Comrades Marathon van geweer tot geweer, so baie van die atlete wat soveel as 10 minute gaan opgee net om by die beginpunt te kom. En moeilik vir die atlete hier agter, maar hulle moet dit maar rustig vat. 89.208 km wat voor lê vir hulle. En daar begin hulle nou hardloop. Soos hulle oor die beginstreep gaan, kan ons sien hoe die atlete begin hardloop.
Well, this is the down run this year. This is truly an international event. The Canadian flag that is waving proudly. There are athletes from all around the world, most notably, of course, the United Kingdom and the United States. Although Brazil, another one of the countries that has over 100 athletes, there are ambassadors for this race all around the world. And so many athletes that would love to tackle the Comrades Marathon. South Africa has many events, of course, that are billed as being amongst the world's best, amongst the world's favourites. And certainly the Comrades Marathon, which is dubbed as the ultimate human race, is regarded very highly in international circles and has done so now for over 2 decades, and it just continues to the international contingent that continues to make their way to South Africa every year around this time to run the Comrades Marathon is heartwarming. It's amazing to see how many internationals come, but of course year in and year out these days internationals continue to challenge for titles, and later on in the day we'll be discussing favourites for the elite men and elite women as we see how this race pans out. Just over 89 kilometres from Pietermaritzburg to Durban, the down run, but Helen, not really a down run when you look at the route map. I mean, you go a third of the route and you're actually higher than you were when you started. The down doesn't start for some time.
No, many of these athletes, if they've not familiarized themselves with this course, will be getting to halfway and think there's been a mistake made. There are a lot of hills in the beginning, and the real down run really starts probably in Hillcrest and sort of gets accentuated as you come down from Cowie's Hill. But all these athletes, their immediate goal for every single one of them is to finish this race. They've got 12 hours, and then there'll be the others who will be competing for gold. Then we've got the 7.5 hour cutoff for the silver medal. There is another medal cutoff to try and complete in 9 hours, then 11 hours and 12 hours. But the majority of this field, probably about 60% of them, will be finishing in that last hour.
Yeah, you mentioned all the different cutoffs there. Of course, there are Bonitas hotspots that the elite athletes will be going for as well along the route. And these Bonitas hotspots would look at the first man and first woman to cross them, but also they have to actually finish the race in less than 7 hours, 30 minutes to qualify for those hotspot prizes. And then the medals at the Comrades, they've developed throughout the years, different medals on offer for different times. Of course, the top 10 men and women getting gold medals. And then that Wally Hayward medal, probably the hardest medal to get, and that's for sub 6 hours, especially for a woman. And Caroline Wissmann has mentioned that she would like to look at that Wally Hayward medal. I think she'll be the first woman to actually get that if she goes below 6 hours today. 7 hours 30 is the silver medal cutoff. Then, of course, the Bull Rowan at 9 hours, the bronze medal at 11 hours. And the Vic Clapham medal is the final time limit there that you see, the 12-hour cutoff. And there, all those medal cutoffs being displayed on the screen. 1 o'clock, that's silver medals at 7 hours 30. That's also the Benitez hotspot that you have to finish in 7 hours 30 to qualify for those hotspot prizes. Happy 7th birthday to Nina. And it's probably mum or dad there attempting this race on Nina's 7th birthday. Nina is still a bit young to run this, so it can't be her. But the athletes still streaming across the start line there. We also saw the 11-hour bus. And for those who don't know, there are lots of buses on this, comrades, and we're not talking about the four-wheeled version, but rather buses of athletes trying to finish in different times.
Yeah, big buses. But you speak of youngsters running the race. Of course, you need to turn 20 of the year of the comrades to be able to run. Janine Parker is a 20-year-old. She's the youngest athlete out in the race today. No, when it comes to the older athletes, though, Sigrid Eichner, 75-year-old, is the oldest female athlete who's out in this field, and Barry Varty, 77-year-old, is tackling in the men's race. The youngest runner, though, in the men's race as well, also 20-year-old, Reinhard Brandt, is going to be tackling the Comrades Marathon, this 2016 down run. It's a significant affair, but Helen, one of the things that you mentioned is a good half of the field actually finishes in the last hour of this race. It's about planning your pace properly, isn't it, from the very start?
Very much so, and as we can see, those runners will be wanting to finish between the 11 and 12 hour, and we've got up on the screen the prize money that is available for these elite athletes. So we've got so many different races happening within this, and just different people going for different things. But these athletes will be running in the dark for about 1 hour, and they've got to go down the notorious Polly Shorts Hill, which is notorious on the up run, but I must say, running in the dark going down, it looks a little bit treacherous, and they'll all just be feeling sort of very apprehensive, nervous, and just actually excited to release this bottled up energy.
Well, of course, running in the dark also has implications for our broadcast. We can't show you pictures in the dark, so we might have a bit of a time when we can't bring you pictures in that first hour. We'll focus on the start for now. And we talked about the prize money, 400,000 Rand for the winners, but the South Africans can win even more than that. The winning South African, or the first South African man and woman, will receive 190,000 Rand each. And if they happen to win the race as well, the Ministry of Sport also said another 100,000 for the first South African if they win the race, and various other prizes on offer. Dwayne, earlier you mentioned the international flavor yesterday at the Expo. It was quite an interesting conversation. We ran into what we thought was some Americans, and the one was eventually had a Chicago Marathon t-shirt on, and the one asked the other one, well, have you run the Chicago Marathon? He said, no, I've done it 2 times. And do you come from Chicago? No, actually, I'm from Toronto. So the guy's, okay, well, I'm from Toronto. And then the man from Toronto asks the other runner, so where in America are you from? And the other one says, well, I'm from Vancouver. So we happen to have these 2 Canadians who both thought the other one was American. So I don't feel bad if I mix up the Canadian-American accent anymore, because the Canadians seem to do it themselves. But a lot of camaraderie and fun is what the Comrades Marathon is about, and the Expo, we saw that, and you'll see it on the day today as well. And we see the finish in the last bit of the field, crossing that start line, as we now go back to the studio with Valen Kirtley.
Thank you very much to our commentary team led by Arno Malherbe and Dwayne Delacque in this half hour. This year during the Comrades Marathon, Old Mutual is giving you a chance to win amazing prizes. It's very easy. All you have to do is answer the questions that come up on the screen by SMSing Old Mutual and your answer. So that's Old Mutual and either A, B or C to 34068, and you could win 1,000 Rands worth of airtime. Don't miss out and enter now. All right, so as it's taken over 10 minutes to clear the start line in Pietermaritzburg, we welcome you back to the studio here in Durban. We are, of course, waiting for it to get light here in KwaZulu-Natal before our helicopters can safely go up into the air so we can bring you the first visuals of what's happening in both the men's and women's race. But it's now my pleasure to introduce you to another colleague of mine. He is a man that is an award-winning sports commentator, Zolani Bongo. A very good morning to you, Zolani.
Morning, Valen.
It's usually cricket and football and boxing, but ZV today it's the ultimate human race.
Oh yeah, definitely, without a doubt. And it's quite a pleasure, and you know, it's so nice. Just, you know, you just feel goosebumps that you're doing a Comrades Marathon. It's a human race, nothing more.
And how did it feel watching some of those visuals of that start line?
Wow, I can imagine Bruce Fordyce. He's gone through it, won it 9 times. Well, it must have been, you know, such a wonderful achievement. And you just feel for those people going out there. You know, I know we're going to talk about prize money. And, you know, it's not about money. I think the prize is just to get out there and run and just achieve something out of it. And you just feel good about it.
You certainly do. As the saying for this year goes, Izokutoba, it will humble you. And Bruce, I mean, whether you're the man that's winning it, as you've done 9 times, or whether you're the person that's going to be the last person over the finish line, each and every single person has that reckoning with themselves, that moment in the race where they've actually got to say, you know what, I'm not going to listen to you, body. I'm going to carry on going.
Well, I say that when you get to Pinetown on the down run, you will meet somebody very interesting, and you will meet somebody who you deeply, deeply admire and learn to love, and that person is yourself, because in Pinetown only you can get yourself to the finish. There's huge spectator support, there's runners all around you, but at that point, obviously there are viewers, so I'm not going to use the bad language, but every single runner will say never, ever, ever again. And then they say, but I have to finish this one. And the way they do it is that they drive themselves to the finish, and they get themselves there. And as I say, the person that they meet in Pinetown, who they never had met before, is themselves, and they deeply admire that person.
Now, Zolani is a massive cricket fan, and he's been commentating on cricket for many, many years. You said something very interesting to one of your American colleagues. Please listen to this.
So here's Kingsmead behind us. Okay, so the famous cricket stadium, and I took a whole group of overseas runners, particularly Americans, with me on a route tour a couple of days ago, and we did the whole journey from Pietermaritzburg to the finish here. And when we came into the cricket stadium, I had to explain to them this is an famous international cricket stadium, and one of the things that happens as you finish is that there's security guards who are going to check whether you have the right to run this last lap, because you're going to run around the boundary fence, you know, where people hit 4s and 6s. And so I said, the security guards are going to ask you as you come in, could you please tell us what an LBW is? So these Americans big eyes. I said, what is an LBW? I said, well, leg before wicket, surely you know that. And I had to tell them, no, I'm only joking. You'll be fine.
All right, we're going to get a little bit more of your insights on the route now as we take a look at the route, which is officially this year 89.208 kilometers. Bruce, what do you tell those tourists that you actually bring along the route?
It's up all the way. I mean, we're going through it very quickly. Down Polly Shorts, up the other side to Little Polly's down. We're in Ashburton, then up to Umlaas Road, the rising sun coming straight into your eyes as you're going up there.
Umlaas Road, also the highest point on the route.
Yeah, highest road, Cato Ridge, big crowd support, Drummond, you drop down into Drummond, and then you climb up the other side of Inchanga, and finally you get to Bothas Hill, and then you start the downhill plummet. And the downhill plummets are Bothas Hill, Fields Hill, back of Cowie's Hill, and that's flat out downhill. Wave goodbye to your toenails, they're going, and then you finally, the final 5Ks from Tollgate Hill into Durban is downhill and flat. But even at the end, you have that one hill going up to Tollgate Hill.
And that feeling when you finally actually get onto the grass from having run on the tar for over 89 kilometers.
The grass is a wonderful sensation, but actually it tugs at your ankles, it slows you down, and they're sadistic because they make you go the entire way around the boundary fence, you see, right on the very edge. And so it's a long last lap, but obviously a triumphant last lap. And suddenly, as you come around the corner, it just unwinds in front of you, and there's the finish, and you can't believe it. That whole journey, Pietermaritzburg seemingly weeks ago you were there. Pluto's outer moon, it was so far long ago that you were there, and then suddenly there it is, opens up in front of you, and it's extremely emotional. So that's why you see people, raising their arms. It's a fantastic release of the tension that you've suddenly realized you've done it. People crying, people hugging total strangers, and it's a wonderful moment. And what's fabulous about it is that you don't necessarily have to be number one to be a winner. We're going to see 2 number ones today, women's winner, men's winner, but every single person who finishes that race is a winner, and they suddenly realize that as they come down that final straight.
And it is an emotional journey that the viewers go on too.
Definitely. Just to pick up where Bruce was talking about, I read his article where he says you're left with 4 kilometers and you think you've won the race. You have not won the race until you get into the stadium, that last lap. And that reminds me about the LBW. But then, you go back to the races as well, and you want to find out. Sometimes you get irritated because people will be laughing at you. There's vuvuzelas blowing, and everybody wants to be part of this whole thing. Even if they're not running, but they're cheering everybody. This makes it the best and the most respected ultra running in the whole world.
It certainly does. Well, let's take a look, because there's also big prize money on offer for those top 10 men and women, the gold medalists for this year. The winner will get 400,000 rand, and that's for both the men and women's winner. And at this point, Bruce Fordyce rolls his eyes, and you can't see him now because we're of course on the graphic, but he says, man, oh man, if only I got that money when I broke the record. And how many times, Bruce?
Yes, it is a bitter subject for those of us who were winning in the 1980s. There was none. 1.5 million. Yeah, that would be useful, but I don't want to sound embittered. And of course, the thing that you keep forever if you are a Comrades winner is that you were the winner of that particular race, and the money's long gone, but you still are the title holder of that particular race. Yes, prize money is a bitter subject.
It's amazing prize money, and it also is a life changer for so many of the people that actually get to win this race. We saw it with Gift Kilehe last year. We saw Caroline Busman as well. She herself was a lecturer. She decided to, after the victory in the Comrades Marathon, and thanks to her prize monies, that she would actually put her lecturing on hold and focus solely on her running, spend more time with her children. And that is the luxury that having this kind of prize money actually affords our athletes. And so wonderful that over the last couple of years we've had South Africans that have been winning this prize money.
Yeah, it reminds me of another sports code, like your rugby, for instance. Rugby has been, an amateur sport for a long time, and suddenly things changed, and they're getting paid a lot of money these days, and it is a bitter subject. But then, what can you do? At the end of the day, like we said, he has achieved a lot more than the people who have won a lot of money.
If we just have to go through what the prize monies are, we saw there what it's worth to win first prize for both the men and women's, 400,000 rand, and that goes down to 200,000 rand for second place. You've got hot spots throughout the race where, of course, the runners have to finish within 7.5 hours. But then you've got a prize that's been put up by the Department of Sport and Recreation nationally. They've given 100,000 rand to the first South African winner of the race, both the men and women. And then, of course, we've got 400,000 rand if anybody gets to break the record. Now, I want to know, do you believe that we'll be seeing a record today, Bruce?
Okay, 2 different races. The men's record is unspeakably fast. Leonid Shvetsov running 5:20. I think back in about 2006, 2007. Yeah. Nothing's impossible, but I doubt it. It's just a very, very fast down run time. Second fastest after that is Stephen Mazinga with 5:23. Then I did a 5:24, and I can tell you, I remember looking down at my legs thinking it's impossible to turn them over any faster. Then the ladies' record, now we could have something if Caroline, were to really go for it. Frith van der Merwe's time from 1989 is also incredibly fast, and it stood the test of time because it's still there. But that is possible. But I think Caroline and the leading ladies, first of all, what you want to do is win. And the record is a bonus. Get the win. And I bumped into Caroline at the expo before the race, and she said to me she's going to try and win. And there's no targeting a record. I've heard she wants to run through halfway in 3 hours, 10 minutes, and then see how it goes after that. That sounds like somebody who's trying to win, not break a record.
She did say, however, that if needs be, she is ready to go sub 6 hours. That run from Frith van Merwe in 1989, however, if you go back and you actually look at the meterage of the distance, the actual distance, she actually ran 400 meters more, so maybe we could see a record today. Wouldn't that be something wonderful, Hedwig?
Oh, it would be wonderful, definitely. I mean, what Frith did, she cut off something like an hour off, and you know, suddenly we've got, you know, ladies who are looking forward to cutting off something out of the same record. So it is possible, but I think I agree with Bruce. The main thing is to win first. Whatever follows, then it follows. But go out there and make it a point that you win.
And it is quite a difficult thing. I heard Colleen saying, and Colleen Durick is going to be running her very first Comrades Marathon. She, as in her words, says she grew up alongside the road, and now she's actually going to be doing it for the very first time. And we may see some other records in her age category actually being broken today. But she said it's a very difficult race to actually pace. I can imagine that if you're going out for a win, it's also quite tough to strategize.
The strategy is to run relative to your opposition and forget about the pace, unless it's really, really suicidal. So what you need to do, and what all the runners will be doing now, the leading contenders, is finding each other in the dark and then slowly slotting in, saying, okay, well, that's fine. If he's a minute ahead of me, that's all right. Can't let him get any more than that. And the whole way along the race, they will have their own seconds who will be telling them what's going on. So the Nedbank runners have got Nick Bester and his team. Then there's John Hamlet and his team. They'll be helping, advising and telling the runners where their main opponents are and where the contenders are. And so almost like a magnet, they find each other shortly after the start, and then they stick together and they essentially just watch each other. It's a waiting game for a long time on a Comrades Marathon, and I always used to really find the first half of Comrades as a contender really tough, because nothing happens. You have to wait, and anyone can run with you until halfway. And after halfway, you start to shed the bodies, and then you start to realize, okay, this person's going to be strong today, that person's going to be strong.
Of course.
But they have to run those first 3-4 hours before that starts to happen.
All right, and speaking about running, the Comrades Marathon for 2016 has gotten underway 21 minutes ago. You can see it is still very dark here in KwaZulu-Natal, so our choppers can't get up into the air. But once it starts getting light, the choppers are going to be going up into the air, and we will be able to bring you live pictures of the front of the race for both the men and women. But we'll be back with more from our live broadcast, and we also get an update from the road. Stay with us.
Live well with GNC. Our products are scientifically formulated by doctors and nutritionists using only the finest ingredients and are subjected to 150 quality checks to ensure quality, potency and purity. Our vitamin range is formulated for immunity, energy and general wellness. Live well with 20% of all GNC vitamins. Available at GNC and selected Click stores.
Accidents happen every day.
But when they are caused due to the negligence of others,
like your doctor, a hospital, or someone else, it shouldn't just be your problem.
You do have legal remedies, and we have the expertise to fight your case.
De Broglie attorneys are the leaders in personal injury law. So whether it's a medical negligence case or a motor accident claim, give my team of lawyers a call. We'll help you win.
To find out if you deserve compensation and for attorneys you can trust, De Broglie.
No roar of the crowd will announce you've beaten your best. Nobody cares that Olympic spirit courses through your veins. The world doesn't care why you train. Until the victory lap. New Energade Light. It's what you put in.
The most common triggers for tooth sensitivity tend to be hot or cold food items. It could be a hot cup of coffee. It could be your favorite cold drink. It's normally a sharp shooting kind of pain that they describe. I do recommend Sensodyne on a regular basis. Sensodyne works within the tooth structure itself, which will help relieve sensitivity. I've used Sensodyne myself, and I have found great relief with sensitivity, and I can now confidently say to the patients that yes, this will help you.
Welcome back to our live broadcast of the 2016 Comrades Marathon. Just an update on what's happening, because the race has, of course, gotten underway. Our runners have been going for the last 24 minutes after the race got underway at 5:30. But the press track, where all of the journalists, the print journalists, and even those that are taking photos, that press track is only allowed to start from the 15-kilometer mark. So we are going to be getting an update from one of the journalists, Wesley Bosson, who writes for The Citizen. We're going to be getting an update from them in a short while. But of course, the runners at this point, they are watching their footing as they run out on those very narrow roads in Pietermaritzburg. It's rather dark, and of course, they've got quite a steep decline from Polly Shorts as well as Little Polly's. So as we speak about Pietermaritzburg, let's take a look a little closer at the city of choice.
Pietermaritzburg is in the Umsunduzi municipality and is set amongst the rolling countryside of the KZN Midlands. It is the administrative capital of KwaZulu-Natal. It is also one of the best locations for many sporting codes, including being the home of the Comrades, the Duzi Canoe Marathon and the Midmar Mile, along with BMX and mountain bike world events. These events attract participants and spectators from all around the world. It is also the home of the best schools in the country and the internationally acclaimed University of Natal. On the night of 7 June 1893, a young Mahatma Gandhi was thrown out of the train at the Pietermaritzburg station for refusing to get out of the whites-only compartments. Another milestone was when the Pietermaritzburg City Council awarded Nelson Mandela the freedom of the city in 1997. Art in the Park is a premier outdoor art selling exhibition where artists exhibit and sell their works direct to the public, and it's a part of mixed events that Pietermaritzburg City is known for. The city is reflective of a country united in diversity. All the race groups living harmoniously together are appreciating each other's cultures, making Pietermaritzburg indeed the city of choice for the many that live in it.
And it has been a rather warm start in Pietermaritzburg. As promised, let's cross over now to Wesley Bosson. He's a sports journalist for The Citizen. He is going to be on that press truck, which is only allowed to really start rolling from 15 kilometres. So let's check in with him. A very good morning to you, Wesley, and welcome to our live broadcast here on SABC Sport. What can you tell us from the road?
It's a little bit chilly, Valen, but I guess it always is, especially in Maritzburg. It's warmer than normal, no doubt. It's cold enough that my hands are struggling to type on my phone, but not cold enough, I think, that the runners are going to be too worried, and I think it is going to be a very warm day out there for the guys.
Is there anything that you saw from a couple of the elite men that made you kind of stop and take note, or are they all looking in the same kind of shape that we saw at the elite athletes press conference on Friday, where there was a lot of fighting talk?
Yeah, I think it's still a wide-open race. You know, nobody's really put up their hand and in advance and said that they're really going to go for it. The only person who had a lot to say was Ludwig Mambolo, and I think, if anything, he probably is the favourite. He's obviously very confident. Looking at the guys this morning, had a chance to chat to one or two of them. Maybe a little nervous, obviously. Some of the guys quite excited, but everybody's there. Everybody's ready, and I think it's going to be a great race.
And what about the women's race?
Women's race is all about one person, I think, and it's Caroline Wasserman's race to lose. It's unpredictable. You can never say who's going to win the Comrades Marathon. It's such a long way to go. Even Caroline admits that. She's been relatively conservative in her own predictions, but there has been this talk about the sub-6, and that she knows, and I think a lot of people, everybody knows, that it's within her capabilities. That's not necessarily going to happen. She's got to have a conservative start. Bruce Fordyce is in your studio. He repeatedly says that it worked for him. You've got to start slowly. You've got to concentrate on the win first. I guess firstly you've got to concentrate on finishing the race, and once you've done that, try and win. And if you're in a good position in the second half, then go for the record. Caroline knows that. That's the approach that she's taking, and hopefully it works out. It'll be really, really nice if she does that.
Wizzy, can you just explain to us what's kind of happening around you?
We left the start just beforehand for safety reasons. They wouldn't let us follow the guys for the first 15 kilometers. So we have followed the route to this point. Lots of people already out on the road, which is nice to see. There's always more people at the start in Durban, but there are already people coming out of their houses. All the refreshment tables are ready for the runners. The officials are out on the road, the marshals. So everything's ready. We're just waiting for the runners.
When are you expecting to see your first runner come past that point?
Well, we're at Lion Park, which is around 15k, so we'll probably see the guys coming through just under the first hour. So I reckon probably 20 past 6, somewhere there, I think we'll see them.
And I'm sure that you've got a couple of the team managers also around you, because that's quite a good indicator of where their runners are and if they've had any trouble through the dark coming from Pietermaritzburg.
Yeah, we have. We've had a few of the team managers in their own vehicles driving past us, all looking very excited, a few jokes and that sort of thing between the journalists and the team managers. Nobody seems too worried, so it doesn't seem like there's any issues out on the road at this stage, but they also would only have seen the start and also just waiting for the guys to come through. At this stage of the race, it's likely to be a very large lead group. If anybody has taken the lead at this stage, they probably aren't going to be anybody to watch later. So it's probably not the end of the world that we're missing the first hour, but it would have been nice to know what was going on.
All right, thank you very much, Wizzy. And just finally, how many people are on that press truck?
Lots. I hope nobody missed out, because there isn't a space to spare. There's probably about 25 people on each, and for the first time, Valen, I think it's worth mentioning that the organisers have made sure that there's a press truck following the ladies' race, which is fantastic. It's the first time I think any South African race has done that, and a lot of that's got to do with Caroline Wasserman and Shane Bosman and the battle that they're going to have today. But certainly a progressive move by them, and that means that a lot of people will be able to follow the women's race throughout the day on social media, even if they can't follow all the time on the television.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for that update. That's Wesley Bosman. He is a sports journalist for The Citizen, and he is at Lions Park. It's around 15 kilometers, and he says that they're expecting their first runner there at around 20 past 6. Bruce, I know as we were having that conversation, you were nodding all the time, but I just want to pick up on one specific point, and that is the fact that we've got a press truck following the women's race.
Yeah, that's, I think, might be the first year we've done that, so that's fantastic, and it's well worth following. I mean, the women's races last year was equally as exciting, so fantastic.
Bruce and ZB, I'd love to hear your comments on this, because, you know, many people say that, or there seems to be a perception amongst maybe a more mature audience that the Comrades Marathon enjoyed the kind of fame that it did when it found live television because of the fact that South Africa was in isolation at the time. But if we look at the numbers of the Comrades Marathon this year and the amount of novices, 30% of the entrants were novices. It's as if the Comrades Marathon remains as relevant as ever.
Yeah, I agree. You know, everybody's just taken, you know, some interest in running, for starters. You know, everyone wants to live a healthy life, and I think that's about the whole thing. That's why it's called the ultimate human race. And you know, from youngsters to elderly people, even the women, for instance, who are taking part now. I mean, Colin Duroux, South African born, she's now a US citizen. She's 52, but she still feels like, you know, she can do and make something out of it. It's very interesting.
It certainly is. Bruce, I'd love your thoughts on that.
Yeah, look, 1 out of every 3 people today is a novice, which is amazing. So the race is continuing to grow, continuing to draw people in. But at the other end of the scale, I've got a few good mates. Alan Robb's doing his 43rd, Barry Holland's doing his 44th, Lou Massain's doing his 44th, Dave Lowe's doing his 43rd, Tilda Turl, who won in 93, is doing her 30th. So there are a lot of hardened veterans out there as well.
As you speak about those, I just want to mention one of them, Zwelicha Gono.
Yes,
he will become the first black man to run 40 Comrades Marathons.
At 64 years of age. And, you know, it's such an amazing feat. 64 years of age and still going.
And he was only given his 2 silver medals retrospectively for the 73 and 74 race because, of course, the Comrades Marathon was only opened to people of all genders and all races after 1975.
That's correct, yes, and it's fantastic. My mate Vic Boston also going for his 40th. I loved your use of the word retrospective. Could we maybe attach that to prize money? That would be quite interesting. But, so there are lots of people, and one of the things that I love doing today is that it's great helping with the commentary, but from time to time when I'm not part of the team, because we rotate obviously because 13 hours of coverage, I break away and go and help hand out the green numbers, permanent numbers down at the green number tent, and that's wonderful to see the people who've come in and they're coming in for their 10th run or their 20th, you know, handing over a quadruple green number to somebody who's I've done 30 and you hand over to somebody who's done 40, you feel like a novice, you know.
Brilliant. And that's one of the traditions of the Comrades Marathon, the green number, and it is a very, very special honor for many runners to be able to achieve, and that's just one of the things that make up this thing called the spirit of Comrades.
The spirit of Comrades is the intangible ability of the race to humble, inspire, and unite. It is in the runners, the volunteers, the organizers, and all the traditions that demonstrate the spirit. Among the notable traditions is Max Trimborn's cockcrow, the unofficial starting gun. Max ran for the first time in 1933 when he let out a great big cock-a-doodle-doo before the start. He ran a total of 8 times, winning 1 gold in 1940. His cockcrow is played to this day as a recording before the start gun is fired by the mayor of the city. Close to halfway is Arthur's Seat, the place where 5-time winner Arthur Newton is said to have sat. Runners place a flower here and greet one of the race's greats to ensure a good second half. Another Comrades custom after Newton is that of the green number honor. Given to runners who have 10 medals, 3 wins or 5 gold medals, they are awarded their race number in perpetuity. And what would a race be without a medal? A Comrades medal is particularly special. Much like the humbling experience of the race, the medal is humble in size, only 29 millimeters, with a figure of the Greek god Hermes on it. But the medal, regardless of color, represents bravery, perseverance, and endurance. The same spirit that the race's founder Vic Clapham wanted to remember for his fallen comrades of the First World War.
Just some of the reasons why the race sees a global television audience of over 5,400,000 spectators on the road and up to 6,000 volunteers helping to put this race together each and every single year. And of course, this year we're celebrating the 91st running of the event. As we went to that insert, Bruce was sharing with us some of the stories that he has on the press truck. And you say that actually, forget about the runners, the media are the most important.
The press truck.
Come on.
You see, the leading runners see the press a lot, especially in the second half, and they become both your friends but also enemies because you're very jealous of each other. So all the press guys are sitting there. They build a scaffolding sort of thing with cushions on them, and they don't want it to be too hard, you know. And they sit there and they watch the race, and then they've got a little breakfast box and later on a lunch box that they tuck into, and you'll be running just behind them, and right in front of you, one of the guys later on might crack open a beer that he would have brought along, gulp, 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 in front of you, and then take a note and say, Fordyce started to show signs of weakness at this stage of the race, or whatever. and so there they are, they're sitting watching this whole thing. Where they are really useful is that they can tell you who's catching you. If you're leading, they can say there's nobody. That for me was one of the wonderful moments, was to have a couple of my press buddies saying, Bruce, we're looking back down the road, there's nobody. you're on your own. So that was fantastic. But from time to time, they forget that they're low-hanging. There are like banners across the road from various sponsors and things saying, "We welcome the Comrades runners." It's fabulous to see one of the press guys stand up to take a photograph and get hit by a banner because he hasn't looked behind him. And then what people worry about is that they say the fumes from the press vehicle go straight into the face of the leading man and women, but they don't actually. They've got special exhausts that take it above your head and away. Well, I hope that they certainly did in our day, so that you don't have the fumes. And so the press vehicle is actually. Well, we have a lot of fun. They're our mates. But it's tough when you're running out there to see somebody sitting back tucking into their lunchbox while you're having a hard run.
Role of the media.
Yeah.
But for the first 15 kilometers of this year's race, the runners haven't been having that. Tell us what's actually happening there at the front, because it's quite a hairy thing,
Yeah.
People don't really appreciate the fact that it is so dark and you're going down polys.
Well, yeah, so the leaders have got to the bottom of Polly Shorts by now, and the other side, the coldest place is the bottom of Polly's. Even in a warmish year like this, it's chilly down the bottom of Polly, so people will keep their warm-up tops until they're down there and then start to discard them on their way up. And from the bottom of Polly's, you climb up to Ashburton. There's an intersection there right at Ashburton after 10 kilometers of running, so the leaders will be there now, in fact going past it. That intersection is actually known as Wally Hayward Drive, named after the great man who won 5 times and the greatest comrade of all, and ran twice in his 80s. And then they go down the other side of what's called Little Polly's from Ashburton, and at the bottom of it, and because it's a down run, what they do then is that they go up. And they go up very steeply all the way up to Umlaas Road. And at that point, the sun starts to come out and it goes straight into your eyes. So if you've got a bit of sweat, that's a tough part. The sweat's dripping in your eyes, the sun's coming straight in your eyes. Umlaas Road, the leaders will be approaching that. And the back markers, by the way, will not even be near Polly Shorts yet. They will still be, and because it's a down run, they will be running up towards Polly Shorts. I'm trying to get the theme of the first half of the down run is that you just go up. And all the novices say, "You sure we're doing a down run?" Yeah, and then they will now start to, they'll be looking for each other. I used to, one of my great rivals, Alan Robb, look for his red socks, his Liverpool football socks. And I find Alan's red socks great. I know where Alan is. That's one person who at least I know where he is. Alan will be there today, but much further back from those days. I think he's going for a finish.
You're taking us down memory lane a little bit.
Yes.
And today is going to be the 50th anniversary for one Tommy Malone of his victory here at the Comrades.
Yes, 1966 uprun. Tommy won by 20 minutes, and he's the great, one of the great characters of Comrades. We all love him. But he's probably the only winner, and I stand open to correction here, the only winner who's more famous for the one he lost.
Yep.
Because Tommy lost that fantastic race in 1967 by 1 second to Mani Kun, which is so dramatic when you see it happen. And that's the race that he's most famous for. And he, from time to time, has to say, "Guys, just please, will you remember, I did win in 1966. And I won, by the way, by 20 minutes. And I beat the very self-same Mani Kun, who beat me by a second." But nobody ever remembers that. He said, "The score between us is 19 minutes and 59 seconds, to my credit." So I think they've started doing that, because last year we had Bernard Gomersol, who won 50 years ago. So it would be a wonderful tradition if that suddenly became a tradition where, that 50 years later, if you're still around, you get invited to come and be the special guest of honor.
Yeah, and it certainly is wonderful, because you speak about that 1967 race, and it is iconic, isn't it? You see him diving for the line, and he's even got the mayor's scroll in his hand. I mean, I think it's the only time that they've actually given the scroll to the wrong winner.
It's a little quiz question. It's the Trivial Pursuit question. Is to ask who of the men's winners did not carry the baton across the line. And of course Tommy loved to ask that question, because Mani used to get so irritated because he didn't carry the baton across the line. The other one, unfortunately, is Jetman Sutu, who won in 1992, but because of a disqualification, a drug failure, he won, and he was only told he was the winner a month later. So Jetman also didn't carry the baton, and I know that hurt him a lot, because I can't tell you what a fantastic feeling it is. I'll describe it later on, but to carry that baton across the finish line is just most magical thing to do.
Well, Tommy Malone, the man that's actually going to be celebrating the 50th anniversary of his victory, did get to hold that message from the mayor between the two different cities. So let's take a look back at the great Tommy Malone.
Jackie Meckler, a multiple winner, had skipped the race in 1966, leaving those waiting in the wings a chance. But among the starters outside Durban that year was a 27-year-old novice, Tommy Malone. The Scottish production control clerk from Boksburg had won the 56k Corky Marathon a month earlier and was known for his speed and stamina. Mani Kun led through halfway, but through Inchanga, Malone earned the nickname of the Flying Scotsman. And it was at Camperdown that Malone caught a tiring Kun and soon was left running on his own after Kun blacked out. This year, Malone celebrates 50 years since that win by over 19 minutes from Kun. The two would be involved in what remains the closest finish the very next year. In 1967, Malone entered the stadium first and was given the mayor's message only to cramp before the line and be beaten by Kun in a photo finish. The Flying Scot returned 4 years after that dramatic finish and ran a total of 10 times with a record of 1 win, 1 runners-up place and 8 silvers. His daughter Amanda ran with his permanent number 62 in the Millennium Race. This year, we salute 1966 winner Tommy Malone.
What a great memory as we walk down memory lane. And ZV, you watching that and you nodding and you smiling. What's been one of your greatest comrades memories?
Wow. Gee. Bruce Fordyce taking his 9th, I must be honest. When he won his 9th and when he made the announcement that he's not going to do the comrades anymore, I felt like crying because I think I wanted to see more of him.
Bruce, you ran 2 Oceans this year.
Yeah.
Will you ever run another Comrades?
Without a doubt. It's a very special race. I've just enjoyed having a break, and it's fabulous being part of the commentary team and helping. And to be quite honest with you, if you're not running and you're a past winner, I'm going to be honest with you, it's a massive ego trip. Lots of people want photographs and to chat to you and your time. And you can enjoy all that if you're not running. But if you are running, you've got to wrap yourself up in cotton wool. You can't go to the expo. You can't work for your sponsors. Maybe you have to really look after yourself and make sure you get to the start line, strong and not ill. It's a massive commitment. But I certainly have not run my last Comrades. I don't want my family to hear me saying this because I don't have much of a knee. But one that's sitting in the back of my mind, if I'm still around and if I'm healthy enough, I think 9 years' time is the 100th. I think the 100th Comrades will be a very special one. I would love to be part of that out on the road.
Wow.
Just as we speak about the former winners and with Tommy Malone's 50th anniversary and having looked back at his journey at the Comrades Marathon, I just want to take you through some of the dignitaries that will actually be firing the guns, because Tommy Malone, in remembrance of the 50th anniversary of his Comrades victory, he will be firing the gun for the Wally Hayward medal at 11:30. That's the cutoff here in Durban. Helen Luca, who is a 3-times winner of the race, she's also going to be firing one of the guns here at the Comrades Marathon at the finish line. And they're hoping that McDonald Chicho, who is the chairperson of the Comrades Marathon Association, will have finished his 18th run and he'll be able to fire that final gun at it after 12 hours of running, and that's 5:30 this evening. And that's really the moment that actually, it doesn't matter who you are, everybody wants to tune in to actually get to watch any of those cutoffs.
And you still want us to be here at 5:30? Yeah, obviously. I mean, it's an exciting moment, that one, because everybody just wants to get there, and we're gonna see what we saw when Tommy just failed to beat the count there, because everybody just goes for the kill, and it's very interesting, and the people will be falling all over the show.
I think the most dramatic part of the race, and a part of the race, by the way, that overseas runners cannot cope with. I've run many of the big international races. You run New York Marathon, you run London Marathon. they better be there and they better give you a medal, even if you take 2 days to do it. You know, I'm exaggerating slightly, but the back markers, there is no such thing as a cutoff. And this cutoff, this brutal cutoff, is something that really upsets a lot of people. But I think it's, you know, we have to call curtains on Comrades at some stage or other. You have to end it, otherwise we'd be here for weeks. I think it's one of the truly great moments in sport, is that final gun, and it's the runner, the two runners, the one who just makes it and gets the last person trophy, and the one who just doesn't make it, that is so dramatic, and all they get is a handshake and an arm over their shoulder, and thank you very much for coming, come back next year. Those people, that, you know, it's so dramatic, and of course that's why we watch, and we've got a bird's eye view of it, because we're going to be able to turn around and look. The finish is behind us here, so we'll see it in all its drama. But I would hate to be the person who has to fire that gun. I have had to do it once, and I can tell you that it is extremely upsetting. You face an official who counts down when there's 10 seconds to go. You've got the gun, you hold it here, not close to your ear, otherwise your ear will, you hold it up here, and the official counts down, and because the crowd is screaming so loudly, he has to do it with his fingers so that you can see. So as it gets down to 3, 2, 1, he does that. So you go, try and give the runners one more second. Oh, okay, bang, you give them one more second, because you can, out the corner of your eye, you can see them diving across the line trying to make it.
And you feel for the one who just...
You feel for the one, and of course there's quite a few. They're out there going down the road, past the expo where they collected their numbers. They're all out there. And there are cut-offs along the way as well, of course, along the whole route.
And you know what? Some people think that if you've been taken off the route, or if you maybe haven't completed your first one, you'd never come back. I actually met a gentleman all the way from Washington, D.C. in the United States. His name is Jeff, and he said, I haven't finished Comrades once, twice. This is going to be my third time, and I'm hoping to finally actually have made this trip and go home with a medal. And it just shows you what it is about this Comrades Marathon, that even if you don't get to finish and you don't get to have that finisher's medal, you are able to say, you know what, I'm going to try again. And that's the beauty of this race, and that's why they call it the ultimate human race. Let's take a look back at some of the moments of 2015. And it's time to do it all again for the 2016 Comrades Marathon. And this year we're going down, we're going from Pietermaritzburg down to Durban, which is where our on-site studio is at the Sahara Kingsmead Stadium. There is an opportunity for you to get involved, not only making use of social media on Instagram and Twitter, where you can interact with our star commentary team throughout the day, but also we've got an opportunity for you to get involved and actually win some prizes. So you can do that with Old Mutual. Remember that you can still win 1,000 rands worth of airtime with Old Mutual. Call loved ones, chat with friends, update your social media, or visit www.worldofendurance.co.za to plan for greatness. Simply answer the questions on the screen and you could be a winner. It's that easy. So enter now for your chance to get 1,000 rands worth of airtime. And on our broadcast, which will be with you right up until 6 o'clock, we'll of course be keeping you up to speed with lots of different opportunities for you to win. Because something that's happened with the Comrades Marathon is also that it's got so many commercial partners that have helped to make it such a great success. And I think, ZB, this is something that we've asked for time and time again for the smaller sporting codes, for those sporting codes that don't necessarily have the big sponsorships behind them, like your footballs, like your rugbies, like your crickets. to also give those athletes their due. And we're seeing the corporates are coming on board now, and what a wonderful thing, especially for the sport of athletics, where South Africa are so strong.
Absolutely, Valen. I mean, these days, there's nothing you can do without sponsorship. They're playing a big role in broadcasting, in uplifting, in empowering people, athletes especially, and not only as an individual athlete, but I mean teams and national teams, and just seeing those corporates coming in, and we know it's a lot of money, but really we deserve to have that, and it's such a wonderful gesture from all the corporates.
Bruce, it seems as if athletics, not only road running, but athletics in South Africa is in a rather good space. And when we look specifically at road running at the Comrades Marathon, we also see a number of elite teams. There was a time where we would only have 2 or 3 elite teams. Now we've got a number of them.
Yes, I mean a lot of elite sponsored teams, which is great. And of course we have two of the most famous races in the world, and that's the Old Mutual Two Oceans and Comrades Marathon as well. Those are two world-class races which are always considered to be in the top sort of 10 or 20 marathons around the world. And what's interesting is they're both ultras, and they're the only two that I can think of ultras that are in a list of top 10 around the world.
What is it about South Africans that we are addicted to ultra running?
We're tough. We like the tough. I mean, we saw a little snippet of the doozy earlier on. There's a canoe race, which I've done, I'm proud to say I've done it, where you do the comrades basically on water. But at times, because the river does a big lazy bend, it's quicker to run. So you'll see 2 people running, carrying a canoe with life jackets and paddles, and the nearest water is 5 kilometers away. But there they are, they're in the canoe race. and so, yeah, it's just tough. And then there's the Cape Cycle Tour, which is it gets thousands of cyclists. We just seem to have these mega events that attract tough people.
ZB, how much does the Comrades Marathon as an event reflect South Africa as a society?
Wow, this has been going on for a long time, for instance. I mean, and it's actually growing. Look at the numbers, they're actually growing. And as I said before, a healthy lifestyle, and youngsters coming in now, and they now realize that it's not only about running, it's about enjoying yourself, it's about looking after yourself, it's about making a name for yourself. We're a winning nation. South Africans don't like losing. I mean, in all sporting codes, but Comrades Marathon, the world respects South Africa for the Comrades Marathon, the ultimate human race.
It certainly is, and we'll be bringing you more coverage of right here on SABC2 in a short while. It's time for us to take a quick ad break. Of course, we have got our runners. They're out on the road. They've nearly been running for close to an hour in the dark, but we'll be bringing you an update as it starts to get a little bit lighter here in KwaZulu-Natal. So shortly, our choppers will be able to go up into the air, and we'll be able to bring you those first visuals of the front-running men and women. Stay with us.
Hi, I'm Gift Gilehe, the defending champion of 2015 Comrades Marathon. I believe that the champion for 2016 Comrades Marathon will come from Team TomTom.
Hey!
Oh. Hello, Auntie. Hello.
Visit Wonga.com. Choose any amount from 100 Rand to 3,000 Rand. Decide when to pay it back, and we'll show you how much it costs before you apply. It's that simple. Wonga.com for fast little loans.
Smart kids say smart things.
Fana, what do vitamins make you?
Strong and fit and tough.
Baby, where does milk come from?
From the supermarket, Mom. Just joking. From a cow.
No, what are life cultures?
It's the magic that turns the milk into yogurt.
Why does Mommy give you a smart snack?
Because I'm smart. Yogurt is made with milk and live cultures. Nutriday is a thick, creamy, yummy smart snack. What are you doing, Mum?
I want to be as smart as you.
Nutriday yogurt. Say yes to the smart snack.
And now, this is when I know why people like us never stop. The screaming and applause and praise will erupt. And they'll say many things, but it's the next split second that matters. The one where I look back at them and think, I am not done.
Welcome back to SABC Sports live coverage of the 91st running of the Comrades Marathon. ZB has made way for Udo Karlse, who is also on our team this year. We saw you yesterday running your debut, Comrades, at the Expo. What's it like to be a part of the broadcast unit here, Udo?
Absolutely fantastic. I've been watching you guys year after year and just seeing all the fun being had at the Expo. And some of the stories that, and we probably racked up about 40, 50 different inserts building up to today, really touches the heartstrings. I told you about what was happening at the YMCA yesterday, which really brings home, I suppose, the economic reality of South Africa, that for many South Africans, it's an honor, a privilege to get down to Durban, spend the money on the hotels, the B&Bs, the entry fee and so forth. But there are so many South Africans who love running, who are capable of running fantastic times at Comrades, for whom financially it's just not possible. When we hit the YMCA yesterday, 800 mattresses, men and women from all over the country coming in and just being given the opportunity and the support financially to be on the big day. That really, I mean, the payoff line is what? The race will humble you. Standing there yesterday, it was an absolutely humbling experience, but I cannot wait for people to start coming through behind us here, because it's going to be fantastic. So happy to be part of the big day.
And you speak about going to the YMCA. That's a part of the Comrades Marathon Association's Underprivileged Runners Program, providing 800 with the opportunity to actually be a part of this great race. And we're going to be seeing that insert from you a little bit later on. But you speak about the economic realities for so many South Africans, and that's something that so many people have been having to deal with for so many years. One of your greatest rivals, Hosea Chali, he's a man that he would run just so that he could get by, and he was a great champion.
Fantastic runner. The only major ultra he didn't win was Comrades, but he was seconds and thirds and won 2 Oceans and all of them. Yeah, Hosea, in those days, I think it was a struggle for him, but his club helped him a lot with helping him to get down here. And yeah, there are quite a few people who do get together to try and help runners who can't make it. We had a music day the other day. We all went to a concert, and we all paid for ticket and lunch so that we could, it was a group of us. We managed to sponsor 7 guys to come down here, and I think that's one of the grateful things we try to do, is to try and help others to get down.
All right, and what we're seeing now is we're seeing the first live pictures from on the road. They're going through Chicken Farm. There's been 1 hour and 2 minutes, 47 seconds of running. And of course, these guys are chasing that very first hotspot, which is worth 10,000 rands. But these runners that are chasing the hotspots, they are guys that also have to finish within 7.5 hours. What is going through the race at this present point, Bruce?
Yeah, I'm a little bit ambivalent about the hotspots. I'm not sure that I'm a big fan, because, yeah, it adds some excitement, but it also confuses the leading runners. They're not sure, is this a real contender, or is this a runner going for the hotspot? And the speed that runner's going at, I'm saying that's a hotspot runner, and he's then going to back off once he's won the hotspot and go for 7.5 hours. So, you know, it's been a feature of Comrades since it started that they're always what we call the TV runners, the people who start far too fast and blast off in the beginning, and you do ignore them. But it's confusing. The hotspot for me, I haven't made up my mind whether I'm a fan or not.
Right, and there you can see that fresh truck that we chatted about, and they also have only gotten going just a couple of minutes ago, maybe less than 20 minutes ago, Udo.
Yeah, absolutely, and we chatted with the guys from Max Delete a little bit earlier in the week, and it's the one team I've got to say, Bruce, talking about the fact that there are TV runners in the race here as well, where some of the top runners, they certainly did not stand back from proclaiming that they will win Comrades today. Yeah. Big pronouncements coming through, and I think from the experience that I've had just interviewing a number of the runners, the better the runners are, the better times they have, the better track record they have in Comrades, the more circumspect they are about making any sort of prediction whatsoever. But I suppose the team managers will have to manage this process of whether this is an actual assault on the course or not, and feed that back to their runners in some way, Bruce.
Yes, and then this runner, we had a glimpse of his number, and I saw their number of medals, none. There was a big zero under number of medals, so that means this is a hotspot runner. That means very inexperienced novice. And I saw A batch, so there was an A, so his A batch has been right in the front. But the significant thing is number of medals. You look for that, none. Tells you a lot.
And also, Comrades is a race that you have to learn and you have to feel and you have to kind of earn your stripes a little bit, isn't it, Bruce?
Absolutely. You've got to, you have to run a few to know how to run it, and because it changes direction every year. This, the up run's very different from the down run, so you also have to know there's the big zero, I think.
All right. Speaking about this Max team, they have got a class team managed by a man that's very knowledgeable about road running, not only here in South Africa, but also across the continent. Kieran Walker, he's been a part of our commentary team a number of years. He manages this Max team. Their Max team is made up of some brilliant athletes, amongst them Msindisi Mkhize, who is a KwaZulu-Natal athlete, Prodigal Khumalo, who's being coached by a former winner, Shaun Matthias. He's looking to break a 5:35. They've got Marco Mamba, the 45-year-old Zimbabwean. They've also got two Lesotho men, and you all know this name, Mabutile Lebopo, a man that has made two oceans his own. He is now coming to do the Comrades Marathon. He has started it before, but he is hoping this year to actually be able to finish it. And he says that they've been training to be able to do that, and they would really like to put Lesotho back on the map here at the Comrades Marathon.
Well, the Lesotho has some great long-distance runners, so there's no doubt that they will achieve that. And this runner that we're looking at now, the blue number means that that's a foreign runner. So all the foreign runners have blue numbers. And this runner is a Lesotho athlete I saw, leading the race at the moment.
Sutu Raletabele is one of the Lesotho athletes that actually trains with Mabutile, as well as Waranyane, who is Mabutile's younger brother. Waranyane is making his debut here. Mabutile himself, he I suppose is the class runner from that Lesotho group of guys that have been actually training together. There you saw Waranyane Lebopo. So these guys all know how to work together. They all know how to run together. They do it in training very often, and they say that they aren't trained like a lot of the South Africans and like the Zimbabwean guys, but they're pretty confident in what they've done.
In fact, I'm looking at the lead runners at the moment. The man in 6th position, Charles Gianni, is one of the Max lead runners as well, and he had this war-like look on his face on Thursday evening when I had a chat with him, because he feels he's got a point to prove, one of the slightly older runners in that Max lead side, and he was saying, pretty much like Ludwig was saying, I'm the favorite, look out for me. So I don't know if he's planning to lay that assault early on in the race. We'll see how he goes a little bit later, but he certainly feels that he is a contender. Whether he is or not, I suppose the next couple of hours will tell.
All right, it's been an hour, 7 minutes and 51 seconds of running. What we're seeing now, live visuals from the 2016 Comrades Marathon route. Let's go through to our commentary team now.
Thank you very much, Valen Kirtley, as we bring you live pictures from out on the route. Bruce, we continue our coverage of the 2016 Comrades Marathon, the down run, the 91st Comrades Marathon. We've got a host of athletes that already showed some promise in the early stages, including first to go through the area Dardanelles, Chicken Farm, Sutu Raletabele, who is out in front. This is going down, I think this is Colin Perura, who's just following up, or Michael Mzombe, who's coming through in 2nd place overall. Colin Perura down in 3rd, while Sutu Raletabele, the Max team, first to go through at Chicken Farm, 55-57, the athlete who runs for the Max team, based in Durban, but the Lesotho athlete. But this is going back to the 13k mark, and these runners are still pushing through fairly hard. This is early stages still. It's all about placing yourself in the early stages of the Comrades Marathon. Big T and Helen Luca, former winner Helen Luca, 3-time winner alongside, and Helen, Big T, early charges from the likes of Sutu Raletabele, Muzimzobi and Colin Perura, but a couple of the favourites, the likes of Mike Fokoroni, the 2 Oceans winner back in 8th, Charles Gianni as well in 6th place overall, just a few minutes off the early pace here, so they look well set for a big finish.
Well, yes, and it's interesting. We did see Mark Mumbo and the Mike Focaroni, both previous winners of Two Oceans, and I think they're testing the distance. They'd like to get a comrades win under their belt, but it's quite early days, and they were pushing that pace. Probably about 4 minutes behind the leader, but we always know that there are a couple of guys that do go out very, very quickly. We were surprised to see a Nedbank runner lying in third position going out there. Almost you wonder if it's a team tactic to try and pull some of those leaders out, because it is a very competitive field in the men's race this year. No clear-cut winner, and you might just find that somebody say, well, I'll sacrifice my run and just let's take it out of the legs of many of those contenders.
Kezondi musiri kuvanekeza Comrades Marathon 2016 ka dvalana vose hune mungana mumwe ndi afulipana vanja vathu vobva vakutamba bona soro suku chimana ngandala de kamba mahino pezi ya ndingoho ubazwa zvino chingala versanga mara hamsiboro gidima awarantihi na minute score za 4 minutes zvino ngadiyamba zvauri ndi chipinga cha urikono bona soro ndi vapiyo vane vakobvalera kagala pezi ya ukosumedza uranga phanda muswana sutu ralitebele aneva varakashangwa na Lesotho atawela muswana Mozi Michael Mzobe ndi muswana anena ene usumedza uba akorana ubvalera kuma pezia uravesaka top 10 ine rabadayo swika zvino muswana Mike Focaroni ni munga vathu vane vona tisumedza kuma kahino mbambe ngaine ndira. So Dwayne, I think this still early in the pace, so we're still going to see a lot more of the elite runners coming through right here.
Indeed we are. Of course, in recent years we've watched Garteis go out very heavy, very hard. This year, though, he seems to be a little more relaxed. He seems to be lying 4 or 5 minutes off the early lead. So Garteis is a little more relaxed about his approach to the Comrades Marathon this year, because he has tended to bomb a little in the closing stages. So 60-odd kilometres into the race, Garteis starts to seize up. He's been going for some very fast times, but he's just reeled it back in. Of course, Garteis, one of the finest runners that South Africa's ever produced, and there have been some comments about his ability to take this race out hard and not finish it. But Garteis is as experienced a runner as any that South Africa has produced. That said, Comrades Marathon is a different entity entirely. We'd love you to get involved and interactive on social media today. Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. You can use the hashtag Comrades2016. That's Comrades2016. And of course, pictures will be coming in from the route later on in the day as well. So using the hashtag Comrades2016. But the masses have been going through Chicken Farm, but I can tell you, as far as a leading ladies is concerned, that Caroline Bosman is leading in the early stages. She was first through Lion Park. Shande Bosman was second. Sarah Bard and Cassandra Scallon third and fifth overall. The two American entrants, Kirianne Marshall and Kaiser Berg, also among the leading contenders in the women's race early on. But this is just going back to Dardanelles Chicken Farm, just seeing a few more athletes starting to stream through now. And these will still be athletes they'll be aiming to go easily sub 7 hours, and that's always an enormous achievement if you're not one of the elite athletes.
And I think you're quite right, because I think this time around, this year around, I think we're still seeing the women leading pack so early in the day, because several years we see them, coming back around 2 hours or so, but this time around we can see them, they're still leading the pack. But I think with Caroline Bosman, she's one of those women who obviously she's been doing all in the South African, athletic division this year, winning the Two Oceans, and now coming up right here. She's still really showing so, hyped up.
Well, Caroline was the first South African woman in the last down run, and she's made no bones about the fact that she will be going out there today to win this race, and we know that, and I think we're going to see lots of Caroline later. But if we just reflect back on the men's race, we attended a media conference where the clubs line up all their top contenders, and there were about 60 men. All of those guys confident that they will get a gold medal, of which we know that there are only 10 on offer. And there's probably, of those 60, about 10 who really, really think that they can win this race. So the men's race, wide open. I'm not going to predict anybody at this stage.
So, just looking at a couple of the elite athletes that are starting to take the charge in the early stages. I can tell you as well that we've got Nick Bester, a man who himself has 9 gold medals and now manager of the Nedbank running team, on the line. Nick, thanks for joining us. Where exactly are you out on the route? Well, we seem to have a problem with Nick Bester out on the route. We'll get back to him in just a moment, but there are some Nedbank athletes that have already started to come through, including Colin Perura, the 31-year-old Zimbabwean who's taking charge in his third Comrades Marathon. Has struggled to find that gold medal in his previous attempts. But one wonders, though, just how some of the other favourites are going to be taking on. A moment ago, you saw Dandadzi from Zimbabwe, who's currently in third position overall among the first runners to go across the check-in at Lion Park at Dardanelles. But there are some favourites in the race that haven't really been spoken about. Somebody like Jonas Bood, Big T. This is a guy who won the World 100-kilometre Championship last year, and he's been almost completely ignored in terms of contenders for this men's race.
zvapfuma ngamanda twene musi richira batisaba sona banji vukuma bane abati bona singa manda kamba beheino inga heino wala batisaba rindingane basa kono rana uambesha ngamanda pezia wala batisaba ngamanda ndi hapa kune wala batisaba na banji bane bapaka top 10 kamingwa yotengo pamana udobana ndibona batu bane riambesa bunji ya ngamanda zozwira. But I think maybe given time and maybe given coverage by media, they can be able to be in the forefront.
Well, Helen was one of the few people I think who actually picked Jonas Bood as a contender in this race, but not many, Helen, have picked him out.
Well, Jonas has got a wonderful reputation. They rate him as one of the world's best trail runners. He's been had a lot of success. But I read an article that a couple of months ago he was had a bit of a virus. He'd done a lot of training actually on the trail runs in New Zealand and was planning to come here, but he's had this setback. So I think he's actually protecting himself by not putting his name on the line and saying I can be a top contender. If he's recovered, I think we will see him in the top 10 now.
Oh, speaking of top 10, this is a look at Bernard Dandadzi of Zimbabwe, who's in his third Comrades Marathon, 33-year-old. But we've got Nedbank running manager Nick Bester back on the line. Nick, thanks for joining us. Where exactly on the route are you at the moment?
Rebra kuringeza oriko no kwabana Nick Bester pezia ndikutenda sorosere zvino skaler do bar korano ukamsunga mwana ara zvakona zenga oriko kuringeza tumana naye afetune abavukati hambambe heino kadabana na mose pezia zvulani ngamba dzonga do fosi yaba so bola balisafu kuma ngangenobo kasi ndela bana bafuma kazi nane faso ko TF kuma ngori robabuza upange mra ori ngamra hamsibono kidima awaranti na minute sko yafmisumbe uskashina bako sumeza haba bana bakotanga bohali kuma ndikobana ngazvino muswana Dandadzi ndi mswana ane ubabara kashakola Zimbabwe mswana ane ubona achikadeba na manda bukuma ushika zvino pezi basuku hangwa sori hange panda rakaba mswana sutu ralitebele ane bana mwa yafumbili malo mswana ane ubabara kashakola Lesotho pezi rikaba nga Comrades Marathon 26 and down run ndi ubvange kadrobo ya Peter Marisburg uya para kadrobo iniaba ya Durban liko uchana duba zvavuti na muchoko sumezo bawavuti unga hudofisa pa kadrobo na Mosedi. And I think when you look at the weather right now, it seems as if changing and coming up right now, it seems to be warm from the very early stages.
Well, it does seem to be a little warmer than previous editions of this Comrades Marathon. It's still fairly chilly out there. But of course, you're not seeing as many arm warmers. The days of the plastic bags are gone, but you're not seeing quite as many arm warmers out for the athletes. Although Dandadzi is certainly running with the arm warmers here. He looks to be fairly comfortable in his stride, but these are still early days yet, and many of these athletes are 2:13, 2:14 marathon runners, so over the first 40 kilometers or so it's going to be fairly easy going for these athletes. It's by the time you get to the second marathon that you actually start to struggle slightly. That said, we've got eyes in the sky for this Comrades Marathon. We've got the insights of Digiledi Mukungwana and Alec Riddle, who are both up in helicopters for the 2016 Comrades Marathon. We'll get views from both Alec and Digiledi as the day continues. Just a recap of what's happening in the women's race. The early stages, Carolyn Vusman is already over 2 minutes ahead of her nearest rival, Shane Bosman of the Nedbank Running Club. I can tell you as well that Sarah Bard is not doing too badly, looking good. Carla Molinaro has started to pull through the women's field, while Aldemse Kakisa another one of the Nedbank Running Club international athletes of Ethiopia is starting to pull up the field as well, and that's going up just past Lion Park now in the women's race. But in the men's race, still the likes of Sutu Ralitebela, the likes of Musim Zobi, this man Bernard Dandadzi, who are ahead of some of the more fancied elite athletes, and Mike Fukuroni, Charles Chiani. But while Dandadzi is running a lone race at the moment, there are some packs and some groups that are developing behind him that include some of the elite athletes. We'll get a shot of that in just a moment. Here is some of the chasing bunch, so an opportunity for one or two of these athletes to push for at least a gold medal or indeed the victory in this chasing group.
ndizvo vikumangamanda ngachitipinga bakumona msuwana Lucky Mosikili ndi mumwe abasuwana bane bakhayo kana kachigwada chine chakusumeza udanga buhali bukuma anabalabelesa chipinga chinji wodianzelo bana chigwada chingawo chene chino chabasuwana bangawo bo Lucky bo Calvin Shokwe Matekola ndi banna bane rikubana belesa bukuma uri bangapha kana banekeza mtsiko bukuma banna bane babasumeza ubaphanda fezia ndi mbambe ine bunji abantu bayijia sambambe ine ayingotulilwa ngoralo khoji msuwana Donald Matipa nene ndi mumwe abasuwana bane babakachigwada hechina kuchiyamba chigwada chine kanji chidivopa chigwada chine chatomaliza ofendi chono chine chakudanga mrao chadanga buhali bukuma. I think Helen, when you look at this group of men, these are men who obviously and most of the time they give a lot of competition to the guys up front there.
These guys are probably about 4 or 5 minutes behind those very front leaders that we saw on those earlier shots, and you'll probably find that the very competitive guys are in this particular bunch. And those favourites, you'll see that they've actually got their name on the numbers, which is a great help to the people on the side of the road, just to identify who's who, and also to help us in the commentary box to try and pick up exactly who they are in, and where they're placed. I think in this bunch we will find there's Gift Kalela. I'm just looking at sort of the feed through some of the results, previous winner. But what is interesting that in this down run there are 6 previous winners, so very, very competitive field.
Certainly is a competitive field, but you look at the differences in the men's and women's races. There's not too many standout female athletes, some would argue, on the face of things, when you consider that, of course, there are no Russian athletes that are in this Comrades Marathon. Of course, the Russian Athletics Federation have been banned from international competition by the International Association of Athletics Federations for doping irregularities. But there is Khartais among, saw him for just a moment. Claude Mushiwa is somebody who's fancied now. Here is somebody who might be considered one of the favourites. He said he was looking for around a 5:26 today. Claude Mushiwa has just gone out of shot, but somebody was looking for a 5:26. Now that's a fairly quick time, and certainly put himself in contention for a victory. When you talk about favourites, Claude Mushiwa's name hasn't always come up, but the 2013 winner is an outstanding runner in his own right.
Ndishavukumangamanda mswana angaho Cloud ndikale kumarchinga amba ukha uwera kachigwada chabaswana banera ngare ndibone baswana bane babahura nekuma nkhandira ine makidima ngayo fezia zinonga ndopofsi yaba ndisori ana wana belesa Claude Mushiwa wana belesa mswana bongi Musim Tembo wana belesa mswana angaho Ludic Mamabolo wana belesa mswana Gift Kale ndibone baswana bane bunji yabo kana ngachigwada chidara kwa manga hacho riba lavela ubabone bane babapanda fezia ngachino chipinga zuko sumezo ngari azuguraro fezia abana belesa ngachino chipinga ndi hone chigwada chinji chabato chikoda hapa unera bahone ngandele bakoshulwa ngayo ndi hone hune Robert kwamba ngahao babe bafuka hapa chicken farm ndiyo petu hune haba hodo toma kati gati na balsa kacho uyapanda banga dopa kwa bapala ka Instagram banga wana zipe banga zimela pictures zabo basi hangwe bakoshimiza hashtag ya 2016 Comrades.
Well, from this bunch of runners, these guys will all be trying to aim for a silver medal running this pace. That's a sub 7.5 hour run. Very, very respectable, and not a large percentage of the field will achieve this. Probably 2 to 3%. So a lot of these people, unfortunately, probably may not make that goal, but they've set out at the right pace.
So certainly setting out at the right pace. Speaking of somebody who can keep an eye on the pace itself, is Alec Riddle. He's in the Bonitas helicopter watching all the action. He and Dikelede Mukhwana will be bringing us updates from the sky. But Alec Riddle, tell us where you are and what's happening.
Hello, Well, I can tell you it's a beautiful morning here in KwaZulu-Natal as we head from Pietermaritzburg to Durban. The sun is rising and there are big gaps in the field. The main contenders are lurking perhaps 1 kilometer or so back from Sutu Ralatabeli of Max Delete. As I mentioned, the gaps are big. There's a big bunch here of about 20 athletes. They're probably some 4.5 to 5 minutes, just almost a mile behind the leader from Max Delete, Muzi Michael Mzobo of South Coast Striders, labouring in second place, and the main guy coming through, Colin Perura of Nedbank, in fourth. But watch out for these athletes lurking further back. They'll only come to the fore in the next hour or so. One thing we did observe flying up towards Pietermaritzburg, as my pilot, experienced guy Warren said, biggest crowds he's seen in years. There are really masses and masses of vehicles and people lining the roads here for the Comrades Marathon. And what an exciting race we've got in store, both in the men's and the ladies' race. We'll be back with more from the Eye in the Sky a little bit later.
Thank you very much, Alan, as we get our first shot of Caroline Wussmann, who's leading the way in the women's race. And Helen, when you look at Caroline, she's looking very comfortable in the early stages, as you would expect, but she is somebody who's showed her ability not once, not twice, but she's going for that incredible feat as she's on the brink of history here of doing a double-double, something that only Derek Bryce has done in 74 and 75, winning both Two Oceans and Comrades in the same year. In consecutive years. A remarkable achievement she stands on the brink of.
And she's very capable of this. She's an intelligent woman. She's an intelligent runner. And while she's made it known that she wants to win this race, the records secondary, the breaking 6 hours is secondary. Her main focus is to win this. And only if something goes wrong, and as somebody said, it's actually Caroline's race to lose. We believe that she is a favourite. But running closely behind her is Shanae Bosman, who was second in last year's race. Yolandi McLean, another South African that was lying in 7th position. We've got Kerry-Ann Marshall, she was in 9th position. And the first KwaZulu-Natal runner, for Killian Buta, she's in 8th position. So, yeah, the girls are coming through, and they're all about 4 minutes behind Caroline at this stage.
Ndi msafku magabanda sasino mwezi makolebalesa ndi makazi ndi Caroline Wussmann anaba kumbula kuma ka mtazaruni wa Two Oceans Marathon oma eno George Puga fezi ya uchinga mulabalesa chipinga chinji uambori hadipi mtsiko munjinga uri enena mugudisi wawe aneba Lindsay Perry basumeza ushuma nao ne bachikosaka ndagaza na mtsiko ndigaza chikombona haba mkatieba na haba ne baba hone ndi makazi Caroline Wussmann ane uchingamba ngachono chipinga mtende kumtebela kuma ndi Alem Sesai Kisa ngene honore kabo mabraro abashane Bosman.
Well, Caroline Wussmann continues to lead the way then in the women's race, and we managed to catch up with her just before her attempt at the 2016 Comrades.
Caroline, you listen to the experts, the pundits, the analysts, and to all of them there's one winner in the women's race this year, which is you. How do you balance that expectation with your confidence?
I'm very flattered that everybody seems to think I'm the clear winner. I also think that Comrades is a very grueling race. It's 90 kilometers long and anything can happen on the day. You cannot predict beforehand who the winner is going to be. If I have a bad day, it might not be me. So I'm just going to go out and do the best I can, and we'll see what happens.
All right, talk to us about the kind of preparation that's gone into that 89 kilometers on Sunday.
There's been a lot of Ks, a lot of training, and it hasn't been easy a lot of the time, running on very sore, tired legs. But when you know that you've got such an important goal and you have such a big dream, it's worth all the hours that you put into it. So I've definitely done the hard work. The training has gone according to plan, so I'm just hopeful that everything will pull together on race day.
So what is that race plan?
So I think that to go out over a target that's overly aggressive, to try and go sub 6 hours or go for a record this year would be a little bit too ambitious and would just put extra pressure on me. So I'm going to try and go for something more conservative, which I think will hopefully allow me to still win the race. And if all goes according to plan and I'm feeling good, I'm not sure exactly what will happen, but hopefully it will be a win. That's what I'm hoping for.
Well, are you somebody who places any value in sort of major historic milestones being achieved, like the one that you potentially could reach on Sunday?
You know, I don't really look at those big milestones and the stats and stuff like that. I just want to go out and run the best race that I can run. And if that means that I happen to win it, then that will be fantastic. And if I don't win it, I'll still be proud of myself for running the best race I can run, regardless of all the milestones that I might have missed.
So that's the views of Caroline Vosman, who is widely expected to claim victory in the women's race, but there is nearly 90 kilometres to tackle before she could claim that victory, and certainly nothing is guaranteed when it comes to either the men's or the women's race. That said, we've got the Nedbank running manager Nick Bester, 9-time gold medalist himself, on the line now. Nick, can you tell us where exactly you are out on the course?
Well, we're just seconding the guys at the 70 to go mark, and we making our way back to the front. But it's huge, a big pack coming through. But the two guys in the lead was way ahead of the rest, and obviously they're going for the hot spot. But you have to finish the race, I mean, to claim the hot spot money. Yes, yeah, and we didn't saw any one of the women. I just was listening now to you, and I believe that Caroline Vosman is leading. But all the main contenders for the year, everybody is watching each other. Claude Moshiwa, interesting, was first of the main contenders. It looks like he's very, very dedicated and ready to put all his money in this race and try for a win.
Yeah, just on the point of your athletes, though, Nick, just trailing in from behind Vosman, about 2 minutes behind. I believe that Shane Bosman is not doing too badly. She's just off the shoulder then of Vosman. And Sarah Bard is going along. Tell us about some of the international contingent you have.
Yeah, I think Sarah Bard and Tasha Burke from Sweden is going to be top 5, according to me. They both got the marathon times of 43 and 244 respectively, and also 100-meter times of 7:20, especially Sarah Burke, who's the Swedish champion. She was also second in the World Championships. Camilla Herron was the winner there, but unfortunately Camilla Herron had to withdraw because of injury. And I think Tasha Burke is the lady that can possibly top 3 today.
You gave us a detail of Claude Moshiwa, but from your lads that you might have been chatting to this morning, who's feeling good? Who's feeling like the race could be theirs today from the Nedbank Running Club?
From the Nedbank Running Club, I also favour, except that from Claude Moshiwa and Ludwig Mamabola, I don't think Mike Fokorani will wander to Oceans this year. He was very focused on this race the last 3 months. And I think we can expect a good performance from him today. And then there's outsiders, there's a host of runners that can do well today. And hopefully there will be a couple of new South African faces making in the top 10. The international guys that came past me, Max King, with the best marathon of 2:13. He looks relaxed. Jonas Beat was up there. Jonas is the world 100-kilometer champion of a best time of 6 hours and 22 minutes in the 100-kilometer, and that's faster than Bruce Fordyce's time. So the guys are here. We've got the contenders.
Nick, just one thing. I know Ludwig Mamabola lost his father a few months ago. I mean, as a motivating factor, has he been talking about that in terms of approaching this 91st Comrades?
Well, Ludwig, I think, is running for himself today because he put a lot of pressure on himself. We all heard him at the press conference. He was very, very, very positive that he's going to win this race. But he's that kind of person. We must respect him. That's how he operates. That's how he talks. And that's how he motivates himself. I think he will be there. He has a point to prove. But it will be very interesting to see if we're going to have a double South African winner today, meaning that repeat a win. And that could be Giskele, Musa Matembu, Claude Moshiwa, or Ludwig Mamabola. If any one of those 4 athletes win, then it will be a long time since a South African managed to win 2 Comrades.
Yeah, it would be a long time since anybody who's managed to go back-to-back in terms of South Africans as well. But Nick Bester, thank you very much for your time, and enjoy catching up with your athletes out on the route. That's Nick Bester of Nedbank Running Club, who's been giving us updates on what's been happening, but his views early stages is saying that Claude Moshiwa is looking good out on the route as well. So it's Muzi Mzobe in shot, who looks to be streaking out in front at the moment. Sutural Tebele, Muzi Mzobe, who were among the early pace setters in this Comrades Marathon. But it's over an hour and a half into the race now, Big T, and things are still going along swimmingly for the front runners. But you can just sense now, chatting to Nick as well, that there are a bunch of contenders, particularly in the men's race, that are starting together and might make an approach on this race as the kilometres tick on over.
Ndizvo nekamanda Dwayne musi uchilavelisanga Nick Pester kwamba ngayo wasumedza ngagohozori elimone abagidimi bawo obafulufela bukuma nahone arali huna bathu vanezwa zvino ukuva themba bukuma ndimusona angaho musona Claude Mushiwa musona angaho Ludwig Mamabolo ndibamwe bathanga bane ukusumedza uba obafulufela bukuma fedzia zvino ngado fozi yaba ndizoringa chino chipinga urari kwamba nanga musona aneba Ludwig Mamabolo kaniha mafungo aneba khosiyabo kana ukhelo khosiyabo zoba mafungo khaye lune angada khona ukugidima ngandela iniyaba khulu nokuma khaye mbe araiwa ene mono kudinya mutsiko ngori namseka yaka press conference oamba zvinhu zvinji bukuma fedzia basi yangwe aneka kutenga phanda zvazvino ndimuswana ndikadiba sutu ndimuswana aneba muzi Michael Mzove ane ukosumedza uva akugidima ngachimwe chine chapa chabde bukuma fedzia khari zviyambe zvauri heimambe aito kusumedza zvinji bukuma zviulwane bukuma fedzi aritoamba zvinji bukuma musiri kubvara phanda ngandela ine zvakuitia ngayo rikadiba ka Comrades Marathon 2016 ndi ini yabva pala Pietermaritzburg uliwe pala kadhorobha ini yabva ya Durban. And I know when you look at the pace setter right here, I think he's really comfortable. I think nobody is really giving him that threat right now, I know.
Yeah, Big T, it's interesting how a lot of these early leaders are from Durban or from KwaZulu-Natal, and novices at that. So interesting to see them up front. Obviously the local runners want to get their time in front of their home crowd in the TV, but I'm really excited to welcome another Nedbank runner to our commentary team, Ellie Greenwood. You're not running this year, unfortunately, so maybe take us through the reasons why you're not running and your early views on the race.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm here in South Africa because I had the intention to be out running there and hopefully up at the front of the pack, but came over with a little injury, having done a lot of good training, and was rather hopeful that some rest and rehab would help last week. But start of this week I decided, no, if I can't jog 30 minutes pain-free at a 5-minute kilometre, that's probably not going to get me very far towards Durban. So good to be on the other side of things and watching the race unfold.
Well, the Comrades race's loss is definitely our commentary team's gain. So we saw pictures of Caroline Wissmann a little bit earlier going through Lion Park there in about 1 hour, 8 minutes. She's about 2 minutes ahead of Shane Bosman. And we know it's early days in the race. And, you know, what do you think of her race so far and how she's going?
Yeah, I think the difficult thing for Caroline is it's hard to run much slower, and so you've got to run at a comfortable pace. I mean, ideally you don't really want to get that much of a lead early on. It puts a lot of pressure on you, a lot of attention, and I would have thought you'd prefer to be running a little closer to Shane, but on the other hand, how much do you hold back and run at a pace that doesn't feel right for you? So if she can also get through fairly comfortably at halfway, be a good few minutes ahead, she knows she's got a little buffer, and then you can relax a little. Even if it goes a little wrong in the second half, you can go, hey, I've got a cushion there to even slow down. So I think she's honestly just running her own race, and she clearly knows what she's doing with the experience she's had in the lead up to the Comrades.
Yeah, we see pictures there of Dardanelles, which is of course the chicken farm, and I think Ellie's a good point there. You have to run your own race. We spoke about that a little bit earlier, Big T. You can't really run off the athletes around you. Everybody's got a race plan going into this, especially, of course, the elite runners. And they need to stick to that and not respond maybe too much to the rest.
Well, lucky enough, I got time just to, get the information from the Comrades Marathon coach who was just giving tips to all the runners and all the athletes about taking this race in your own pace and making sure that you really hold on and hold back on yourself so that you don't have to be competing with other people, because the way how you've been training, it's supposed to be, the way how you have to approach this race.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to do your own thing. I say, running, yes, it becomes a race in the later miles. And I'm sure Caroline and the women behind her, Shane and the others, they will be listening to the sidelines for their seconds, saying, okay, how far ahead is Caroline, or where are they? So they'll be very aware of that information, but you're not really making that affect your pace. It'd only be once you're much, much further down the road that you start to say, okay, if someone's got a gap, can I start pushing a little harder? Can I start working and really racing in a bit more head-to-head competition? But even this early on in the race, you've got to run a pace that feels right for yourself.
Well, there we see Mike Fukuroni, the Two Oceans winner of this year. He's also going for the double, as Caroline Wissmann is. Mike Oceans winning that Two Oceans. He's also the winner of the Soweto Marathon. And here he is in the chasing group. He's a little bit behind the leaders at the moment. But, of course, Big T, as we've mentioned, those leaders, not necessarily the elite athletes. And, you know, so these guys probably know more what they're doing. But before we get to you, we're going to cross up to Alec Riddle, our eye in the sky. Alec, what does it look like from up there?
Yes, we got some great gaps opening up here. Michael Mzobo of South Coast Striders has really put the hammer down. I know South Coast would be rejoicing at the moment, but whether he'll still be there come the halfway mark of the second half is the big test, because if I look from the sky here, his stride is already labouring. He was striding out so nicely, but I think that those legs are starting to seize up at the pace he's running, because he was 3 minutes ahead of Colin Perura of Nedbank just a few moments ago, and some 5 minutes 20 ahead of the main contenders. And what you'll find for the viewers at home, those main contenders will be happy to sit in a pack and to run at a pace that they feel comfortable. It's all about trying to pace yourself, not waste too much energy in the early stages. Guys like Gift Keller, the defending champion, everybody will be watching his move. If he wants to move a little bit, they will follow. If he wants to slow a little bit, he will follow. And here we've got Bernard Dandadzi, I think it is, who is the guy, one of the guys chasing the front runner. He's looking very good, looking over his shoulder a little bit, but we've got some hot action coming in the second half as we head towards Nchanga, where the race will start developing, and we'll see some of those main contenders coming to the fore.
Thanks, Alec. Obviously, Colin Perura, one of the favourites, or one of the elites in this race. And he also mentioned Bernard Dandadzi. Interestingly enough, Dandadzi in picture now, he's entered this race 3 times. He hasn't finished one yet. So for Bernard Dandadzi, you know, difficult to say. He is one of the elite runners, but he's yet to finish the 90 kilometers.
ndi mwa baswara bane rari kwa mesa kamanda nga muswara nga ho herteis ulabersa zwine muswara dandasa kuita zwone kadzote mabezi ya general kazo hatu bya shiko ndani yanga peza nanti fezia ndi munna ne chwechipinga ulabersa uri ku trainele kwa kunga bakoto ba ku trainele kwa kwandela de fezia wa mulabersa zwino mandani abanawo buso ingaba ya uri udokona na comes ubuya shika comes ka kilometers kaza fu ina akadibana manda mangafa ngapa fezia. That's one thing that I need to really ask as to whether when you go back to the likes of these are the guys who can be able to set your pace, but the big question will be in terms of making that finish in the very same pace. I think it's quite difficult on them.
Well, it's the same thing with Colin Perura. He's one of our top marathon runners that we know of, and he has finished the Comrades twice, he's entered twice, but he's only got a silver and a Bull Rowan. He hasn't managed to get into that under 6 hour mark, you know, not having a Wally Hayward or obviously a gold medal. And speaking about Gert Thys, you know, there were lots of talks about him going for a 4-hour 45, and obviously that's not going to happen. But we haven't seen him run out front like he usually has. He looks like he's doing a bit more of a conservative run. And Caroline Wissmann there in picture, still looking brilliantly as we'd expect this early into the race. But Ellie, it kind of shows that a good marathon doesn't necessarily translate into a good Comrades.
No, and it's interesting to sometimes look down at the marathon times, you know, after the fact, look at those gold medalists, silver medalists, and see what their marathon times are. And they're certainly not in consecutive order. I think it can, if you're a very fast marathoner, you can look at the paces of the Comrades and think, well, that seems relatively easy. I should be able to do that. But you need to learn how to really pace yourself. You can't run even splits at Comrades. There are hills there, and if you come from a road marathon background where you know you can just knock out a certain pace kilometre after kilometre, that's a little different here. And of course those hills in the distance catch up on the legs.
Yeah, well, one of those hills this year is a downhill, Polly Shorts, and that's behind these athletes. You know, Nchanga is probably the big one going up before you take the rise up to Boetas Hill, and athletes will be getting close to that very soon. But Caroline, this early in the race, she's looking comfortable. She's got a group of men surrounding her, as we're used to seeing with the women. And Ellie, you mentioned the whole negative splits things. Maybe just explain to the viewers out there, what are negative splits, and are they preferable at Comrades, especially on the down run?
I think on the down run for sure. I mean, negative split where you're aiming to run the second half of the race faster than you do the first half, I think is definitely the goal. It's the way to get, and this is regardless, those at the front of the pack or the middle or the back, that is the way to get the best time out of the fitness that you have. And obviously if you look at the down run profile, I always say split it into two and literally look at the first half, and it doesn't look very downhill. So even if you're on a flat course, you want to be picking it up, and on the down run you've got a lot more downhill in the second half, but you need to be careful to hold back a little, but of course not too much, because then you will simply run out of road. So pushing a little towards the end.
ikezo musi vachikolambalisa makazi ani aba Caroline West maina rikodia banga amanda ngazo ngauri zo zvino ukadivona amfumakazi ane akadikirima zvavudi bukuma fese zvinonga zviya mangaendi zori ni mufumakazi ane hafeli mbilu wajia chipinga chawe arabalabisa zvino bubono kidiba kamsiba na kana vafumakazi kilometers koza ukadiba sana fese kilometers koza fura tisumbe uyange makumoni fese ya ukadiba ene ne bapanda kachino chipinga but I think she's just done justice to herself, even though the coach would be saying she's putting much pressure on yourself.
Well, I'm sure she is. I mean, Caroline here is in a very unique situation. As we keep saying, the race is hers to lose, but the record might be hers to gain. So does she go for the record and perhaps sacrifice the win, or just go for the win and perhaps sacrifice the record? It's such a difficult decision for her to make.
I think from what I've seen of Caroline's personality in her racing, as much as anything, I think the win would be really the prime focus. She doesn't seem to be someone who takes too many risks. She's got confidence in that she knows what she can do, but she likes to sort of hold back a little and push towards the end. I know she said something about, she'll only feel like a real Comrades winner when she's got the back-to-back, a win on both the up and the downhill course. And apparently she doesn't feel quite so confident on the downhill, though you wouldn't tell it from the images that we're seeing right now. But I honestly think she will really be thinking, hey, this is my first downhill run where I've got the real focus on me. So I think she'll be thinking, let's go for that win and really not push too much. And she doesn't need to, probably, certainly at this stage, simply because she is looking like the far faster athlete of anyone out there.
Well, feel free to tweet using those hashtags Comrades 2016 Proudly SA, and just send us your tweets around the race. And it is so great to see that famous Caroline Wistman smile. She seems very relaxed at the moment, waving to the crowd, obviously sharing a few jokes with the runners around her. There was one story from Two Oceans, in fact, where she was running and then she realized halfway in that she had put her vest on the wrong way around. So she actually stopped, ran into the bushes, changed the vest, and she was the butt of everybody's jokes for the rest of the race around her, just from wearing her vest the wrong way around. So that was quite funny. But she's like that. She's very calm, relaxed personality, likes having a chat with the people around her, especially early in the race. And obviously it's all going to get very, very serious later on, Big T.
Well, what I like, even the comments that has been done by Bruce Fordyce in the studio earlier in the morning, that this is a time where you don't need to really look up and say, which area am I? Just to concentrate on the course, like they're always doing right now, because that can really put that concentration on you together up until maybe 50 kilometer mark.
Yeah, I think the only trouble Caroline might have is she's got such a big pack around her. And certainly I know in the past the Nergaleva twins have said, hey, give us a little space. Can we have a little bit of the road? But as, again, a woman that I've been up towards the front, I do tell those men, like, can you move? Can you get out of the way? And they're usually sorry, and pretty happy to. So if I was Caroline, of course, it will thin out and she will get more space further down the road. But I'd definitely be looking at, she seems relaxed, but I'd want a bit more room around me there, just so you're not thinking, hey, I'm going to trip over, make sure you get your drinks, all that kind of stuff.
Well, she does seem to be a little bit jostled there by some of the men, but of course it's about the athletes on the road winning, but they're not the only people who can win today. And remember that you can still win 1,000 Rand airtime with Old Mutual. You can call loved ones, chat with friends, update your social media, especially that Twitter, and visit www.worldofendurance.co.za to plan for greatness. Simply answer the questions that you'll see on screen and you could be a winner. It's that easy. So we'll get those questions on screen for you soon and you can win 1,000 Rand airtime from Old Mutual. Just watch out for that throughout the day for those airtime wins. And again, Caroline looking very, very easy this early in the race. difficult to tell. Of course, you'll find out at around Botha's Hill, Fields Hill, if it is going to be your day. And then with Cowie's 17 kilometers to go at the end, then you really know whether it's going to be your day or not. And I think Ellie has a lot to say about that. 2 years ago, she came from so far behind to catch the Russian twins, especially there from that last 17 kilometers. That's really where the race started for you, really, 2 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, I say of that experience, like, the race doesn't finish until you get into the stadium at Durban, and so you really can't discount what might happen. And, you know, we're focusing on Caroline here, but who knows what's going on behind. There'll be some very other determined women there that say you never know, and I'm going to keep going. So, yeah, certainly that final stretch is where the real racing goes. You know you don't have to hold anything back in the tank by then. You know what your legs are feeling, and if you've got a little bit left to go, then it's, yeah, okay, now I'm going for a time, now I'm really pushing and wanting to get more than just a win or a position, but really making a mark.
Kezo musi erikativana panda na wanakeza dimbamba iniaba ya Comrades Marathon 2016 hote hude banangava honanga chule chipinga musi barana uvua utela mbamba heino dimbamba ine yotakuwa para kadrobo iniaba ya Peter Marisbeck drobo ine ndiona msanda wa Helifundo na bara KwaZulu Natal idabeko tsange no kadrobo iniaba ya Durban hapo na bahone bana bale sabko marakativana keza mfumakazi na bapanda ndi Caroline Wasman fezi hapa studio kadrobo na mosteri na mfumakazi aneba Elena Greenwood abonge Great Britain ane ndiani anera korana usaukanya na ye kadbala na mosindi ngongwa o ambore hanga kono jenga mlano mafubaro fezi ndi mgidi mu mbambe kurane kuma ane unafulu pero kaye arabala basangwa wo felaho o mamutoya konova kachi mo chini cha kuma kadiba fanda no banakeza Comrades Marathon 2016.
Well, that is Colin Perura there, the third placed man at the moment, running all by himself, very relaxed loping stride there, obviously just heading up a slight uphill. And Ellie, I'm not sure that Colin Perura looks very good at this stage. He looks a little bit tired already.
It looks like an interesting running form, I would say. It's, I mean, he's making it almost look too easy to be in third place with that kind of running form. But there are all sorts of running forms out there. For example, Jonas Bud from Sweden, he's come second before, and you look at him run, and it seems to work. But again, it looks very relaxed and loping, and not what you typically expect. But yeah, being up there in third position out on your own, maybe he's beginning to think I went a little too hard, a little too soon, and maybe that pack behind him will suck him up, and hopefully he can just hang on to that and feel a little bit more comfortable once you've got other runners right around you. He's already looking over his shoulder.
Well, I think that is telling for Colin Perura is that closing pack. They are definitely getting closer to him, and that might mean that he's not as comfortable as he would like to be at this stage of the race. Of course, early days here, the sun rising, as you can see there by the shadows of the athletes. They're riding right into that sun, and that's where the sunglasses normally come in very, very handy. And Colin Perura still looking very, very comfortable here in the lead. So we're going up to Alec Riddle again. And Alec, you got some information from us there from up in the sky. Alec Riddle.
Well, the sun is certainly rising. It's getting warmer, and you can sense that the pace amongst the main contenders is starting to hot up a little bit. We're in the Cato Ridge area. It's still Muzi, Michael Mzobo who's leading, and but the gaps are coming down now. Last I spoke to you, it was over 5 minutes to leading contenders. And I'm not sure which bus is which and who's driving which bus, and that's very important for an athlete in this race, is to choose your bus correctly. But listen to these gaps. At 2 minutes 8, we've got Colin Perura, who's looking a little bit tired. Just behind him, the first little bunch, probably a small little taxi, 5 athletes, 2 hours 20 behind the leader. Then we've got a minibus of about 11 athletes, 2 minutes 40 behind the leader. And then we've got a major bus, 20 to 30 athletes, 3 minutes 10 back of the leader, and it's a sea of green. And that means Nedbank are coming. They're about 3 minutes 10 behind the leader. Max Delete, Nedbank, you name it, all the contenders are starting to play their cards. And shortly, I reckon in about the Nchanga area, we'll start to see some of these main contenders, and that's when the race is well and truly going to get exciting.
Alec, does it seem to you that the Nedbank team are running as a team? Okay, now we seem to have lost the communications there with Alec Riddle, but it does seem that Nedbank team might be doing some team tactics here. Of course, the Ganga Din Trophy, something we haven't spoken about yet. That is a team trophy, and to qualify for that, you need to get 4 athletes across the finish line, and they all have to be South African. So the KPMG team have a problem there on the women's side because of Colleen de Reuck, who's not a South African and yet one of their 4 strongest women. And but the Ganga Din throughout the years has been quite a big thing, or big part of the Comrades big team.
Ngabata ndisero ngamanda mutokurabasa zipfuga zvino zvaveiwa hapa ka Comrades Marathon ndizipfuga zvine aravona varisana ngwava kusimadzoro arali nakapedza nisvika chigwara chavatubana kauri nisvike ka opedza hudu vana zvino nakonowana sori pedziye vasongwanga sori naminister samitambo mufikile balula mopedza vachikori vadoengedza 100,000 kamuwile mumwe na mumwe wala Africa chipembe kavafumakadzi nakavanna kamamba hino pezi I think I'm quite a bit worried about the way how Parura is really taking his pace, because you know, time to time he's really looking at the back as to whether there's somebody who is really following him.
Yeah, for sure, if you're looking behind, and you don't even want to be doing that in the final straight, but at this stage that's surely so. I mean, either he's thinking, I'm worried they're catching them, or come on, catch me, I don't want to be on my own, and I've kind of regretted this decision that I've gone out on my own. But I think he's more thinking like, uh-oh, I'm going to get swallowed up, and then if he can't hang on to that pack, then you do drift back, and that's, you know, it's mentally demoralizing, and part of the Comrades of a race this long is keeping the mental focus and keeping positive. That helps the legs keep turning. So yeah, I think he's feeling a little concerned that he's going to be dropping back, and then, you know, with the men, such a tight little group, you're out of the top 10 very easily, even if you have been in third.
Well, yeah, that is the contrast of the men to the women's race this year. In fact, there's quite a lot of men that could win this race. We've got 6 previous winners in it. And I think there, from a mental aspect, that's where Caroline Busman, she can, at the moment, just relax, do her own thing, while these men are busy sizing each other up all the time. And you've got your leaders out there, Bernard Dandanti still out in front with Mzobe, but that chasing group is getting interesting. Charles Chiani is in there, Fani Machipa, Colin Parura we've mentioned, and then another few seconds behind we've got perhaps some of the bigger favourites, Mike Fokoroni, Marco Mambo Gertes has finally shown his face. He's running with the leaders, Tebogo Selo, Donald Matipa, we've mentioned Ludwig Mamabolo. They're all starting to come together now, and these groups are fairly large of leading men. And again, any one of them could start a breakaway at some stage.
Ndidisho ngamanda anopezia musi uchambiwa nga zikwara zineza kodwa mbonga manda zikwara sikostano ndi zikwara cha Polish shots Rono Fukao kacho ndi zikwara chine cha inchanga unara kwa kacho zino skale havana zikwara cha Botha Hill havana zikwara chibizo Fini Fields Hill kunia bantavukuma na zikwara chine cha Cow Hill hezi zikwara zote butari hazo ziye pindi zikwara zibaba ukuma nabi anapeza zikwara ka Comrades Marathon naho nichikova kana nichikodobuya fano ka dropini ba Durban zotezo ziembanga manda. But I think I need to really put something right here in terms of the big 5 hills right here. And I've heard you know, people talking about this one. I think Bruce Fordyce in the morning, he's really mentioned a couple of these you know, hills that if you can be able to pass these hills with no injury, with nothing that is really troubling you, you are there for a take.
Well, definitely on downrun. Downrun is really hard on your legs down those big 5 hills, especially Fields and Bothas at the end. But just getting back to some of the favourites, one of the men that just popped up on our timing is Stephen Muzingi. We weren't even sure that he was going to run, 3 times winner of this race, but he is in there along with Bongmusa Mthembu and Gift Kele a little bit further back, last year's winner. Bongmusa Mthembu, of course, the last downrun winner, and he said he wants to he wants to defend his title on this downrun, yeah.
And you remember that in the press conference, the manager to Mjingi said that he's not really sure as to whether he will be part of the race, but then we said he might be playing some mind games right here.
Well, for sure. I mean, the last thing you want as an athlete to be on a start line and everyone looking at you going, oh, you're the injured one that maybe hasn't done 100% training. Are you going to struggle your way through and ultimately maybe have to drop out part way? So I'm surprised that his manager said that. And so, yeah, was it a little stories, and maybe was he just late in his flight in from Zimbabwe? Who knows? But obviously he's up there and doing okay right now.
Well, there you see Ludwig Mamabolo, previous winner, just to his left as we look at them. Bongmusa Mthembu, the defending downrun champion. And we will be back with them shortly, just after this ad break.
Hi, my name is Colleen de Reuck, and I do believe, or I do know, that the winner for the 2016 Comrades Marathon will be from KPMG.
It's about that time where we award the best in local football.
Catch the 2016 PSL Awards live on SABC1.
The awards will kick off with the glitzy red carpet,
followed by the honouring of the top performers in this PSL season.
We reveal Footballer of the Season,
Player of the Season,
Goalkeeper,
Midfielder,
Top Goal Scorer,
and all the cup competition winners.
The awards will also feature some of the country's top music entertainers. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter @sport@SABC.
And for the latest updates, sabcsport.co.za. We'll bring you the 2016 PSL Awards live Monday the 30th of May at 8:30 p.m.
Brought to you by SABC Sport, for the love of the game.
Well, you're back with the 2016 Comrades, the 91st edition of this iconic race. And we're joined by an iconic figure in this race as well. Mr. Bruce Fordyce has taken his seat next to me. Bruce, welcome to the commentary box. Your thoughts on the race so far?
I phoned John Hamlet, who's one of the coaches and managers of the team out there, and he said it's very fast. In fact, coming from him, he said it's too fast. And he said these guys are all going to be slowing down a lot in the second half, the way they're running at the moment.
Well, that's interesting, because his athlete, Gift Kelehe, is a little bit behind this top pace. In fact, I think he's in the third or fourth group. He went through Cato Ridge in about 1 hour 54:33, where some of the others are 30 or seconds or a minute ahead of him. One of those men, Bongusa Mthembu, who has really said he wants to defend his title this year. And Ellie, defending a down run title is something you wanted to do this year. Unfortunately, you don't get that opportunity. Is the down run that different from the up run, so that, you know, you get some people who are just better running down?
Yeah, I think for sure. I mean, they really are two entirely different races, which I was reminded of last year when I did the up run after about a 4-year gap, and I thought, my goodness, I mean, it's not just the hills are in a different place, the temperature warms up in a different place, and yeah, it's you can be a good down and uphill runner, but I mean, on the down run, you're getting those downhills later on. So if you're already not too confident, not as skillful on the downhills, you're now having to do them on tired legs as well. So they are very much different races. I know Bongusa was disappointed with his race last year, and that's often good fuel to the fire, added to wanting to defend that title. So I'm sure he's very, very motivated today.
Well, there's another skilled downhill runner there in Ludwig Mamabolo, also a previous winner of this down run. And we've caught up with him a little bit earlier. I'm going to vacate my seat. Sulani Bongo is going to move in here, but let's hear from Ludwig Mamabolo first.
I would prefer both, but most of the people they said that I'm a down run specialist, and I don't believe in that. Just that on the day of the down run, I've always done not out of top 2. I always run top 2 or win. So I guess the people have spoken. I'm a down run specialist. I have to accept as it is. I'm very, very strong in mind. Whatever happens into my life, I took it as a challenge, not as a problem. So I don't have anything that will hinder or that will take me setback, whether it's on the media or whatever. The most important thing now is the 29th of May 2016. I'm really looking forward for that special day, and I hope for the special results as well. My training has gone very, very well, and I'm very happy with the progress that I've made so far. That's why I'm saying I'm singling out to the 29th, because I've done what is required as an athlete. I've done my training. It's only for me to go there and do the task in hand.
Sivele ke apho esitsho kakuhle mfoka Mamabolo Ludwig ke esesazi into yokuba ke uye waphosa kamagade emfondini siqonde into yokuba ke umcimbi wakhe ingathi noko ufuna uba senze laa nto sithi ngamanqindi. Khumbule ke mhlawumbi uba buqwalasele ngale ntsasa namhlanje sithetha sitsho sithi ke unguMohammed Ali we-athletics okanye unguMohammed Ali we-Comrades Marathon. uLudwig Mamabolo uthethile ke umcimbi wakhe baxelela kakuhle uba ucinga ntoni na apha. Well, Ludwig Mamabolo, we spoke about him this morning. Bruce, you following me, eh?
Yes.
You keep following me.
Oh, yeah.
We spoke about him as Mohammed Ali of the Comrades,
yeah, he's
and that's exactly what he said.
Happy to say how fast he's going to run, and he's got a win going down. He's got a second place going down. At the moment, they're running along what's known as Harrison Flats. which is a rather dreary, I find it quite a dreary, tough part of the race, a little bit boring, not a lot of crowd support. And of course, because it's a down run, Harrison Flats is slightly uphill. It is a faster stretch, and we've spoken to a couple of the coaches out there. They say the runners are going fast. It's also warming up, and they're starting to see the sweat glistening on the shoulders of some of these runners, glistening on their faces. It's going to be a warm race, not a blisteringly hot run like we had in 2013, but it is going to be a warm one, and they need to start drinking, and I think the pace will start to settle back a bit after a few more kilometers.
Njengoko sibona phaya wamba phambili amadodana uBernard Dandazi, indodana yangapha kweliya laseZimbabwe, kanti ke Fani Matsipa womZantsi Afrika, kanti ke balandelelane ukuhla ukubheka ezantsi ngokwamadolo njalo njalo. Well, Eri, you should be here, but as we said before, it's a gain for our commentary team, but a great loss indeed for the comrades.
Yeah, well, I'm hoping this will be a good tactical learning for next year and future years for back racing. It's always interesting, and certainly I know there's a lot of spectators who watch comrades over the years and then eventually say okay, and they bite the bullet and decide to do it. And it's a great thing to watch a race, learn from the people, whether they're doing good or bad things. You see them struggling, so maybe I'll pick up some tips from these lead guys here, and it'll be interesting on this slightly flatter section where you can really hit into a bit more of a consistent pace, feel whether that is a pace that you can maintain for a while, or is it like, no, okay, I'm now pushed a little hard, and maybe they start splitting up just a little bit, whereas on the hills it can be tempting to almost be deceived and think you're not working quite as hard as you are.
Chobiqala ngu-Elena Galoga Greenwood simaziyo uba uqhelile lo mcimbi wale Comrades Marathon. Siyiphetheyo ke yalona unyaka ngelishwa uyawafumana ukwenzakala kube akakwazi ukubaleka apha namhlanje. Bruce Fordyce liqala ke siyamazi uphumelele kaSithoba iComrades Marathon, besincokole kusasa nje naye kumabonakude apho ke besinika zonke izinto, esihlekisa ngehumor yakhe, esinika ukusuka nokuhlala ukuba ke izinto zihamba njani na. Bruce, maybe just to take it a bit on the track at the moment, is this where you're changing strategy, or perhaps trying to get your tricks together?
No. I think this stage of the race is where you just sit back and wait, and I never enjoyed the first half of the Comrades Marathon in all the years that I was a contender, because I just found it very, very frustrating. You have to wait a long time to start working out who's going to be a contender that day. You've got to get beyond halfway. They've still got quite a way to go to get to Drummond at halfway, and what I would be doing at this point is just sitting in, not doing any of the leading. It's not a great idea to be doing the leading, just sitting in at the back and following and letting the other people do the thinking, make sure I get the odd drink, that I'm getting fuel, and bide my time. That's what you need to be doing at this stage, is biding your time.
Yabona ke phaya emva kwe-kilometers ezingama-31 31 kilometer kulapho ke sijonge khona, siyabona ke ngokwerekhodi uba ukusukela apho kubaphina sibe sesibambile i-5 yona 5:18:55, kanti ke ngokuthina siku-5:20:49.
Wow, I mean 5:18:55 pace, so you can see already they're going very quickly, and I expect if it gets much warmer that their pace will slow down.
Sibabukele ke amadodana nango esiza kakuhle, kanti ke sake siphinde siziphi ithuba ke sijonge uba mhlawumbi sinake siyokhangela igqiyazana lethu apha kule team yethu yale commentary. Udikeledi kaMakhongwane uphaa phezulu uhamba ke ngechopa, yena usijongele ezantsi, nothi ke kukusidelela kodwa ke usijongele ezantsi ngoba uliliso lethu eliphezulu. Dixie
ZB,
sifikile sisi.
Thank you very much, ZB and the team. At the moment, we are actually trying to catch the first leading ladies that are looking at passing the police, and whenever we get recognize a group of ladies that are here, we'll definitely be letting you know. But what we can say, the weather is very clear and very warm. That's KwaZulu-Natal for you. And hohle mo lenteng mui ke hore fela etsa bonnete ba hore ha o fete hobane ho bonahala ekare a brane e be engwe ya mabelo a ileng hore a ratwa ebile a thasellwa e tla re hang fela ha o se o bona ho ba le hona o arohana ba hore ke bomang ba tlatleng ba tswelle pele ba rwetsaneng o tla hle o bonahale mohlomong ha jwale tjena e sale ho seng haholo o ro ka hlahlalose hore ke ba rwetsana bafe be leng hore ba tlatle ba itshebeletse hantle empa he hang fela ha o etsahala tsena tsohle hobane hang fela dintho di arohana ke dikilometereng tsa tse ka bantse le 17 tse leng hore di tlahle di bontshe hore ba rwetsana ba arohana ho leba ho kae empa o fitela ha jwale maemo a lehodimo ke a matle a tjhabileng a fang maatlete a rona monyetla wa hore ba tle ba ipontsha hatse ba tle ba gabe jwale ka ha re tseba hore ha hona mohlang Comrades Marathon e lenhle e le monate hobane dikilometara tse 83 nnete fela ha hona motho ya ka buang ka tsona hore di edihle di theohele ho ba le hona monyetla kapa hona ha o nyolosetsa ho ba le monyetla taba kholo gore dikilometara ke tsona tse 89 tse leng hore history le di memory ke boholo ba bohlokwa ba lebelo lena le leholo la continente kapa la naha ka nnete mo teng ka bona maatlete a mangata ha re bone hore ka rena ka mora dikilometara tse ka bantse 20 mo teng o tla beng ba rwetsana ba seng ba apuhile o so bonahala hore bua kae ke hona mo ke tla o fa mo yona tseo ka di lebellang ke dife. Back to you, Tim.
Before you spoke about the weather up in the sky, and we were just watching with Bruce Fordyce here. After the 31-kilometer mark, we saw that in the previous Comrades Marathon it was about 5:20, but now this guy the pace seems to be quite high. Do you think they can maintain that pace? We are safe, Tiki.
Yes, ZP.
I was asking about the pace at the moment. After 31 Ks, the record is 5:20:32, but at the moment they went past it at 5:18, which is quite a very fast pace. Do you think they can maintain that pace?
I think as usual, ZP, when we're doing the down run, it's more easier when they start because it goes down more easier. But like I said, we'll probably check maybe after 40 Ks where we'll be getting the hills and trying to see if the legs could still carry them. Remember that with the race going to Devon from Pietermaritzburg, most of the time it looks like it's easier most of the time when it starts. But at the end of the day, we look at after 40 Ks to see if the ladies can still carry the legs or the legs can still carry the ladies to go to Devon.
Thank you so much, Tigeledi Makongwane. Sizaphinda sibuyele kuye ekuhambeni kwexesha sizawube siphinde simbambe kakuhle ngoba ke ukuyo ichopper ejonge pha ezantsi yena nguye lo uyasibona sisentshanga ngoku Bruce.
Yeah, they're running still at a very steady pace. They're about to take a left turn towards the approaches of Inchanga, one of the great major hills of the down run. They will in a few kilometers go past the very emotional, very moving Entebeni School for the disabled. Still a long way to go with I think everybody now starting to prepare themselves for Inchanga, which is a serious long uphill pull.
The thing about Harrison Flats as well is people have a feeling, because it is one of the, I think that and the Pinetown Flats are probably the two areas in the Comrades Marathon where it doesn't seem like it's going up or down, and people can get carried away and just feel they can stride out, etc. But it is too early, and I think Bruce has said that. We've heard that the guys are running too quickly. The predicted time for maybe the first 100 guys already is under 5.5, and yeah, that doesn't sort of augur well if you're kind of trying to run a race with hang in and do negative splits. So fast pace for the men, and then we've just had the women. We've had two women pass the 31.5 kilometers mark, and Caroline Wardsman has picked up her pace. She was averaging 4:11 for the first 16, and she's dropped that down to 4:6. So that's quite a sign of confidence, but smart runner. Let's hope she knows what she's doing, but she's got a long way to go. Bruce?
She's been smiling most of the way through. She looks as if she's enjoying herself still. Yeah, I think she's just running a pace that she's comfortable with, and really probably not that concerned about what the other ladies are doing. Just getting into her own comfortable pace and saying to herself, okay, I can do this for the rest of the morning.
And right behind Caroline, just lying in third position, is Shanae Bosman, and she's 2.5 minutes behind Caroline at the 31.5 kilometre mark. And I think that is quite a good place to be. It's within her ability, and should something happen to the runner up front, Shanae hopefully could be in the position to sort of just make up that gap.
Yes, Helen, 2.5 minutes that's a sensible gap. Let Caroline go out there and lead. You're still at 2.5 minutes within range, and you can close that very quickly if you have to. And of course, the last down run we saw Ellie close an enormous gap at the end and then turn it into a 4-minute lead. So where Shanae's sitting is that's a sensible gap to have at this stage.
Well, njengoko ubona phaya iNtshanga Park Village kulapho sikhoyo bawuyaqwalasela nalapha ecaleni kwendlela abo ke bathande untyontyela besenza kakuhle. Siyabona pha osisi benxibe izivatho zase-Afrika khangele nala madodana. Ukhumbule kaloku uba ke asikayigqibi Africa Month nalapha kwi-SABC sihamba nayo ngolo hlobo. Yiyo loo nto ubabona besenza ngolo hlobo. Kwaye ke ungalibali uba kaloku sikuyo indawo eyibambileyo iculture i-KZN, abantu abazingcayo kakhulu ngeculture ye-Afrika neyoMzantsi Afrika. Siphethe Comrades Marathon ka-2016 apha kwi-SABC, ukanti ke sihleli nawe sisazi into yokuba siza kuhamba kunye kude kuyokuphela umicimbi. Njengoko besitshilo sathi ke noko ingathi athanda ukuxhoma la madodana, baleka kakuhle phaa, quite relaxed. Thechu ke amadodana siza kukhangelela phaa, jonge phezulu ngeliso lokhozi. Khumbule ukuba ke sinamadodana ukanti ke sinawo namanenekazi. Njengoko ubuvile uCaroline Wosnan nguye ke ophethe umcimbi, ukanti ke uShanae Bosman nguye ke obambe indawo yesibini. Well, maybe you can tell us more about iNtshanga Park Village, Bruce Fordyce.
Well, yes, they're going to go past Ntembeni School for the Disabled, where it's very emotional, wonderful support. There are lots of disabled children in wheelchairs cheering you on, dancing. They've had a lot of international visitors who've been there to see them the last few days, making donations there. And it's one of the highlights of the Comrades Up and Down Run. But shortly afterwards, the runners will go into iNtshanga Hill. And iNtshanga is a sort of a four-sided hill, if I can describe it as that. You climb up for about 3.5 kilometers, solid climb up to a very high point of the race, and then you drop down the other side. So down the back of iNtshanga, on the up run, of course, it's an uphill climb. You drop down to Drummond at halfway, and on your way down, you can hear the music, you can hear the loud hailers and the excitement at halfway, but you're not at halfway yet. And then, of course, you go through halfway and you go out the other side of iNtshanga, which is up towards Bertha's Hill Village. So this is a very critical part of the race now. This is a part of the race where you are either going to be climbing steeply or dropping steeply. And it's the leg damage that occurs now that is going to have an influence over how you run in the second half of the race.
Sizibambile ke semva kweyure ezimbini neshumi elinesixhenxe lemizuzu sisaqhuba thina. We'll be back after the break.
Hi, my name is Karel Berger, and I believe the winner of the 2016 Comrades is out of the TomTom team.
I think that KPMG has a really good chance of taking the win on Sunday.
Ek is Shanae Bosman. Ek dink die wenner van hierdie jaar se Comrades gaan van die Nedbank team kom.
Dream all day, I dream all night.
Smart kids say smart things.
Fana, what do vitamins make you?
Strong and fit and tough.
Baby, where does milk come from?
From the supermarket, Mom. Just joking. From a cow.
Nunu, what are life cultures?
It's the magic that turns the milk into yogurt.
Why does Mommy give you a smart snack?
Because I'm smart. Yogurt is made with milk and live cultures. Nutriday is a thick, creamy, yummy smart snack. What are you doing, Mum?
I want to be as smart as you.
Nutriday yogurt. Say yes to the smart snack.
We're going up in Changa now.
sikwamkele kwakhona ke mbukeli apho ekhaya sikubambele kaloku i-Comrades Marathon kulo nyaka ka-2016 i-down run ke lena siyiphetheyo suka ngapha eMgungundlovu isiza eThekwini. Ndinaye uBruce Fordyce isecaleni kwam, kanti ke likhona iqala uHelen naye usibambele imicimbi siyiphethe kakuhle kakhulu apha. Helen, well, it's been quite some time now, 2 hours and around 19 minutes, and I think this is where now we should start seeing things happen.
Well, I think in the women's race we've seen Caroline go out there with, a lot of confidence. I think she's running well. She's picking up the pace, and squeezed in between Caroline and Shanae is an athlete who's established herself in the marathon distance from Ethiopia. Amoche Kakisa. Now she runs a lot. She's raced many races. She's met with a lot of success. She's just also running on a 4:11 pace, but it will be interesting to see if she can maintain that pace over the Comrades distance. I think she is more suited to the shorter distance, but in this race it's quite open, other than what we've all put our money on Caroline, so let's sort of just wait and see.
Well, Bruce, we spoke about Caroline this morning when we were live on television, about her, that would she be going for the record, or would she just go for a win?
I'm hoping that she's going to be going just for the win. And when I bumped into her at the pre-race expo a couple of days ago, she said, Bruce, first of all, I want to win, and any record is a bonus. And of course, the record sits with Frith van der Merwe since 1989, and it is a truly spectacular time. 5 hours, 54 minutes. We've only had 3 women, I believe, who've ever gone under 6 hours. Tatiana Zakova did it, and Anne Trayson did it. So, Frith has done it. You can see our race leader now is climbing in Changa. So I cannot overemphasize to runners and to viewers that Inchanga is one of the brutal hills. It's what we call a registered hill in the down run. And this hill is about 3.5 kilometers long, lots of bends, some straight bits, and there's one thing that doesn't change: it goes up. There's no flat bit. You climb solidly, and the back markers and the slower runners later on, when they get there, this is where they're going to be taking their first seriously long walks. And again, they will be saying to themselves, novices will be saying to themselves, I thought we were doing the down run. We're the downhills. We're running uphill, and they're going to be this is a solid climb to a very high point at the top of Inchanga. And you can see already our race leader's pace is markedly slowed because he's climbing, and that's still great running for going up Inchanga. It's one of those hills that people don't really tell you about for some reason. And on a down run, I found it a very testing part of the race. And what you have to do here is climb it steadily but hold back. You should be running at a pace where you could chat to somebody next to you. You should be able to be running at conversational pace. If you cannot talk to somebody next to you who is running next to you, then you're going too fast and you're too close to the red line. And so now what we're going to watch is our race leader and the pursuing packs making their way steadily to the top of this monster hill. And you can see the cutting. You can see on our television screen the cutting and the road going up to the top of Inchanga. And that's where you have to climb. And of course, getting hotter, getting warmer on your way up there to the top.
And the other aspect now, the runners have had pretty much roadside support the whole way. Now the access for vehicles into this area just becomes a little bit challenging. You really need to know the back roads, etc. So suddenly you've had all these spectators cheering you on, and it's a bit quiet. This guy out front is going to start feeling quite alone.
Yes, Helen, very little spectator support going up there. At the top, there's a big seconding table with everything that you need, drinks, food, etc., and a big enthusiastic crowd of people. And I have to tell you, that some of the volunteers and seconds and people who help on this Comrades Route, it's an amazing experience. Some of them will have got there last night and camped there and had a braai and maybe had a few glasses of wine and had a little bit of celebration, and then they wake up this morning and now they're waiting for the runners, and it's very exciting because here come the first runners. But hours later, they'll still be working very hard looking after the tail enders. It's a truly a great job, an exciting one, but it's a major commitment. And here come our leaders. They're going up in Changa, one of the major registered hills of the race, and one of the great hills of the Comrades Marathon. I mean, when you talk to people who come from overseas, they say the names are so exciting. You know, Polly Shorts, 45th Cutting, Cowie's Hill, but in Changa is one of those names that just really for them is it's very emotive and is a hill that they really want to run but to conquer. And you can see as we look at our TV screen that the leaders are slow. You know, they're going steadily but slowly up this hill. It's a tough hill.
Yeah. Choge Gala Pomfonino Helen no Bruce, we are on the Umtimbi Bobabini, Skazela Genge in Changa village, Apo Bonagala Ba isinto ziyenzeka khona. Ngoba ke uyaqonda into banoko balilolo pha kuba abantu abakho kakhulu kuba indawo namahlathi apho ke unyuka usihla apho. Bruce, maybe you could just tell us again. I know you did speak about this in the morning. This just explain this. It's a down run, but then you keep saying you're running up. You know, maybe a little bit of confusion for some people who don't understand this.
It's a down run, so ultimately you will have gone from the Highveld to Pietermaritzburg to the Indian Ocean, and you will have lost a lot of height. But on the way, you climb some very serious mountains, and I'm saying the word mountain, you know, meaning it, because you're going to climb some serious mountains, and it's a tough uphill battle, or so it seems, until you get to Botha's Hill, and that's after 55 k's of running. And when you get there, you are only a few meters lower than the highest point of the race, which was Umlaas Road, shortly after the start of the race.
Helen, I see you nodding.
Well, I'm just intrigued by the companions, the small companions running on the side of the road. Like, these runners will be the runners, the registered runners will be these youngsters' heroes. And there's we're sort of just down in the valley. We'll get a better view when we're at Drummond. There is a number of very successful athletes have grown up in that valley, challenging conditions, and they've come and made quite a success of their life as an athlete. William Tolo spent a lot of time growing up in that area, and we all know Willie is one of South Africa's most accomplished athletes. And it's just great. This little run up the hill next to these athletes, they will be our future Comrades runners.
Well, this is the chasing pack. Kubangaba uyaqala udibana nathi ngalo elixesha apha. Sikubambele lona umdyarho walonyaka. Basathe chu ke. Masikhangele. Nabo ke baninzi. Bruce, there you go.
Yes, and many kilometers back. Here we are back at the chicken farms at a place called 10 Mile Subway. So these runners have done about 18 kilometers or so from the start. And that's how far back they are. Still in good spirits, still smiling. You're seeing the odd person walking already. The backbone of Comrades here. The real spirit of Comrades back here. And you can see already the enormous distance that the leaders have opened up on these runners.
Well, there's lots of components that make up this race. We've got our leaders in the front, but really it's these people you've got to take your hat off to, because they've got themselves off the couch, they've out here, they've registered, they've run their qualifying time, they've lined up today, and they've reached the sort of 18 kilometers. And they'll have met somebody, they'll be chatting, they'll be enjoying their day, they'll find out, you know, asking the people around them, what's your name, where you're from, and there'll be overseas athletes, local athletes, and they'll just be enjoying themselves. But they won't be so smiley when they when they've passed halfway. So they must just enjoy this time and make the most of it.
And they are not lonely, Bruce, like the leading pack.
Well, they're not lonely now, but later on when they get to Pinetown, you can be surrounded by just as many runners as this, and you will be completely alone because you have to get yourself through to the finish. And so what I have been saying, I do a lot of Comrades talks, I get a lot of advice. I say to these runners, I'm glad to see it. What you have to promise yourself yourself is that everything you do on race morning will be a step towards the finish. The ones who don't make that final dreadful cut-off gun, in many cases it's not that they got exhausted, it's not that they were cramping or injured, it's that they managed their time badly. And so the commitment to yourself is once you can get going, no problem with walking, but everything I will do today will be a step towards Durban so that I make sure that I will get my finisher's medal. And the other thing that many of these runners will have to get through their heads is that they started a couple of hours ago in the dark. And when they get to Durban, it will be getting dark again when they finish. They are out there for the whole day.
Antso ke kulapho ke sibabona khona apha kanye kulena indawo iliso lijonge okokhozi apho ke bangena abantu bokuba babentyontyela athe chu amadodana kuba kaloku ngoku akusekho la crowd besikubonisa yona i-crowd yona isengasemva kodwa ke amadoda agabadula bheka phambili. Iyure ezimbini ngoku 20 kambe ke 2.5 hours sele siyigqibile okoko besiqala ekuseni kusekude apho siyakhona ke kambe. Caroline kwakunye ke nenzwakazi engasemva sizawuphinda ke sincokole ngabo sive uba ingaba umcimbi wabo uhamba kanjani na. Madodana athe chuka kuhle phaya.
Well, I mean, Bruce, we've got some big names in that bunch, but you know, 50 kilometres to go. They're all experienced runners. We've got Marco Mamba, a 2 Oceans winner, who I think thinks he can go the distance here. If his legs aren't going to give him too much trouble from Cowie's Hill, it'll be a very, very interesting test because he is an extremely accomplished athlete.
Yeah, they're getting towards the top of Inchanga now, but what's amazing is they've got 50 kilometers to go. Earlier this year, these guys will have run 50-kilometer races like the Omdi Dam race or 56-kilometer 2 Oceans race, and they would be saying to themselves now, if I had felt like this at the start of a 50k race, I wouldn't have started running. And you suddenly realize you have an ultra ahead of you with some seriously big hills. There you go, 48 to go. They're getting to the top of Inchanga. They're going to go past a very enthusiastic and busy seconding table where they'll be able to get drinks and other things that possibly they're not getting from their coaches and team managers. And then they're going to plummet down into Drummond at halfway. And we're going to get a pretty shrewd idea of the finishing time. By the time when they go through halfway, we'll get a pretty good idea because the winner will run a slightly faster second half. That's the real art of running the down run, is to be able to run what we call negative splits and to run a second half that's faster than your first half. So here they are, more or less at the top now. And about to start down, and of course you always get over enthusiastic about halfway when you're running the Comrades Marathon, because you can hear halfway long before you get there. There's loud music, there's the crowd, there's enthusiastic cheering from down below you, and there's the voice of the person calling the race at halfway. But you still have to get down there, and it is a serious descent now. Which the danger on your way down is that you take it too fast and you pound your legs, you pound particularly your quadricep muscles, and you need those muscles to be strong and feeling as little pain as possible for the major downhills that come in many kilometers time in the second half of the race.
And the other attractive for this bunch is that there's another hotspot at halfway, and that is actually the worst thing you can have, because if they start to race each other down in Chunga, which has 13 little corners and twists and turns to get to that hotspot, they'll pay the price later. So it's going to be difficult for that bunch to just see how they handle that downhill of Inchanga.
Ya uyazivela ngokwakho ke ziviews ezo zamaqala uHelen kunye noBruce. Kanti ke ungalibali ukhupha izo tweets zakho. Instagram naye uyasebenza, uza kunika ke idilesi umfo kaDiloka ngoba ke uza kungena emveni kwam ngoku njengoko sijongile phaya. Confirmation Caroline Waslam kuye ke osamba phambili ukuzawuthi kangoku kumanenekazi. Well, a few words from you, Helen, then Dwayne Diloka will be joining the commentary team.
Well, I think with Caroline sort of really stamping her authority on this race and picking up her pace, which I think might indicate that She feels confident that she'll get the win. Possibly she thinks, well, let me see if I can also get that sub 6 hours, which is a tall order, but we all know what a capable athlete that she is. We've got a mixed bag. We've got Yolanda McLean and Kerry-Ann Marshall, South Africans, also in the top 10. And amongst them, we've got Kachiza Berg. She's a Swedish girl. We've got Sarah Bard running. And there's an English girl here, Carla Molinaro, that we don't know too much about, but she's held on to that fourth position for quite some time.
Well, I tell you, things are certainly eating up all around the races. We just go back to the women's race very briefly. It looks like the women are heading towards Nchanga right now. It's Caroline Busman who's still leading the way, but she continues to impress, but she's starting to run a little quicker already. She was going 4:11 in the opening 15-16 kilometers. She's starting to do 4:06s now, so her time is improving already even before she's hit the downhill section of the race. So maybe signs that she's in really good shape for today's win, and is going to blow any opposition that she has or any other contenders out of the water before they even really get into the race, because she's taken this race by the scruff of the neck, so to speak, as Caroline Busman leading from the front. Now we've got the second place women. This is Kakisa, the Ethiopian athlete who's coming to Nchanga right now. So Caroline Busman continues to lead the way, but it looked like she went through Nchanga about just getting towards Nchanga. It looked like Caroline Busman was heading up by a good couple of minutes, although Alentise Kakisa is not looking, she's still looking pretty fresh as well as Kakisa. Very strong athlete as well. Shane Bosman, no signs of her just yet, but we do know that she's not too far off the pace. Well, there is Shane Bosman as she comes into shot. Shane Bosman, who's third place overall, the 40-year-old South African who's hoping for another solid finish in the Comrades Marathon.
Well, I think, and there's a big following. Colleen de Rook, she's out here running Comrades for the first time, and at the age of 52, we're not expecting her to win this race, but she's a KwaZulu-Natal girl, and I think that she's going to get unbelievable support, because when she was based and lived in Durban, she was really one of the world's best athletes. She's competed at 4 Olympics, and whilst there's no money on her to win, we're hoping she can run around 6:20, 6:30. Just such a talented runner, and it's just actually great that she's come back to try and test herself on this it's been a lifelong desire for her to come and run Comrades.
This is Caroline Busman leading the way. We'll go back to the men in a moment, because they'll be hitting halfway in a short while. There's also going to be a cut-off at Lion Park happening at 2 hours 40 into the race. But well, you don't have to be taking part in the race to be a winner in this year's Comrades Marathon. That's right, Old Mutual giving you the chance to be one of the lucky winners who will win 1,000 Rand airtime each. Simply answer the question on your screen and you could be a winner just like that. Easy question for you. What can you do with www.worldofendurance.co.za? A, B or C? You SMS Old Mutual in your answer to 34068. Your opportunity to be a winner. So winners out on the road, but winners at home as well. Well, Bruce Fordyce, Dwayne DeLocca and Mike Finch joining us in commentary as we continue coverage of the 2016 Comrades Marathon. We encourage you to get involved on social media, whether it's Twitter, Instagram, or indeed any other social media platform. Hashtag Comrades 2016. Hashtag Comrades 2016. And I've had a couple of questions about the Russians. Why no Russians? Why no Russians? Just a reminder, of course, no Russian athletes allowed to compete on the international stage currently, owing to the doping allegations that have seen them banned by the IAAF. So no Russian athletes are in the field in the elite competition here in the 2016 Comrades Marathon. So we'll go back to the men in a moment because they're approaching halfway and all sorts happening in the men's race, but women continuing to impress as well. So we're going to head back to the men in just a moment now, because they are heading through halfway. So Comrades Marathon action continues to see Freddie Khumalo walking at Cato Ridge a short while ago. That's a little bit of a disappointment for those who might have been following. Khumalo might have been a little more expected of Khumalo, of course. So we'll continue to bring you views from Dikeledi Mokhoana and Alec Riddle from the Eye in the Sky. They're both up in helicopters for today's race, but the men will be going through halfway any moment now, and there'll be a cut-off at Lion Park as well. Okay, this is Dandadzi again, the leading man who continues to edge out in front, and Mike Finch. Dandadzi, he hit the lead fairly early on, and he's continuing to press along the way on this down run, but still not quite on the down section, as it were, just yet.
Yeah, it's a very interesting part of the course, this, because it is a very steep downhill down in Chang'e, and obviously the temptation is to kind of just let the legs go and you accelerate down, but it really does hurt the legs, and I'm sure Bruce will confirm this. One of those hills they never talk about at the Comrades Marathon is the one up towards Alveston, and as they hit Drummond and they go through halfway, then they start climbing up again, and then there's this really, really steep hill towards Alveston, and often the top athletes, when they're all together, are really battling to make it up that Alveston hill before they hit both his hills. So, you know, this is the glory days for the guys going for the hot spots and trying to get through halfway first, but you can almost guarantee Dandaza is going to be probably walking within 100 meters of that halfway mark and hanging on for that silver medal.
Bruce, in terms of the hot spots, as we look at the leader at the moment, Bernard Dandazi of Zimbabwe, many of the elite runners don't fancy the hot spots, as we've seen in fact in marathons, but also in cycling races. Sometimes disrupts the race a little. How did you feel about that?
You know, I always like creative ideas, so I'm not going. You know, my judgment's still out. But at the moment, I'm not a big fan because it's causing confusion. I think we need. This is a Comrades Marathon. I want to see people run the Comrades, not running hotspots. So it might be just slightly, you know, confusing the tactics. That's what I'm saying. And we're going through halfway in 2:40. You know, it's quick. Very quick.
Just wonder if Bernard Dandazi is going to be keeping up this sort of pace. There are a group of more fancied runners that are tucking in behind him that are looking for victory. Bongmusu Mtembo's been out on the road. Mike Fukuroni not too far behind. Ludwig Mababolo. Nick Bester was saying that Claude Mashiwa looking good as well. But Bernard Dandazi continues to lead the way in the early stages. But I think that gap just might be starting to close as well. This is the sort of section of the race where we separate the men from the boys, proverbially speaking.
Well, I can tell you that Dandazi, Bruce, I'm sure he'll agree with me, and I was virtually on his last legs as he's getting towards the finish here. And I think we're going to see him literally cross that finishing line, walk straight away, and then just try and recover. So he has to break a silver medal to get the hotspot prize, and that's a key part of it, because in the old days you could literally go through a hotspot and you just had to finish, so the guys could walk the second half, but they have to break a silver, and on tired, exhausted legs it's not so easy. So he might have got the hotspot through halfway in a reasonably fast time, but whether he can break the silver we'll only find out later in the day.
Yeah, that's a 2:42 for 45 k's of running, and with some major hills in it. And of course, as soon as you go out of Drummond, because it's a down run, you go straight uphill again. So you go straight uphill for the next 6 to 8 k's with some breaks in it. Again, another serious climb out of Drummond. Drummond almost sits in a little bowl, and you have to drop down into that bowl and then work your way out of it. So he's almost immediately as he goes past the halfway mark, he will start climbing.
And probably walking.
And there's nothing wrong with walking. Nothing wrong with walking. Caroline Worstman's always said that walking has been part of the game plan, part of the tactics as she's approached the race. And many athletes have opted to walk in certain areas. And how many athletes over the years have showed on a couple of big climbs that walking might in fact be the smarter option? But, remember the good old days of Bruce Fordyce as a young Wits student who was tackling this race. Walking, was it frowned upon or was it encouraged in certain areas?
I didn't walk.
You never walked. You shuffled the entire way.
I walked from the finish line to my club tent to go and meet my mates and my family. But Caroline proved me wrong last year, so perhaps I might have done better if I'd done a little bit of walking.
Of course, instead of walking up the hills, we could also have the Thompson Magawana approach, which was the zigzag run.
Well, I mean, it is a very controversial point because, as Caroline Worstman proved last year, that you can be very competitive and walk the hills, but it's about strategy. It's about saving your muscles. So if you're running the whole way, you're really. And there we have our leader walking at the moment, as we suspected was going to happen. He was absolutely exhausted, and he immediately loses the lead as he goes through halfway.
Yeah, so Dandazi just falling off the pace at the moment. And this.
And the lead pack going through halfway, I would estimate probably around about 2:43, 2:44. That's not too bad. 2:43, 2:44. That's not too bad. Double that, and you get an idea. And our race leader could take a couple of minutes off that as well. So at the moment they are, on course for a sub 5:30, and that's great time for the down run.
You know what's really incredible? You see that name of Gert Thys running there with his front bunch. Now, of course, we've seen him in the past years going out so hard at the start and then collapsing as he heads down Botha's Hill and sort of 60 k's in. But this is the first year we've seen at the Comrades Marathon really taking it much more conservatively. And at the press conference earlier this week, I asked his team manager, if he was able to control himself and not do these wild, crazy surges at the start, could he be a factor in the race? And certainly he's being more conservative. Maybe we might see a resurgence of Gert Thys today. He is certainly a class athlete and somebody that I think is very capable given the right tactics.
He certainly does have the class, and I think finally, maybe after 3 attempts and sticking with the Comrades motto, the Comrades has finally humbled him, and he's running it as you should, conservatively.
Well, it looks like Dinka and Fokoroni were the two who've just overtaken Dandazi at the start, but we've got Alec Riddle, eye in the sky, as we got Gert Thys in shot for just a moment. Alec Riddle, the Bonitas eye in the sky.
Yeah, well, we've just passed through the halfway mark. We had a fantastic tussle up and down in Changa between the leader who was racing for the lead at the halfway mark at Drummond, and of course the big incentive for the hotspot. It was like a yo-yo as he moved, as they tried to close in on him, and he tried to hang on. You can see how the wheels came off shortly after the halfway mark and he started walking. Now we're starting to see another Zimbabwean, the likes of Mike Fokoroni, winner of the Two Oceans, moving into contention. Of course, 167 Zimbabwean athletes here. And Colin Colgrave gave me that information. He's running his 18th. He's from Harare Athletics Club. They've got 35 athletes. So massive Zimbabwean contingent here. Zimbabweans are a great threat in the Comrades and the Two Oceans. But for the last 4 years, it's been a South African winner. Ludwig, Claude, Tembu, and of course Gift. And the South African public were looking for one of these athletes to come through. We've seen great excitement from the air here as the kids have run up from the villages towards the main road to support these great athletes coming through. And there's lots of breaking up in the bunches happening now. So this is where the race really starts. I heard Bruce Fordyce say earlier, Inchanga is the first softener, the first really big hill. There's another big climb coming as they come out of halfway up to Alveston. And this is where the race is going to start taking place right now. This is where the leaders will start playing their hand. We'll see who's got the aces over the next 40 or so kilometers.
Well, thank you very much, Alec Riddle. Eye in the sky, the Bonitas eye in the sky. But we saw a moment ago, though, as Alec was talking about the runners going through Nchanga. Of course, Arthur's Seat, we saw just in terms of famous landmarks along the route. Arthur's Seat, Bruce Fordyce, you would have gone past there on numerous occasions. And, of course, your name is up on the wall as well.
Yes, so there are two great landmarks on the Comrades that the runners have just gone past. One is Arthur's Seat, named after the legendary Arthur Newton, who won 5 times in the 1920s. This sort of the grandfather of modern ultra-marathon running. And the legend is that Arthur is supposed to have, on his training runs, and he trained often on the course, he's supposed to have sat there and amazingly smoked his pipe and looked at the view on the Valley of 1,000 Hills. I don't know why he looked at the view of the Valley of 1,000 Hills, because in this particular race you run most of it. But he's supposed to have sat there, and as you go past every runner, and I noticed that our leaders didn't do that, every runner is supposed to have picked a flower. You can gather a flower for the people who hand them out, and you drop a flower at Arthur's Seat, and you doff your cap if you're wearing a cap, and you say, "Good morning, Arthur." And if you say that and you do everything right, apparently the legend is that you'll have a great second half. If you don't, you're in all sorts of trouble. Just beyond that is the Wall of Honor, which is an embankment where every runner who has run the race is allowed to put their name up on a shield. And this wall is stretching further and further and further along, and some of my fellow commentators like Ellie Greenwood and Helen Luca will have their names up there as past winners. And it's a very emotional part of the race, because some of those shields and those plaques that are up there say things like RIP and loving memory of my father who loved this race so much. And it's a very special part of the race, and every runner who has run, I cannot understand why you would not want to put your name there. You've spent so much time, so much effort, so much energy running this great race. Commemorate yourself by putting your name there.
Well, there's so much history involved with the Comrades Marathon, some wonderful golden moments that we've had over the years as well, and so many memories of races gone by. And I think the year that Bruce missed in 1989 was among the most memorable of all the races, but we'll talk about that as the day continues. This is the 2016 Comrades Marathon. We invite you to get interactive as well, Twitter, Facebook, all forms of social media, Instagram as well, if you've got photos from out on the route, anybody sending you pics from out on the route, as we are in the age of the modern era. Hashtag 2016 Comrades is the hashtag that we are using at the moment. But it looks to be a group of runners here. Teboho Solo of Lesotho, 5th last year, former city to city 50-kilometer winner I see is in that group. Mike Fukuroni as well, the Two Oceans winner earlier this year. He looks to be leading out in front. Dinka, who was 9th in the Two Oceans. Comrades novice, however, he's among those who's setting a fairly good pace at the moment, but they look to be all very settled at the moment.
Yeah, it's a very interesting part of the course, because they go up towards this climb I mentioned a bit earlier called Alveston. And it's one of those hills that nobody ever talks about. And if you look at the profile and they name the hills, you know, Alveston's kind of the small one in the middle of the course, just after halfway. But it's a very, very steep part of the course. So as you come out of Drummond, you're kind of dragging all the way along. It's a flat route they're running along now. You see the men's race on the left-hand side, the ladies' race on the right. Shane Bosman running pretty strongly down Nchanga at the moment, or up from Nchanga. And, you know, now they're going to head up towards Alveston. And it's a very, very steep climb, probably about 1.5 kilometers long, but very, very steep. And then you drop down into Fields Hill, and we've seen a couple of years ago, well, not a couple of years ago, probably in the late 90s, I remember Nick Bester going past Zitalele Cinque up that Alveston Hill and declaring that he was much stronger than he was. And as they hit both, as Zitalele came up behind Nick Bester and said, "I'm still here." And it is a very crucial part of the course, and a lot of the main contenders will push it a bit up there, and the guys who aren't so strong will drop off the back.
Well, in the bottom right of your screen, you can see Shane Bosman. I believe she's up to 2nd now in the women's race, so she's ahead of the Ethiopian Kikasa. But Shane Bosman looking very strong. It's amazing to think, though, that some of the contenders in this race, although the average race is over 40 for Comrades runners, that some of the contenders, Shane Bosman at 40, and of course Colleen de Rieck is expected to still put in a decent time at the age of 52, running in this Comrades Marathon, running her first Comrades Marathon. But Shane Bosman, she's continuing to impress as well. She's been strengthening her quads for this year's down run. She's deliberately been strengthening her quads, Bruce. In terms of physical toll, what does a down run do when you consider the approach of somebody like Shane Bosman saying, "I needed to strengthen my quads for this year's down run"?
She was doing completely the right thing. You have to. I had a very, very painful down run in 1982. And after that run, I vowed I would, as many runners will do today, I vowed I would never ever run the Comrades again. Obviously came back after that for about another 20 shots at it. But I decided I had to do something about the down run, and I consulted Tim Noakes, who gave me a lot of advice, and I consulted the late and very great Reg Park, who, former Mr. Universe, who gave me a weight training program for the down run, not designed to look like him or Arnold Schwarzenegger, the complete opposite, but designed to strengthen my quads for the hammering that you take from Bothas Hill Village onwards, and it worked. And the following down run in 1984 going downhill, I remember thinking, I'm hurting, but not nearly as much as 2 years ago. It's worked. So if you are one of the elite runners, I think you do need to spend some time in the gym. If you're merely going for a finish, the best training for running is running. And you need to spend what time you do have training by running. Otherwise, you can, if you've got more time than that, you can start looking at things like gym work.
Yeah, there's certainly so much effort and preparation that needs to go into this, because the Comrades Marathon is an ultra marathon. It is almost 90 kilometers long, 89.2 odd kilometers of this year's race. But in other words, you run a marathon, then you run another marathon, and then you have the equivalent of a fun run tagged on at the end of it. And in many ways, Shane Bosman has said she's not going to be running this as a Comrades Marathon. She's going to be running it in 10-kilometer stretches. And different athletes have different approaches, Mike, but certainly when it comes to breaking the race down, breaking it down to bite-sized chunks, as it were, is a sensible approach, some would argue.
Yeah, I spoke to Lindsay Parry, who's the coach of Shane Bosman and Caroline Woestman before the race, and he was saying that one of the things that people have underestimated is how strong Shane is today. And as you say, she's got a very strict strategy. She knows exactly what time she wants to run herself. If it puts her into a place where she could win the race or finish in the top three, that's great for her, but she's not really racing against the other ladies in the field. She's literally going by what she can achieve, and it's a very good tactic, because Comrades is a race where the last 30 Ks is where it all counts, and you have to be there for sure. But if you're going to be racing with others, and I'm sure Bruce will testify to this, in the past years, what a lot of the elite runners make the mistake of doing is that they often run with the previous winners, run a different strategy, and often blow themselves out and don't look at their strengths. So Shane running her own race, if she's there and thereabouts with sort of 20 or 30 Ks to go, we could see a ladies race on the go, but at the moment looking very, very comfortable as she heads down towards the halfway.
Well, it is going to be interesting, because the down run, there is the possibility for the elite runners at least of running negative splits, and Bruce, if I'm not mistaken, you still have the fastest of the second halves to this down run race at 2:37.
Oh, I don't know, maybe Leonid Shvetsov when he ran that amazing 5:20, but certainly to win you will probably have to run a slightly faster second half. The key with the Comrades at this stage is to break it up into landmarks and to get the various landmarks behind you. So what Shane is busy doing now is getting Inchanga, the climb up Inchanga behind her. And then later on you get shortly after that she'll get the drop down to Drummond behind her. Then the climb up to Bothas Hill Village, a long climb, you get that behind you. What you don't do, and I advise people here, is to look at the distance markers, because it is completely mind-boggling. For some of those people we saw going through at the chicken farm area earlier on, for them to see a sign that says 67 kilometers to go, what does that mean? It just means it's incredibly far and incredibly stupid. So you must try and get the famous landmarks behind you. And it's one of the sadistic things that happens in the Comrades Marathon, is that unfortunately the distance markers are a countdown. Every other race that you do in the world, they reward you by giving you a positive tick. So you've run for a few minutes and you go past a board that says 1 to go. I mean, that you've done 1, which is fantastic. A little bit later you've done 2. But in Comrades you go past boards that say 89 to go, 88 to go. And as I said, 67 to go. What does that mean? You know, tell me. I don't know. Terrifying. It just means a long, long way. And so you can start to do the countdown maybe when you get around Fields Hill and suddenly you see 21 to go. And you can say, okay, that's a half marathon. I did a half marathon in January. Now we're getting into my kind of distance. Now you can start counting down. But until then, you do landmarks. And Shane's busy getting the climb up to Inchanga, one of the serious landmarks behind her.
Well, I suppose no clear favourites really until the last 20 or 30 kilometres of a race, but Shane Bosman is tackling this race in superb style. Of course, much talk about the Greenwood-Woestman battle, but as you've been hearing throughout the day, Eleanor Greenwood has joined us in commentary, owing to the fact that she's out through injury, so there is no duel in the women's race up front, and it does throw open many other possibilities in this race. Caroline Woestman has vowed to run her own race. She's taken the pressure off. She's not said she's going going out for any record. She's not said she's doing anything, even as much as she wanted to win. She's not even said, I'm going for the victory. She said, I want to run my own race. I want to run my own times. And if I happen to cross the finish line first, then so be it. But she really is on the brink of history and doing something quite remarkable, running a double-double.
And considering where she came from a couple of years ago, nobody knew the name Caroline Woosman when she ran the Two Oceans win last year and came out of nowhere. And last year when she won Comrades, of course, everybody stood up and started listening. And again, she won Two Oceans this year. But I think this is the first year that Caroline Woosman, or the first race since she's kind of made her entrance into the scene, that she's actually felt some sort of pressure, because the expectation of her is enormous. She's expected to win. There's all sorts of stories about breaking 6 hours. If she does that, she becomes the first woman to get a Wally Hayward medal, because the previous three ladies to have broken 6 hours hadn't run it in the time when they were awarding medals for the sub-6. So there is quite a lot of pressure on her, and I think she has handling it pretty well. She's always got a smile on her face, but Caroline Woosman at the moment, she's getting up in Chunga, looking reasonably strong, looking relaxed, and that's exactly how you should be feeling with more than half the distance still to go.
So approaching the 3-hour mark now, and continues in the women's race. Certainly very strong. Well, you don't have to be taking part in the race to be a winner in this year's Comrades Marathon. That's right, Old Mutual giving you the chance to be one of the lucky winners who will win 1,000 Rand airtime each. Simply answer the question on your screen and you could be a winner just like that.
Your family more, and it shows. That's why Speco does more for you, 4 times more.
Did you enjoy the concert?
Speco, 1 cup makes 4 cups of love.
No roar of the crowd will announce you've beaten your best. Nobody cares that Olympic spirit courses through your veins. The world doesn't care why you train. Until the victory lap. New Energade Light. It's what you put in.
Well, welcome back to live coverage of the 2016 Comrades Marathon. Mike Fokoroni and Ethiopian Dinka as we hit the 3-hour mark. Looking strong in the lead group at the moment. Tebogo Silo as well, I can tell you, is in that group. There he is, just on the shoulders of the white jersey and the red running shorts. The 37-year-old Lesotho athlete, 5th last year, looking for an improvement of that, but certainly be searching for another gold medal in the Comrades Marathon. But these three are charging out in front, continually rehydrating as well. Eleanor Greenwood and Helen Luke have stepped back into commentary. Just in terms of rehydrating out on the road, as we look at the 3 leading men, Mike Fokoroni a moment ago, just trying to rehydrate, constantly taking in nutrition and hydrating. How important, particularly as it warms up? And today, I think, is not going to be quite as hot as 2013, but certainly is going to be a fairly hot day.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like a warm day out there, and hydration is absolutely key. They're always best to be taking on the drinks, but probably we'll start seeing later on maybe they start throwing some water over their heads as well. It's another good strategy to help keep cool, but over this sort of distance they're sweating a lot, they're losing those fluids. They'll also be taking on electrolytes. It's never a good idea just to be taking on plain water throughout the course, so they'll be needing calories as well, but the main thing is just drinking when they're thirsty. They've probably got their seconds, I don't know, every 10 kilometers or so, and once it gets warmer in the later stages of the race, they'll definitely be using the general aid stations along the way to supplement their personal drinks.
Well, Ellie, you're talking there about the hydration and everything, but also in a race like this you need to take on more than that. You need some food. So, what would an athlete normally eat on a 90-kilometer race?
Yeah, I mean, that can range as probably as many runners as there are out on the course. It's a very personal thing that I hope certainly the elites up here will have practiced in training, but even anyone in the masses should have practiced what sits well in their stomach, what they can take on. Again, of course, all these ones from the elite running clubs, they'll have their seconds along the way so they can get exactly what they want, whether that's energy gels, chews. Some of them do prefer, they want to take on liquids anyway, so get some electrolytes and calories actually in through their drinks. And then, of course, the comrades is known for the absolutely massive number of aid stations along the way, and the runners further towards the back, they'll be, you can't be running for 12 hours and just be taking on gels and those kind of things. So they'll be taking on a few more solids food.
Well, Helen will pick up on this very quickly, but we're going to the women's race. They're getting up to halfway, and there is Caroline Wissmann, and suddenly the group of men around her have disappeared. But let's go up to the Energade eye in the sky. Dikeledi, how does it look from up there?
Thank you so much, Dwayne. It's getting tougher and tougher, like we expected, as we said earlier, that when we get to the halfway mark, it might be seen that the girls are getting it very hard now. Like we were trying to explain earlier on, that it's either the uphill or the downhill, it doesn't matter because the kilos are still the same, and the harder the marathon, as we know, the Comrade Marathon is always hard. Jwale ka ha o sheba muiwaka hore ha jwale tjena re fumana hore ma-Afrika Borwa a ntse a re etsa motlotlo haholo, jwalo ka ha re bone jwalo Caroline Pejana e le yena ya ntseng a hlile a etelletse jwalo lebelo pele. Ha jwale tjena re bona jwalo morwetsana ya ka reng yena Kane Bosman e le e mongwe ba rwetsana be leng hore ba ntse ba hlile ba iteka ba batla ho hlahella Pejana, mme o teng jwalo mo maemong a bobedi kapa setshwantshaneng se ntseng se etelletse lebelo pele ke mongwe ba rwetsana ba lebeletseng hore ba tla sebetsa hantle, ba ileng ba tla ba itukisetsa hantle lebelo lena le lelele ka mabelo a manyane a ileng a nna qala jwalo ho fihlela jwalo mane le ho Two Oceans Marathons. Mme ha jwale seo re se lebelletseng ke hona o bona hore ha o fitwa mona halfway marking e leng hona ten Drummond na ebe ho tlatle ho be bobebe ha kae ho fetela pele ho hopola hore dinako di tenza hore ho tla khatwa hore ha o sa fitla maemong a itseng kapa sebakeng se itseng o hlo o tsebe hore o sontso haelletswe ke nako hore o bo yo fitla qetellong mo teng ntwa kgolo e tlatleng e namolwe teng e leng hona teng Newlands Stadium Sahara kare ho Durban motse moholo wa KwaZulu Natal. Mme ha jwale ha o sheba jwale le sekgeo bakeng tsa ya maemong a pele le ya bobedi ha se sekgeo se tshosang hakalo ba rwetsaneng mo teng o tlileng go bona hore ho dintho di tlanne di fetohe ho tloha ha jwale ho ya dikilometereng tse seng di setse tse 40 le metso e robedi o ka nna wa fetoha tse ding tsa dintho bane dikgeo ha se se kalo bakeng tsa tlileng a etelletse lebelo pele le ya maemong a bobedi ba rwetsaneng. Hopola hore rona re shebile pele ho etsa bonnete ba hore Energade e tlo utlisetsa lebelo lena la ba rwetsana ka mo le ntseng le etsahala ka teng. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Dikeledi. We're with the leading woman, Caroline Wissmann, and still smiling, still happy. And we mentioned that group of men that were around her. She's coming up to halfway now. And that group of men, Helen's fallen away. So either she's picked up the pace and they couldn't handle it, or some of them have picked up the pace and she decided to do her own thing.
Well, Ellie and I are sitting here chatting about it, and we're commenting that she's running at pace. She's running quickly. She's going to go through that halfway mark, maybe about 3:07. Just we'll get the exact time then. But it's also quite unusual because many guys will know what she's running and will often pace off the woman. And I'm sure, Ellie, you've had that experience in a race where they know that women, for whatever reason, stick to their predicted times. They have a goal, and you want to run a good race, hang out with the top woman, but she's on her own.
For sure. I mean, someone like Caroline, anyone in South African running will have followed her results in the past 18 months or so and just seen, wow, she seems to be nailing it every time. So if you thought, hey, I'm maybe on for about the same finishing time as Caroline, you'd say, okay, I'm just going to hang on her heels and do what she does and almost be coached through the race by just being with her. But you can see even now she's going past quite a few runners, which is to be expected. I mean, the lead woman, I think one time when I won, I came about 50th overall, but through halfway I was in something like 350th. So it's not surprising that she is going past a few of these men, and she's looking pretty happy, and there's a few still hanging on with her. She's just got a bottle there, obviously keeping hydrated. But it'll be interesting to see how she manages later on. She does seem to be quite a social runner, and if she actually pulls ahead of the men she's with, will she then start to struggle that, just mentally, that now she's having to pace herself in the later stages.
Well, moenie vergeet van Instagram en Twitter nie. Ons is hier by halfpad vir Drummond en Caroline Wistman wat nou op die halfpadmerk kom. Sy het gekyk na so 3 ure 10 minute. Sy's bietjie vinniger en dis 'n goeie ding vir Caroline. Beteken sy voel goed hier deur halfpad. Sy's voor haar pas wat sy wou gehardloop het en soos Ellie gesê het, sy gaan hier verby 'n hele klomp mans op die oomblik. And Ellie mentioned, people who want to run Caroline's kind of time or kind of speed will stick with her. Not many men can do that, though. 6 hours around there.
That's the reality of it, actually. I think there's not many men brave enough who enter this race that think that they, to go for a 6 hour, because, you may as well say I'm going to go for gold. So, but if we recall when Frith ran that phenomenal 5:54, she came 15th overall and gave a lot of guys a big fright. So here we see her running through halfway in 3:08. Now, if we just do a direct, if she did run the same for the second half, although I think it's not actually physically at 44 kilometers, I think it's 45 or so. 6 hours 16 and picking up on that, I think we are in for a good time, and let's just hope she can sustain this.
Yeah, well, we do expect negative splits from her. According to her timing schedule, it was 3:15, but her coach Lindsay Parry expected her to do about a 3:10. She's even faster than that, and it means she's feeling good. And if we think how fast she finished last year in that from Polly Shorts into Pietermaritzburg, here she's finishing on a downhill, and even though it's quite taxing, Ellie, you've been there. Like you said, you came through the field in that last start, and that's probably what she's going to do from now.
Yeah, I would have thought so. And the last time Caroline ran the down run, I think she came 5th or 6th overall, and that was a bit of a real breakthrough for her. She was the top South African at the time. I think a few people were surprised, maybe expecting more Charnay or someone else that year, and then it was like, who's this Caroline and where has she come from? So she's got to, even though she might be a little nervous on the down run, she's got to have some confidence, because she worked her way up through into the top 10 and ultimately to 5th or 6th that time as well. So she knows she can finish the down run strongly as well. And of course, I always say you train for the course. So if you know it's a down year, you train for the down year, and she'll have been doing long runs with hard finishes on downhills towards the end to get the legs ready for running hard.
Yeah, she definitely mentioned doing some training on downhills, 10-kilometer down runs, where last year she was training them uphills. This year she went down. And she, like you said, she keeps saying how comfortable she looks at the moment. Her official time at halfway is 3 hours, 7 minutes and 54 seconds. So that's quite good for her. Lee, you think it's a bit fast there with that look in your face, but Helen, I mean, we've seen this, and people need to remember, Caroline is not as much of a Comrades novice as we think. She's been on the gold medal scene the last 2 years, but this is in fact the 6th Comrades that she's run.
Yeah, I always... I think Caroline is a very intelligent woman. We all know that, and she runs intelligently. And she will just know, she'll know exactly how her body feels. She spent 12 months planning for today, and she's done the necessary training. And I think we have heard these stories of how she's gone and run 2 long races, run the race, and raced the last 15 Ks of the event. We saw her at 2 Oceans. She ran easily. She raced the last 8 kilometers, and she wanted to condition herself to be able to race hard when her legs are sore. And I think it's all going to culminate in today's, hopefully, a good win for her at Comrades today.
Nou, Caroline Wistman wat gehardloop het van na die Lion Park dit in 4 minute 11 per kilometer toe, na Kaito Ridge toe 4 minute 6 en nou na Drummond toe 4 minute 9, maar die 4 minute 9 sluit natuurlik daar in Changa klim in, en hier gaan sy nou weer op teen die volgende bult. Haar beste tyd daar 6 uur 12 minute, dis natuurlik verlede jaar se wentyd vir Caroline Wistman, en sien hoe gaan sy hier verby die mans. Daar's al 'n medaljes. Sy het reeds een van al die medaljes behalwe Wally Hayward natuurlik en die Vic Clapham sal seker baie later in haar loopbaan kry. Dis vir tussen 11 en 12 ure. And Ellie Charnay Bosman now coming up to that Drummond halfway mark.
Yeah, I think Charnay is looking pretty strong. I mean, obviously she's much more still got a group of men around her there, but she's looking looking relaxed, she's looking calm, she looks like she just knows what she's doing. Looks like there's maybe a little smile there, which is nice. You can tell if a runner's absorbing the crowds and, you know, responding to that, they're so relaxed that they're not having to just focus in on themselves. So I would have thought Shaunae's pretty happy, and she'll just be, maybe she's starting to listen how far ahead Caroline is, but she'll just be doing what she needs to do.
Well, that is Shaunae Bosman coming through in second place here through Drummond. Interestingly enough, Lindsay Perry, the coach of both Caroline Visman and Shaunae Bosman, and very different race strategies for the two of them, though. And I think that's what makes a good coach as well, is assessing each athlete individually, getting a different race strategy for them. We're not trying to run Shaunae on Caroline's strategy or vice versa. And it's clever coaching. So Shaunae is tackling this slightly different to the way Caroline would be. Would that work for them? I'm assuming it will. I mean, Shaunae is also trying to win this race, not just sit behind Caroline the whole race.
Yeah, I think Shaunae has to focus on her own race, and I think she's come second to Caroline quite often. You've got to learn to manage that on your own, you know, psychological makeup, because she mustn't succumb to the pressure. She mustn't always sort of feel that she's always going to be the princess. Now, if she wants to beat Caroline, she must just stick to her own plan, just not feel the pressure of the spectators, her managers, etc. So, you know, she's 4 minutes off the pace, so it's Caroline's consistently sort of built that lead, but I'm still quite impressed that Shaunae's gone through in this time. I think it's pretty good.
I think Shaunae's looking great, and if you even go back to last year when I ended up coming sixth, but I was actually running with Shaunae for a bulk of the early miles, and then Shaunae pulled ahead to second. So we obviously know that Shaunae knows how to run smartly. She's got the potential to not slow down towards the end. And of course Shaunae has finished 2 up runs, but the last time she started a down run she was unsuccessful in completing that. So I'm sure that gives her extra motivation as well. You know, the Comrades is, like we say, you know, a race of 2 directions. She'll want to be saying, yeah, I've been successful in both directions. So that will give her, you know, a personal motivation, and not just for racing against the other women.
Well, it's also very much a race of 2 halves, and especially on this down run, the first half of it is pretty much up, and then the down run really starts. Alemtahe Kakisa, the Ethiopian, coming through the 3rd place here at Drummond. Kakisa did quite well at 2 Oceans as well, but I think a lot of athletes here find out that Comrades is not 2 Oceans. That extra, you know, 33 kilometers can really take its toll. They're not at that kind of distance yet, but Kakisa, I think she's starting to feel it in her legs there if I look at the way she's running.
Yeah, she doesn't look as though she's got a very comfortable run at the moment, and especially with what's facing her. She'll be fine until, well, most athletes are quite okay, maybe Kaui's Hill, and then if you've taken a bit of strain, that's when the pain really kicks in with that last sort of 15, 16 kilometers to go, because there's very little forgiveness. And I mean, Ellie, we watched you in the last down run just pick up and increase your pace. You look fantastic, but be honest, were you sore?
I was saying when I did that, people said, wow, you're calculating and really pushing hard. To be honest, I said, this is so painful, I want it to be over and done with, so the faster I run, the faster I can stop running and get to the finish line. But it is interesting, the comparison between 2 Oceans and the Comrades. I mean, obviously they are significantly longer here, so talking about our 3rd place woman here, if she has less experience over the longer distance, I think at 2 Oceans you can get away with, you know, being a fast marathoner, being quite strong on the hills, and then you have to sort of hold on a bit, whereas if you're a fast marathoner at the Comrades, of course that's very helpful, but it's double the distance, and that can where you can really start to struggle. And indeed fast marathoners can struggle in going slow enough to start with that they run a more even race.
Well, the 4th lady coming through Drummond now, that's Carla Molinaro, and it's one of our unknowns from Great Britain. She's a Comrades novice, but quite a good athlete in her own right. She's run some good marathons. She's coming through Drummond here looking very good. In fact, if you look at the splits, Caroline Visman is busy moving. She's going faster and faster, opening up a gap over the other women. At Cato Ridge, Caroline was about a minute ahead of Kakisa and about 2 minutes ahead of Shaunae Bosman. Now at Drummond, Caroline's got a 4-minute lead over Shaunae Bosman, and Kakisa another 2 minutes behind. So she's really picking up the pace. But we're going back to the men's race for a minute. And we'll just have a look at that. There's been a big move. It looks like Tebogo Selo may have been taking that out. The men's race trying to break away. We're still staying here with Carla Molinaro at halfway. And we'll stay with her for a little bit longer when we go to that men's race.
Well, Carla has actually done extremely well in some very, very tough races, mountain races in Europe. So she will have the strength, and if she can sustain the speed, she may also surprise us in the race. So be also very worthwhile watching and keeping an eye on her.
Well, we've mentioned a move there in the men's race, and nobody better to bring us that move and tell us what's happened. Alec Riddle, the Bonitas Eye in the Sky. What's been happening?
Yeah, that's Gift Killer. Yeah. I'm almost sure. I mean, you can never be 100% sure, but I'm 95%. There we go, there we go, there we go.
Okay, we're having communication issues there with Alec Riddle, but we see that Tebogo Selo seems to have made a break. Gift Killer in that chasing pack as well. And now the race is starting with the first big move here, I think, by one of the more favored men.
Yeah, I think we've just picking up of the. I think they've just come down the Bothas Hill and pulling up into Hillcrest. So this is also just one of these mean little unknown hills, but we will get just clarity on exactly where that lead runner is. We've got the first and the second runner on the screen at the moment.
Well, Tebogo Selo fifth in last year's race. There's Mike Fukaroni chasing him, of course, the 2 Oceans winner and Comrades gold medalist in his own right. And Ellie, this men's race hotting up now.
Yeah, certainly, and it's interesting at this stage of the race. It's easier to look good on the downhills, but when you start seeing small uphills like this, I think this is where you see if someone's beginning to get a little bit tired, having paid for a little bit too fast a pace early on. But both of these 3 men are looking very strong, and just like they're cruising comfortably up, despite looking increasingly hotter.
Well, running up this specific hill, and I actually saw William Tolo yesterday, and I said, have you told your 2 athletes about the danger spots? Because I can recall watching Willie in first position on this very hill, and then he had to grab that hamstring, and he ended up coming in second place. So he says, please don't mention that again. But sorry, Willie, I have to share that story, but just because you are such an outstanding athlete and guiding a few younger people in this particular race. But it's a tricky hill. It's like where you're just not expecting it. You've come down both, and it just gets you. I don't know if you can remember it, Ellie, when you were running.
I do remember it, but what I'm also thinking is going to be interesting for these top 3 men right now is some of them are within eyesight of each other, and that definitely helps because firstly you can see what they're looking like up ahead. Are they struggling? And again, just someone to sort of pull you along. Like mentally, if you've got someone in eyesight, it's much better than someone shouting from the sidelines, hey, they're a minute ahead. Well, if you can't see them, a minute seems a long way, but it's nice to have someone almost, attach a drawstring to them and help them pull you up a hill.
Well, the men's race really hotting up here. About 50 minutes ago, Tebogo Selo was in 8th place. He's now taken the lead, and very big lead changes. Kabede Abera Dinke, let me say that slower. He's still in the race. He was 9th at the 2 Oceans Marathon, and then we saw Mike Fukaroni, of course, that 2 Oceans winner, also up there in this men's race. And see the shots here as they go up that hill. But a very difficult race for these men, and it looks like Gift Kalehe, we've heard from the road that he might be struggling a bit. Last year's winner, and of course Bongmusa Mtembo, Ludwig Mamabolo, all these favorites are still in the race here, and we might see some or a lot more lead changes before we get to the finish.
I think so. We've heard the coaches say that the pace was, they thought, too quick at the beginning, and the race only starts. But the nice thing for these athletes is they come up to Hillcrest, and the crowd support once they crest this hill is actually unbelievable. But what that can do is make them pick up that pace just a little bit more, and it's really not what they possibly need at this point in time.
Well, the gap there between those 2 men not too big. Tebogo Selo, Mike Fukaroni right behind him. I think that is him trying to catch him, and in between all the bikes and press trucks and everything that you see. And Ellie, for a lead runner, you're surrounded by cars and people and bikes. Does it put you off at all?
I mean, I think when I'm in that position, I seem to be fairly like, hey, they're there for me, and I will tell them to get out of the way if needs be. I've certainly, there comes a point where you can't actually talk because you're running and you're racing hard, but I've used hand signals before to indicate, hey, can a bike get out of the way? And also the bikes are there to help the runners, not to hinder them. And certainly if I've had, as a woman, have men around me and I'm finding they're, boxing me in, then sometimes the cyclists that's with me have said something like, get out the way. That looked like possibly Nick Bester there, helping one of the Nedbank runners with their bottles, and I was thinking they're probably enjoying coming through a slightly shaded section right now. As it does get hotter, it's nice to get out of that direct sunlight.
Well, that is Mike Fukuroni there catching up to Tebogo Selo. And Mike Fukuroni, we keep saying the Two Oceans winner, the Soweto Marathon winner. We know he's good over 42 Ks, over 56 Ks. He's done the Comrades before. He's actually said that he wants to win this one. But I wouldn't say he's untested over 89 kilometers. He just hasn't managed to get into that top position.
Well, he's experienced it coming in and pushing those last few kilometers and racing like we've seen him do in Two Oceans. So that might have been a good training scenario for him today. He sort of practiced it. So it'll be interesting. He's still got, I think, about 33, 34 kilometers to go, and the pace has to pick up, if you really want to win this race convincingly.
It'll be interesting as well. I mean, often I think among the men there's maybe a bit of a Two Oceans curse, that is it a little bit too hard to do well at both Two Oceans and the Comrades. So will Mike have that in the back of his head, or will he use it in the reverse and say it's a great confidence boost and that he felt strong at that? Obviously it was long enough ago that he seems to have recovered well and be still moving up.
Well, they've said women couldn't do that either, or it's very, very difficult to do at the very least at winning Two Oceans and Comrades, and yet we have seen it not only last year, we may see it this year again. And of course Caroline Wisman with that double as it's called, winning the Two Oceans and Comrades back to back, she's attempting that. And of course we haven't mentioned it, she's also attempting a quite unique triple which is holding the Omdidam record, or Omdidam win, sorry, the Two Oceans and the Comrades Marathon. She holds all three of those titles, but nobody has done all three in the same year, and if she does win this Comrades Marathon, she will achieve that as well. So we're staying with the men's race for now, and we'll see Tebogo Selo was there, and he seems to have pulled away again from Mike Fukuroni. These two playing a bit of cat and mouse, and in the second group there, you see them on the bottom right of your screen. We can see Khatebe as well as Khatebe there, man with 3 silvers to his name, and the previous winner there, Claude Mushiwa, also looking good in that chasing group.
Well, it's still anybody's race, and it's exciting. But normally we'll still have 1 or 2 guys out, and there should be another big bunch coming through, because there's 10 gold medals up for takings, and maybe some guys would have worked out that this pace is pretty hot, and just to hold back, there is still 30-odd kilometers to run your race, push your way up into gold medal contention, and just catch any of these guys who start to falter.
Yeah, of course, Claude Mushiwa actually looking very good there behind Khatebe, and of course he'd be the danger man between those two. Khatebe holding silver medals only, he's never finished in the top 10. And the leading men there, Mike Fukuroni again on the shoulder of Tebogo Selo, looking like he wants to go past. And that can be quite tiring, kind of this whole cat and mouse, who's in front, who's not. They're not running together, clearly. They're not helping each other. They're definitely competing out there.
Yeah, and this will be when it's interesting, when we were mentioning earlier, like where some of the teams working together, like the Nedbank runners working together. I mean, ultimately, when it comes to later miles, everyone's out on their own, and it doesn't matter if you've got the same colour shirt on, same support crew, you want to look after yourself. But here we've got, the 2 lead men, different teams, maybe they never trained together, you don't know even if they've raced each other. But I think someone certainly, say for example Claude, he's got his head on his shoulders, he knows what he's doing, and I don't think he's going to get drawn away by trying to be a little bit ahead 100 meters up the road. He's thinking about, can I be ahead once I get down to the pavilion in Durban.
Wel, die mans wat hier vooruit op Tebogo Selo en Mike Fukuroni links bo op die skerm onder, hulle is die mans wat hulle jaag, Khatebe en Claude Mushiwa. En op die oomblik is dit Khatebe wat bietjie vinniger begin hardloop het, wat Claude Mushiwa los. Die gaping word al hoe groter daar nog 'n Nedbank atleet net so agter Moshiwa. Kan nie sien wie hy is op die oomblik nie, maar dit is op die oomblik Mike Fokoroni, wenner van die 2 Oceane, en Tebogo Sello wat saam hardloop daar deur die skare. And the crowd's quite good this morning, Helen. I mean, they really seem to be supporting these athletes, and there's a sea of spectators that those leaders are running through at the moment.
The crowd on the side of the road has been unbelievable, and I think we heard the helicopter guys saying that they've never heard such support or seen so many people out on the road, and that just makes the day, you know, it just makes it so special.
Okay, well, we seem to have communications back with Alec Riddle, Bonita's Eye in the Sky. Alec, lots been happening in this men's race.
Well, what I can tell you is that obviously Sello and Mike Fokoroni are the guys who are really laying down the pace. They came through the halfway mark in about 2:43, 2:44. Bob Delamotte out of Perth, Australia, told me that if you want to run a sub 5 hour 30, the ideal time is 2:47, 2:48. So these guys are really setting a blistering pace, and the likelihood of a low 5:20 or a mid 5:20 is very strong, as Fokoroni and Sello are coming through Hillcrest here. If I look further back in the road, there's sporadic gaps before quite a sizable bust. So we've still got a lot of contenders lurking behind within 2 or 3 minutes of this group. One of the guys we saw from Tom Tom Athletics Club, we were trying to identify from the air, but unfortunately we didn't get a view of his number. We thought it might be Gift Keller, but it could also have been David Khadebi, who John Hamlet rates quite highly. So we've got, as I mentioned, probably about maybe 250, 300 meters back, we've got a group of about 5 or 6. I wouldn't say a tight-knit group because the pace is on and they're running a meter or 2 or apart, and a little bit further back than that we've got a couple of single runners before another small little bus. So I would say within 2-3 minutes we've perhaps got still 12 or 13 contenders, so a lot to race for in the second half of this race. There's still a lot of action to happen, but Mike Fokoroni and Sello at the head of the Comrades Field 2016.
Thank you, Alec. Yes, certainly lots of action to come in this Comrades Marathon. And of course, these men's leaders, we might see the lead change quite a bit still. The women seem to be pretty much sewn up with Caroline Wussman just opening up that gap. And we'll be back with the Comrades Marathon right after this.
Todd! Me? Come on! Catch! It's snack time! Impossible! Snack time is fun time!
You get 3 kinds of mums. The paranoid mum, the cautious mum, and the Dettol mum. Only a Dettol mom knows that Dettol cleans away dirt while protecting a family from up to 100 illness-causing germs. Don't just be any mom, be a Dettol mom. Dettol, be 100% sure.
Headache! Headache!
Headache.
Headache, 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 headache.
Headache, headache, headache,
Headache, headache, headache,
headache,
headache.
headache, headache, headache.
Headache, headache, headache. Headache, headache, headache. Headache, 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 headache. I got a good feeling. Let's go.
Disprin starts to work up to 3 times faster than paracetamol.
You get 3 kinds of mums. The paranoid mum, the cautious mum, and the Dettol mum. She only trusts Dettol antiseptic liquid to kill 100 illness-causing germs, and it's recommended for cuts and scrapes. Don't just be any mom, be a Dettol mom. Dettol, be 100% sure.
Well, we're back with the 91st edition of the Comrades Ultra Marathon, And unfortunately, our commentary team has suddenly gotten a lot less pretty with Ellie Greenwood and Helen Luca vacating their seats in favour of Bruce Fordyce and Mike Finch.
Speak for yourself.
No less knowledgeable, the men next to me. And the men's race really been hotting up, Mike. And maybe after a few words from you, Zolani Bongo is going to take my seat as well.
Well, the leading two runners now heading into Gillets, and this is always a sort of the sharp end of the race now, the last sort of 30 kilometres as they head down towards Kloof and down Fields Hill, which is a big place where a lot of the guys often go down Fields Hill way too fast and then they suffer through Pinetown. But this is a downhill section, and our two leaders, Teboho Selo and Mike Fokoroni, are running quite well together, and it was quite a good tactic at one stage to see Mike Fokoroni just trying to get behind Teboho Selo and then run together, and you feeding off the energy of the other runner next to you, and he made that gap, and now they're running quite fluidly at the moment. We're just trying to get an idea of the gap between them and the second group on the road, and hopefully the overhead pictures will show that. But at the moment, the two leaders are looking pretty strong.
So they're running through Gillets, still very strong, a very fast pace, heading towards another critical part of the Comrades Marathon, and that is Fields Hill. And Fields Hill is the steepest and longest downhill drop of the race. We're truly now into the down run, by the way. We are now, you know, all the jokes about the down run being an uphill race, we are now running the downhills, and we're plummeting down to Durban. And most of the run is downhills. There are a couple of steep climbs that they will have to go up, but Fields Hill now that's waiting for them is around about 3 to 4 kilometers, depending on how you measure it, where you say the off-ramp is, of steep downhill running, and it's down there that the most leg damage is caused. And later on we're going to see some of the back markers walking down there because it's just too painful for them to run. They're not quite there yet, but they're in the approaches to Fields Hill.
Well, they're approaching a very lovely area of the route, and I always love seeing the crowds in Kloof. And if you go to Kloof the night before the race, you'll see a lot of the locals have actually taped off areas of the main road in Kloof, because that's where they have their braais, and they get up early in the morning, they spend the whole day there supporting, and they're heading down to Kloof probably in the next sort of couple of kilometres, and you'll see the crowds as they go along the tree-lined main road of Kloof. And it's a big area. Nedbank have got a massive activation there today, and there'll be lots of crowds on the route. So a spectator stand at one point, so the energy that the runners will get from going through this high spectator area will certainly boost them as they head towards this descent into Fields Hill.
We are getting reports that last year's champion Gift Kelehe is struggling, not having a good race, and he's battling a little bit further back behind these runners. We're not sure if that's confirmed, but we have heard that he is struggling at this stage.
Well, the coach John Hamlet just talking to Bruce off air just a few moments ago, and saying the Gift not as bad as we thought, but certainly not in the picture at the moment. But the big mover is Bongmosa Tembu, who's actually the defending down-run champion, and certainly one of the guys that I picked has been a top 3 contender today. It's difficult to see where exactly he is on the course, but you know, we've talked so much about this race that the first 60 Ks are really just a warm-up, because it's the next 25 to 28, which is where they are now, it really starts to count.
Siyakwamkela ke ngalondlela apho ekhaya mbukeli, njengoko ubona phaya sijonge ngeliso lokhozi suka phezulu, sibabukele ke amanene namanenekazi kulena i-Comrades yalo nyaka ka-2016. Kanti ke bayahluzana ngoku lifikile ixesha loko kuzocaca ke amakhwenkwe emadodeni, ukanti ke nalapha kumanenekazi kuzawubonakala uba ngowuphina obe wondliwe ngakumbi kunomnye. Kushiyana komama ukondla xa kufike eli lixa ngoku. Njengoko sijonga phaya amadodana ahamba phambili, Teboho Selo umfana ngapha kwelaseLesotho, kanti ke nendodana yakweli laseZimbabwe. Njengoko sisiva ke indatyana ezingekho mnandi ngathi uGift Kelehe esimaziyo ke uba uyakhusela intshinga yakhe, kodwa ke ngelishwa ingathi noko thanda ukusokola phaa ngasemva, umcimbi awuphethe kangakakuhle tu kwaphela kuye. I wonder what could be the problem with Gift at the moment.
Well, we're looking at another camera which South Africa can't view at this stage, and we're seeing Gift running quite well, so maybe those reports are wrong. We've got Ludwig Mamabola and Gift together. We just can't tell you the gap at this stage on our two leaders, but it's not that far. They're coming through Kloof together as well.
Well, I've just gone past the fire station in Gillets, and we saw our leaders go through there probably less than a minute ago. So if we can go to those pictures, we think it is Gift Calais along with one of our big favourites, Ludwig Mamabolo, who are running together. And these two are big favourites going into the race. So the race is on, because if they are in the second group, and we're just hoping to confirm those names, if they are in the mix and less than a minute behind, it's going to be a charge for Fields Hill. And then we've got the flatlands of Pinetown, and then up towards Cowies Hill. And this is why we get excited about this race, because this is where it all starts to happen.
Siyabona ke uba ungazifaka ke ezo tweets zakho Mike Fokoroni wasezini kwakunye noTebo Wasilo waphaya kweliya laseLesotho, ngabo ke abasahamba phambili ukuzawujika ngoku. Kanti ke nawe ke faka ke i-tweets zakho ufake kangangoko, kanti ke sinayo ke ne-Instagram ukwazi ukuxhumana nathi ngendlela efanelekileyo. Madodana ke nokwaxhiphulana phaya uSilo kwakunye nalo mfo wakwa Mofokoroni. Kufikile ixesha lokuba ke ngoku ahluzane, siza kuphathela ke lo mdyarho kude kuyovalwa. Kanti ke sinawo ke amagqala, kanti ke nengcaphephe endinazo apha uMike Finch kwakunye naye uBruce Fordyce. Ngawo ke amadodana esiwuhambile lo mcimbi sisonke, ndikuzolwane Bhonco mna sikubambelekele comment kude kuyokuvalwa mhlawumbi phaa kwabamthuba bentsimbi yesithandathu xa siqola siqukumbela yonke le nto lena. Finchi, looks like you've noticed something.
Well, just looking, we're just trying to confirm the gap between that second place, and it sorry isn't Gift Calais as we thought earlier. In fact, it's David Katebe, a former winner of the Two Oceans Marathon, running along with Ludwig Mamabolo, also a second place finish, a winner in 2012, and these two guys are certainly one of the big favourites. And David Katebe, well, he's a perennial silver medalist here at the Comrades Marathon, yet to get a gold, but has won the Two Oceans, so has some pedigree, and at the moment starting to pile on the pressure and put some pressure on the Nedbank running behind him. So these are the big movers of this race at the moment as we head towards Kloof.
So ke sithathe ke umtsi sibaleke siyojonga phaa kola khozi apho ke sijonga khona uAlec Mfoka Riddle asichazele uba ubona ntoni na yena phaya nditshilo ke uchopa yethu usijonge phezulu yena. Hello Alec.
Exciting news from the road here. We've seen the two leaders running furiously up front. But right now, the two big contenders moving through, Claude Mashiwe and David Khatebe of TomTom. They were 68 seconds behind when I last crossed you, and they've got that gap down to under 40 seconds. So they're probably 150 meters behind the two leaders. They've got them in their view. They're hunting them down. They're using this flat stretch as they approach Kloof, and of course the dreaded Fields Hill for most, running down the Comrades. Remember, the first 60 to 70 kilometers, this is a mental game. It's all about patience. The next 20 to 30 kilometers, it's still a mental game, but it's all about fortitude and how much pain you can withstand. So the athletes are really all tremendously conditioned. It's about who feels good on the day and who's going to dig really deep, because I can tell you, Bruce Fordyce will tell you that the last 20 kilometers, it's all about hanging in as best as you can.
Thank you so much, Alec Riddle. Simthatha ke mfondini esinika ingxelo yena phaa kaloku kola liso lokhozi eyibambe phezulu njengoko ubona iCamera work yethu iyo leyo esixelelayo into yokuba uzijongele phezulu yonke le nto, usijongele ezantsi thina kodwa engasidelelanga. Siyafumanisa into yoba ke le ndodana ithe chumcembe phaa phambili kwakunye nalo mfo kaRhadebe uLudwig Mamabolo. Siyamqonda into yokuba naye unayo imbasa kwelakhe igama lakhe, ithi ke loo nto umcimbi noko uthanda ukuba shushu ngoku. It's hotting up. Ludwig Mamabolo making a move.
Yeah, this is very exciting stuff. We can confirm that it is Ludwig Mamabolo, the 2012 winner of the Comrades Marathon, running together with the former winner of the Two Oceans. And as we look at the runners coming, looks like some of the leading ladies now coming through at one point up on our screens at the moment. There it is, Caroline Wussman, who has a gap of around about 4 minutes on the second lady, Shane Bosman, and looking very comfortable as usual, smiling as she goes through and looking very comfortable. Now the men's race. This is the big shakers. These are the guys we need to watch out for. On the right right-hand side in the white colours of Tom Tom, David Katebe, former winner of the Two Oceans. Then on the other side, for the former winner, 2012 winner of the Comrades Marathon, Ludwig Mamabolo, who said before the race he is going to be the champion today. He didn't have any doubt about that, and these guys are chasing down our leaders at the moment.
omnye ke waboRhadebe baninzi apha kulena irace namhlanje ungaphazami ngoba ke siyazi into yoba usazi into yoba khona uDavid Radebe odlala ibhola ekhatywayo kodwa lo uDavid Radebe uyabaleka yena nankuya uMike Fokoroni inzwana yangapha kweli laseZimbabwe ulapha ngasemva usemgceni naye uthi uyabaleka uleqa lamadoda phaa phambili uMamabolo kunye namanye abafana uTebogo Silo nankuya umfana waseLesotho ithi ke loo nto kuyatshisa ngoku mpela.
So we got Tebogo Silo from Lesotho and Mike Fokoroni from Zimbabwe running together in the lead. Fokoroni's legs to me just a while ago looked a little bit stiff and sore, of course after such a long distance, and they're being hunted down by our two pursuers, Katebe and Mamabola, and we have a very exciting race on hand here as we approach Fields Hill, and the long bone-jarring descent is the best way to describe it down into Pinetown.
This is the real run down now.
This is the steepest and the longest downhill. They're still approaching it, and this is a tough part of the race because there isn't any crowd support here. You're on the dual carriageway. You're alone. It's hot. The sun is baking off the tar. The sun is cooking down on top of you as well. Your legs are very sore, and you realize suddenly I'm in the Comrades Marathon here, and here comes the tough part of the race, the bit where it's all going to fall into place or fall apart for me.
I think Bruce probably described it the best earlier when he was saying that for the guys at the back of the field, and I was one of those a few years ago, and I can tell you I walked down Fields Hill because it is very, very tough once you've been on your legs for a number of hours, and for these guys where they really are pounding their legs, they really do hurt as they go down Fields. But we've got a chance to speak to Alec Riddle up in Bonita's helicopter to give us an update.
Well, great excitement here as the major move is being made here. Selo breaking away from Mike Fokoroni, but I think it's the two guys behind who are looking exceptionally threatening. The guy from Tom Tom, we think from up in the air here is David Katebe, and then of course Claude Mashiwe. And you can see them all in one shot now. Four of them within probably 15 seconds of each other. It's going to be a phenomenal downhill part of the race, and this is where somebody's race is going to come undone because their adrenaline is going to take them down too fast, and this is where somebody's going to make their race. Perhaps a little bit of patience, the way Bruce Fordyce used to run it many, many years ago, but Fields Hill still to come. But this is really exciting running. And if I look back further down the road, I can see a runner probably 250, 300 meters back in 5th place. So these four are making the major move of the race. There's two runners, perhaps 250, 300 meters behind 4th, then another one or two stragglers, and perhaps in a kilometer we've maybe got 9 athletes. But I think potentially the winner could come from one of these four. And I must say, Claude Mashiwe, the experienced athlete, could be that man. He was so confident in the press conference the other day. He laid it on the line. It was much like a boxing conference like Floyd Mayweather. He said he's here to knock them out, and let's see what he can do. So back to the guys in the studio.
Siyabulela kakhulu apho Alec Riddle esinika ngeliso lokhozi phezulu esichazela uba ke lamadodana washiyane kakhulu. 15 seconds between the two groups of the gentlemen. Well, it's making the race out of it now, Bruce.
Yes, well, we've got four contenders, and the way it's looking at the moment, any one of these four could win. It's very hard to read it. Not sure how far back it is to a 5th pursuer. But they're approaching Fields Hill, as we said, the steepest and toughest downhill in the whole race. And yeah, it's a very foolish thing to race down Fields Hill. It's a hill that demands a lot of respect, and it's better to let gravity work for you and to take it as easily as you can. There have been some spectacular races down that hill and some very foolish moves, notably an Alan Robb versus Bruce Fordyce race a few years ago where we were really foolish down there, and Nick Bester, Zitili Cinque and Charles Mateos sprinted down there at 3 minutes a kilometre.
It's an interesting point because as you get to the top of Field Hill, about 24 kilometres to go, and you can see our leader at the moment really sort of battling. He's starting to tie up as he goes around the right-hand bend. Now, this is a wonderful part of the route. This is as you go down Kloof Main Road. There's beautiful trees. There's a bit of shade that helps the runners, particularly the guys at the back of the field that have people seconding them and giving them sort of spare socks and some encouragement along the way. But crowds along here are absolutely incredible, and that will certainly help the athletes. But David Katebe now passing Mike Fukaroni as we look at our ladies race very shortly. Shana Rodemayer looking like she's in second place and looking pretty lost. She's lost all of the men that were surrounding her, but looking like she's limping at the moment, Bruce.
Yes, she's discarded all the followers, so not sure why she's on her own there, because lots of the guys would like to key off her and use her for pace judgment. But she does look a little bit sore, but by this stage everybody's sore.
So into the beautiful tree-lined streets of Kloof at the moment, and this is a big Nedbank activation here, and you'll see a big stands as you come round into the city. Well, not really a city. Kloof is a very small little town on the top of Fields Hill. Beautiful little area of South Africa, wonderful climate, and you can see the runners. There's our lead at the moment, and Teboho Solo, and he's been chased down now by David Katebe. This is the former winner of the Two Oceans Marathon. Let us remind you, he's made a big surge here, and I think with 25 odd kilometres, maybe 25 and a half kilometres to go, it's a bit too early to be going this hard.
kanti ke emva kwabo ungakhenga ulibale sinayo indodana kwamababolo esithi ke na ke uyahamba ubheka phambili. Kuyacaca apha ke lamadodana afuna ukusuka nje abonakale uDavid Katebe kuyelo siyambona phaya uNkabi ngathi uzimisele kuba ancothuka athathe indawo yakhe ubheka phambili. Mhlawumbi lapho ke njengokutshilo azahluzana khona acace ke ngokuba ngowuphi oyena unqwenelayo kanye unqanelweyo lona umdyarho namhlanje ukwenzela into yokuba azokufumana imbasa egolide. Khumbuleke fakamamabolo usekhona uLudwig ngegama simaziyo ke sandula ukusolekela ngutata ke apha kumatch, kodwa ke yonke loo nto leyo wayibeka kwelokulibala. Ndiyaqiniseka ebetshilo wathi if he wins the medal he wants to dedicate it to his late father Ludwig Mamabolo.
Well, this is extraordinary racing, you know, with 25 Ks or so to go. It's like a boxing fight. I mean, everybody's having a go in the front. Now David Katebe's having a go. It's a long way it's still a long way to run, and I still think that the leader will finally establish himself going up the last major hill, or one of the last major hills at 45th Cutting. But the way they're going at the moment, they're just hammer and tongs. Everybody's having a go in the front, and there's surges, counter surges. It's very exciting racing.
Well, you can see the crowds and the festivities along Kloof Main Road. There's a pipe band playing and lots of support for the leading athletes, and fantastic atmosphere as the athletes come through Kloof. David Katebe leading at the moment, but he is charging through this field. The last 2-3 kilometres, I'd love to see those splits. They must be some of the fastest of the race, and he's cruising through. He's using the energy of the crowd as he goes through the Nedbank water point and takes the right-hand turn. There'll be a big crowd as a stand is on the left-hand side as he comes through Kloof. But has he gone too early? That's the big question. I think he has. He's racing this as if he's got 10 kilometres to go rather than 25, and he's still got to go down Fields Hill. He's still got to go through the flatlands of Pinetown and up Cowie's Hill, and of course there's those rolling hills through Westfield that can absolutely destroy you. So David Katebe, he's either feeling really good, or he's maybe perhaps getting a little overexcited.
Jonge pha iiyure zethu sikwiyure ezintathu kanti ke nemizuzu 8:49 njengoko ubona phaya David Katebe utsho ke uMichael Mfoka-Finch sithi mhlawumbi ngabe uqale kwa-early okanye inokuba ubetha ngexesha elifanelekileyo, ixesha lokustrategize. Bendikhe ndayibuza le nto kuBruce Mfoka-Foda earlier, ndibuza into yokuba ixesha lokwenza loo nto leyo ingaba mhlawumbi lithini na. The time to put up some new strategies now, because as Mike says, is it David Katebe, has it taken it too early, or is he going to be able to sustain that?
Well, I'd hate to have a commentator's curse and say he's taking it too early, but it's early. Let's put it that way. It's very early. If you think that there's more than a half marathon to go with 3 seriously big hills ahead of them, it looks like Mamabolo is chasing him, and we still have 4 runners here, any one of whom could take it by the look of things, and they're running through the Nedbank Green Mile. Fantastic spectator support. and somebody who I'm keen to see if he'll still be jumping like that later on in about 5 hours' time when the back markers come through.
Well, he is a superhero, so it's, he could probably do that for the next 5 days.
Yeah.
But he hasn't run Comrades in 5.5 hours, that's for sure.
I like the T-shirt that I saw that somebody was wearing. I'm running the Comrades Marathon. What's your superpower?
That's what Comrades Marathon is all about. Superman there. Jongile Pamfana Gaselo. Foga Khadebe sithi ndihamba nayo ngoku kodwa ke siyatsho sita inokuba mhlawumbi noko uyithathe kuseli xesha elipha noko kungekafaneleki. Sambona ke kodwa ubuzayithini na uzawuhamba nayo kude kube kubhekwa kweliphini icala. Ingathi ngesiphinda kwakhona sithathe into ekhawulezileyo kodwa ke masijonge nje kuqala phambi kuba sibheke phambili uba ingaba uyihambe njani na kule position akuyo unkaba kuzawuthi ga ngoku. Masibaleke sokhangela uAlec Riddle phezulu. Alec.
Well, I can tell you this is almost like the calm before the storm. And I mentioned that as we build up towards Fields Hill, the athletes get a false sense of security. And I think David Khatebi is putting the hammer down. And I wonder if it's not a little bit too soon. Spoke to John Hamlet at the press conference the other day. He said, watch out for Khatebi. He's trained really well. He's as strong as Gif Keller. But I wonder if he hasn't perhaps been a little bit too impatient, because he has opened up a 100-meter gap in about a kilometer. And I mean, he's running against some world-class athletes. He's really put the hammer down. He must have run close to 3:20 per kilometer. There's 3 guys still lurking within 100 meters of him. We're in the Kloof area. Fields Hill is looming. This is where the real meat of the race starts. This is where the legs can break up or the legs can survive. This is where the mind can falter or the mind can push through. And it's going to be a phenomenal final 20 or so kilometers in the Comrades Marathon 2016. David Khatebi looks absolutely brilliant running for Tom Tom Athletics Club. He's got a fantastic and experienced coach in John Hamlet, who coached Andrew Keller in 2001 to the down run win, Gif Keller to the last down run win. Can he pull off a third one? But I still say there's a lot of running still to come. I think some guys like Claude Mashui are still holding themselves back a little bit, and this race is far from over. Let's go back to the studio.
Siyabulela kuye uAlec Riddle phaya esnika oko anako usnika khona esuka pha phezulu kwichopper yethu. Kanti ke sisawuphetha umcimbi asaqhubeka lamadodana. I'm just trying to imagine John Hamlet, is he not pulling his hair at this point in time? Because it looks like everyone is like sort of talking the same language, that Khatebi might just be too soon.
It might be too soon, but he's feeling good, so he's going for it. There's a long way to go still. I spoke to John earlier on his phone out there on the road, and he said to me, watch David. He said, David's making a move, and I'm talking about 20 minutes ago. And he did say, as we've heard, that he's been training very, very well, that he's very strong, been training up at high altitude, and he looks pretty good at this stage.
Well, this is the big point that we've been talking about for the last 10 minutes, Fields Hill. And he's literally probably 20 meters away from the actual start of the descent. He's going past Fields Hill Garage very shortly, and then he'll start this big descent down into Pinetown. And this is such a crucial part of the race. There's Colleen de Rieck, who's first time we've seen is a legend of South African running, who spent many years, 23 years living in the United States, has been one of the Americans' most prolific marathon runners, won her age group at the Ironman World Championships a couple of years ago, but is Durban born and bred. And amazingly, at the ripe old age of 53, is running her first ever Comrades Marathon, and certainly will be in with a chance of a gold medal, and is very, very excited. She said the other day she's very emotional about running here in front of friends and family, and she looks like she's pretty comfortable at the moment, Colleen de Rieck. So Colleen just making her way along the course. Looks like she's going through probably Hillcrest area at this point. Not quite sure exactly where she is on the course. And looking at the ladies of the ladies race at the moment, and she's coming through the Hillcrest area. Karen Bussmann in that typical style, the shoulders slightly hunched up, but such an incredibly economical style of running. She seems to smile the entire way around, and it looks like she's just kind of breezing through. We don't know what the gap is at the moment, but Karen Bussmann, a massive favourite going into this race. Lots of talk of sub 6 hours. We're not quite sure. I'm sure Helen Luca will be keeping an eye on her splits at the moment. But is she in track to break 6 hours? I think that's the question everybody's asking today.
Make sithatha umtsike sibaleke kwakhona sibheke phaya emajukujukwini esibhakabhakeni. Tikeledi Makhungwane ukhona ezasiphathela indaba ezi-latest. Tikeledi?
Tata, if you look at the distance now with the ladies, since we're following the ladies, we're making sure that the world needs to know how the ladies are doing. It's probably between Caroline and Bosman, it's about 500 meters gap, that the distance gap between them. And I believe that as South Africans, they are very happy at the moment, thinking, we're going to take this one as well. Sheba hore maimong a pele le a bobedi ke ba rwetsana ba rona o tla hlo fumana hantle hore nnete fela monyetla o mongata empa he jwale ka ha o so ya jwalo ho shejwa dikilometara tsena tse 50 ho di feta le tsona e tla boela ba mosebetsi o mong hape o ileng hore re tla tlameha hore a ya boemelwe haholo ha ile wa etsa qeto hore o tla nka jwalo lebelong lena hopola hore lemong sena re tsamaya jwalo ka lepetjo le reng Comrade Marathon is October. It's about net ba hore o sheba bohle ba phethela lebelo le la tla dumellana le nna hore e banka e ba bea fatshe e ba humble ba ithoba ebile ba ikokobetsa. Back to you, Tim.
Thank you Tikeledi, siyabulela kakhulu. Is October ngaphandle kokuthandabuza siyayingqina leyo into siyayivuma ke sisi sibulela kakhulu kodwa ke sisaqhubeka ingathi ngoku noko kulamadodana kungona ngoku izinto zicacayo ba zibheka kwelifini icala khona imove esibona engathi yaqhubeka phaya kumadodana sazi mhlawumbe utshintsho phasi sizawuxelela kodwa qinisekisa nje kwale ndodana amafana phaya besibonile uRhadebe khona uMfokoroni ukanti ke khona umfoka Mamabolo. It's all heating up now.
Yes, do we have another race leader? Because we're with our leading bike and we've got Ludwig Mamabolo now in shot. So perhaps we have another race leader. We're not absolutely sure. Coming down Fields Hill. So from the top of Fields Hill, it's possible to see the sea in the distance. And lots of runners look across through the haze and get a glimpse of the Indian Ocean in the distance. They have a huge distance still to run. Very steep downhill. It hurts a lot. And we're just trying to establish if, in fact, we have another race leader, and that's Ludwig.
Well, I just confirmed from our producers that is the second place. It's Ludwig Mamabolo, and this is bike number 1 who's kind of covering this race as they descend down the opposite way of Fields Hill. And this is what we've been talking about all the time. Now, Ludwig Mamabolo has got lots of experience. Don't forget, he's won the race in 2012. He's had a rough time since then with all sorts of personal issues, but certainly coming back, 39 years old, lots of experience. He knows to take it easy down here. The key is now how far ahead is David Katebe, because he was absolutely flying last time we saw him.
Yeah, Ludwig Mamabolo looking very relaxed indeed. And, well, he knows that he has to catch up with David before he stretches that lead too far. Ndoda yesithathu lena siyibonayo apha. Jongile phaya ngathi ke nomfo ubambe indawo yesithathu. Ndodana kaSilo umfo ngapha kwelaseLesotho uye usabamba indawo yesithathu. Milenze yakhe ngathi noko ngokwayisaqinanga kakhulu ikhona indawana engathi yasokola kancinane kuyabonakala uba kudala bewuphethe umcimbi. Khumbuleke uba kuzafuneka xa befika ebhandini babe bayenzile into efana ne-hour ezinhlanu nesiqingatha. Silo in the third place.
Bruce, just to give us an idea, these guys, what sort of pace are they running down this?
Very close to 3 minutes a kilometre at this speed. So very fast running downhill here. It was interesting that Selo looked over his shoulder there. That's a bit of a giveaway that he's looking over his shoulder to check is his third place safe and who's behind him. If you're trying to win the race, you're looking forwards.
Now we look ahead of the route now. It's going to be very interesting because they're going to hit the flats of Pinelands now. But before we let Bruce answer, let's go up to Alec Riddle in the sky in our Benitez helicopter.
Right, so we're on our way down Fields Hill towards Pinetown, and the race is well and truly on. We've got Khatebi, who's in front, and in second place now, it's the master of the downrun, Ludwig Mamabolo. Listen to this downrun record: second, first, second, and he's got all the experience in the world. I don't see too much threats from behind. And although there is one athlete probably lurking 150 meters behind him, but Ludwig Mamabolo is the experienced guy. If he's patient now and he just holds this gap to Khatebi and waits for the latter stages of the race, I really do believe that Ludwig Mamabolo could be the guy, because he, like Bushui in the press conference the other day, was all about winning. He said he was going to win this race. Nobody else has got a chance, and he is living up to it right now. But there's still a lot of racing to come. There's a false sense of security through Pinetown. Then we've got the dreaded Cowies Hill. Lots of more undulations, but Ludwig Mamabolo seems to be running a very clever race, and that's because he's experienced. David Khatebi only has the experience of training with Gif Keller and being coached by John Hamlet. He is nowhere near as experienced as the man who's chasing. And remember, it's always favourite to be the one hunting down rather than the one to be hunted. Back to the studio.
Thank you so much, Alec. Well, zinjalo ke izinto siyazibona ukuba ingathi ziyaqhubeka siyeva uphawu David Mfoka Khatebe wamba phambili. Ludwig Mamabolo, 39-year-old, unkabi ke ubambe indawo yesibini, running a clever race indeed, Ludwig Mamabolo, with all his experience. Well, siyatshintsha ke ngoku commentary yethu, sizawutshintsha ke ukuba ukwenzela into yoba sizokubheka phambili sikushiya ke ngoku apha neqala u-20 Loka uzokuthatha indawo yam, kanti ke Big T ukhona ecaleni kwakhe with a lovely lady esimaziyo kakhulu kwelinye icala, Uyelina Greenwood.
Keso musi erikathiva kha chipika chineso zvino une ungaziya bado zori asi ahangotosara chipika chila fungo raro uya kauri mbambe ishike magumhoni fezia kamsi kilometer score zabo fumbili raro kamsi yafala ka kilometer score za fumbili nti urikoni ya kama goma ambamba hino fezia ukubona na ako ne mutsiko murane gamanda mswana David Kadeve na mswana Ludwig Mamabolo ndibone batu bane bakusuma za zvino musi vakadhiva boraro ngandoleni yo pensi yonga dwafo ziyava sori tibo hosilo ndiyene muthu ane akona udaka maboraro naho chingamba sori ndilani yakuita ngayo uvona achinga mndi muthu ane ukhonga ukhoneta ngachino chipinga dear.
Well, of course, remember that you can still win R1,000 airtime with Old Mutual. Call your loved ones, chat with friends, update your social media, or visit www.worldofendurance.co.za to plan for greatness. Simply answer the questions on your screen. You could be a winner. It's that easy. So now for you to enter now. Get yourself a chance to win R1,000 airtime. Quick question for you. What is the missing word? Do what things? A, B or C? SMS your answer, Old Mutual, and your answer to 34068.
Ke tshepa hore dijo tse o tsong o di ja di rothisa mathe.
Ke di menyemenye.
Ke se thabela maikutlo ha ke o hopola. Botle ba hao e kare palesa ya lewatle e bitswang Sentebale. Ke batla ho etsa mohatsa go mutsa ntate.
Mantswe ao ke molodi o monate tsebeng tsaka. Barato pina rona ke eo.
Tojana ya tise.
Utlwa mona Dineo. Mamela pina e. Wa utlwa Dineo. Banna.
Ithabise le thatohatsi ya hao ya station le Sedi FM ke molelo.
Welcome back to live coverage of the 2016 Comrades Marathon, and that is a shot of David Khatebe, the current race leader, the 2013 Two Oceans winner as well, who's continuing to plough along ahead of Ludwig Mamabolo, who is chasing hard, and somebody who has has been plagued by injuries and for other personal reasons has had an up and down time since winning this race back in 2012. 2 down runs ago that was. The man that of course broke the foreign domination of the Comrades Marathon. And the likes of Bongmusa Mthembu, who's the defending down run champion, intriguingly seems to be moving through the field. Just wonder if he's left it a little too late, but he is moving slightly through the field. With that, David Khatebe, who continues to lead by about 30 seconds from Ludwig Mamabolo, who's currently in second place. So a little bit of a chase on for Ludwig Mamabolo. He's a strong runner, is Mamabolo, when he hasn't been plagued by injury. Big T and Ellie Greenwood alongside for the next half hour or so in this race. But Ludwig Mamabolo is somebody who has been, I suppose, owing to the severe injuries and the torrid time he's had since winning in 2012, has been dismissed by many people, Big T. But Ludwig Mamabolo running a very clever and mature race, it seems.
Ndi zvona kabanda twena ndi muswana ane vanachenja monga manda aravora varisaro chibva cherecho che avuya hafunga marahamsi ova oimiswa ngemuraho chimsi uchivana mafungo anela vachikwambiwa zvazvino namafubaro matuku avakorana udakaya pezia usimedza munane naho comes osala mrahu kamswana ane ava wahakatebe pezia usimedza uva munna ane utonga utomunanela ngori mpambano yahava vanna ndi 30 second phase. Eli, if you can check, I think just a difference of 30 seconds between Khatebe as well as Ludwig Mamabolo.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously very close up there. They've still got, what is it going to be, about another hour and 15 of racing to go. So 30 seconds can soon get swallowed up. Even in these later stages, there are some small little uphill rises, and if someone's struggling on one of those, 30 seconds can soon turn into 15. Then that person in second feels they're attached, and they obviously even 30 seconds, you get these straightaways like we're seeing now, where they'll actually be able to see the runner up ahead, and that's really helpful to have something visual to actually chase. So it'll be interesting what's going to happen in that next little hour and 15 or so.
I remember Bongmusa Mthembu was around about Cowie's Hill that he finally made his move in the 2014 race. But where did you make your move?
I don't know if I made my move, but I just, ploughed on through. But I always say, it was literally in the final 10 minutes. So the pace I was moving, that was probably the last sort of 2.5 kilometers or so. The 2 Russian twins, the Nurgalevas, they did come into sight, but I didn't chase them for very long. It was there they were on the road up ahead, and like I said, that really, really does help if you actually have a visual to chase. So it does go to show, say, the race isn't over to the finish line. So at this sort of stage, we can start seeing, who has really dropped off and is maybe out of contention. But I'm sure there's men who are still outside of the top 10. They've still got plenty time if they're running strongly to still be moving up into those gold medals.
Well, for somebody who hasn't quite covered this distance at this sort of time, David Khatebe seems to be thundering along here fairly well. His strides long, full, fresh. He doesn't look to be in any sort of discomfort, and he's not being closed down by Ludwig Mamabolo, who himself is a very strong runner when he's fully fit and healthy, claims that he is. And as Zolani mentioned a little earlier as well, is certainly running the race in the memory of his father, who passed away tragically back in March. But David Khatebe continues to just plough along again. Just some more rehydration for the athletes. It's a little warmer out on the route. But David Khatebe might have been unfancied by some, but is looking good for now. But one wonders if he can hold on. He might have just made the move a little too early. That seems to be consensus from most. But we've got Nick Bester of Nedbank Running Club on the line again. Nick, thanks for joining us. Where exactly on the route are you now?
Yeah, we just passed Khatebe. Like you said, looking really running really well at the moment. Just behind him is Ludwig Mamabolo, about not more than 300 meters behind him. Also, Bongmusa Mthembu moved to top 5 position. He caught Raymond Pascari and Simpiwe Nglela. And then we've still got Mike Pokoroni that was in 3rd, 4th position, but he looked like he's struggling. Matt Steen from America was lying 10th, going through the Green Mile, and he's running strongly now. I expect he can be in the top 5 at the end of the race.
Nick, just memories of you running 3 minutes a K down Fields Hill, coming back as we've seen the way David Khatebe has been approaching some of these areas. Just take us back to when you were running. How do you manage 3 minutes a K downhill like that?
No, I wish I knew, but my mental attitude, that I could just tell you that I saw myself as a kamikaze pilot, and that is my mental attitude. So I was not scared, afraid of the pain. I just went flat out as fast as possible and managed a 2:48K and a 2:52. But it counted against me going a toll gate, but I still managed a second place and my best commerce ever. I think that was my best race ever. Although I won the down run in 91. This was real racing between me and Charles and Cinque. We went through the 50-mile mark, the 80K mark, and world record race. But unfortunately, we couldn't hold on. But yes, the guys are hot. It's very hot here in Pinetown now. It's still an hour and 20 minutes running left, so I think still a lot can happen in the race.
Yeah, fair enough. You mentioned Bongwusi Mthembu, who's making the move through the race, and in 2014 he seemed to make his move around Cowies. What's that, about 17 kilometers to go? Did Bongwusi Mthembu, has he got just a little too much left now, or do you think he's still in with a shot?
We passed him going down Fields Hill, and I could see that he caught a couple of guys, so we must just, I don't know what the exact split between him and Gateko at the moment. We're on top of Cowies now. I'm going to stop on top of Cowies hill and watch the guys, and if you call me in 20 minutes time, I can get you an updated report.
We'll certainly get you an update, but just a moment before we let you go, any update from the road of your female athletes?
Well, we're just concentrating heavily on the men at the moment. I've got people looking at the females. We've got our seconding team looking after them. Yes.
Fair enough. We'll catch up with you in a little while again, although we can tell you that Shane Bosman is still in second place. Thank you, Nick Bester. And there she is.
Thank you very much.
Shane Bosman still plodding along, currently in second place overall behind Caroline Bosman. So Nedbank Running Club continues to churn out a couple of top athletes. Shane Bosman, she looked like she was running a little awkwardly going through Kloof. But I'm not quite sure if this is just the fact that the body is showing a little signs of fatigue, Ellie, or if she's genuinely hurt.
It's sometimes hard to tell whether she's slightly grimacing or smiling at this stage. I mean, she's still picking her legs up nicely. She's still moving there. And, I mean, certainly now she's a little bit out on her own. But I think Shane is one of these people, she's got her dark glasses on. She tends to look a little more focused, even if she is comfortable. So she, I think that's her fairly typical running style and looks fairly comfortable.
So looking fairly comfortable then is the view of Ellie Greenwood, winner in 2014, unfortunately out through injury for this year's race. But we need to go back to the Bonitas Eye in the Sky. Alec Riddle, things heating up at the front, are they?
Well, we're watching David Khatebi. He's just had a drink. He's trying to refresh himself, and I can tell you this athlete is really laying down the gauntlet. Get out your stopwatches at home and take a look. This guy is taking 3 strides per second. He is motoring. From the time he got off Fields Hill, he was 20 seconds ahead of Ludwig Mamabolo, the guy I thought was the biggest threat to him. The gap has ballooned to a minute, and he hasn't even reached Cowies Hill. So David Khatebi is really putting down the hammer here, and he's saying to the guys, well, I'm going for glory here today, and if you want to come and catch me, you're going to have to run really hard. Ludwig Mamabolo is difficult to say at this stage whether he's conserving himself for the latter stages or whether it's just that David Khatebi is in a league of his own. Sometimes inexperience can help because you don't know the pain that is coming. Sometimes it can be foolhardy because you just go a little bit too early. I can remember my very last Comrades Marathon feeling absolutely brilliant through Pinetown and up Cowies Hill, but my race came crashing down on the other side. I'm sure many Comrades runners have got stories like that where you humbled and you go on into Durban like the Matchstick Man because of all the cramps. Let's hope it doesn't happen to David Khatebi of Tom Tom. He's got a great coach in John Hamlet. He's produced winners before. Can he do it again? Let's go back to the studio.
Talking about the outcome of cramps, certainly nearly half the field of marathon runners struggle with cramp in this Comrades Marathon. An ultra marathon, nearly 90 kilometers out on the road, and certainly the feet pounding the asphalt throughout the morning so far. But at the moment it's been a fine run by, well, there's Alec Riddle's helicopter, Eye in the Sky, the Bonitas Eye in the Sky. We've got Dikeledi in the Energade Eye in the Sky, Dikeledi Mkhungwana, who we'll chat to in just a moment as well. But that's where Alec is at the moment, enjoying an aerial view of this 2016 Comrades Marathon. It might not be Arthur's seat, but that's Alec's seat It's a very comfortable one as well, a way to watch. But showing us one thing, Big T, that he mentioned is that Radebe is taking 3 strides a second. That has increased that lead now of 30-odd seconds to a minute over Ludwig Mamabolo.
Gatalene ko kidima ngayo wala bele sachi morchawe na ndele ko kidima ngayo ukadibata sa monna ne aba na manda musono wa Radebe ngandele ko dangayo rale ko banga kamse musono wa Mamabolo udolingetsa uba achiko mufa mutsiko fetsi ashiko kondor akono mufa mutsiko ngoraro fetsi ndikutenda zori museke do kidima ngandele ko ngayo ringa fetsa ko bana ene munane nga fetsa ko wina musono wa Radebe.
Well, now from Alec Riddle a moment ago, giving us an update on what's been happening in the men's race. We've got Digeledi Mukwana in the Enerjade Eye in the Sky.
Indeed, Dwayne, the problems are starting to become realities, or realities are starting to become problems. Like we've said earlier on, that probably after 50 mark, the reality. The ladies at the moment, the gap is becoming wider and wider, and it's not becoming easier for the second lady Bosman from South Africa. Utle ho bonahala hore nnete yona ya hlahella hore jwale tjena ho ya ho lebuye jwalo mo hona teng qetellong ya ntwa ena e kgolo ya dikilometers ka rostrata ka nnete a ntsha bokgoni ba tsona empa he qetellong ya tsohle kapa hona jwale se bonahalang ke hore Caroline o bonala nnete fela ena ntwa ke ya highway hapa o tlabe o le ho yena hore tla sebe na a tlohelle tsohle a di be fela matsong a botle ba tla tloa ba monywa fela jwale ka di mushroom kae kapa kae mo sa tsebo ba qadile kae kapa o tla elwana ho fitlela qetellong ya tsohle a ba yo kena Sahara hobane ha jwale tjena ha o sheba sekgeo ka nnete bakeng tsa Caroline le yena Bosman ya maemong a bobedi ke bua jalo ka barwetsaneng o tla fumana hore e ka ba dikilometara tse ka bang tse 2.5 tseo leng hore ke sekgeo se pakeng tsa barwetsana bana ba babedi ke yona ntwana ne ke e hlalosa pejana ke re jalo ka hale pejo la 2016 le hlalosa hela Comrade Marathon izokuthoba. Dwayne, back to you.
Thank you, Digeledi. Now this is Cowie's Hill. Oh, already at Cowie's Hill, Radebe. So the race leader, David Radebe, 2013 Two Oceans winner, is showing no signs of easing. He's showing no signs of slowing down. Continues to press forward. He's still nearly 20 kilometers to go. It's just under 20 kilometers to go. 17 odd. So there's still plenty that could happen. Ludwig Mamabolo chasing, although he's increased that lead now to a minute. It was 30 seconds a few kilometers ago. But David Radebe is exactly 1 minute and 1 second ahead of Ludwig Mamabolo at the moment. Tebogo Sello running for the Max KwaZulu-Natal side, who was leading for a short while. I can tell you he's still holding on to 3rd place. In terms of timing, he's only about 1.5 minutes behind Mamabolo, so not too far off the pace, but it's still Tom's David Radebe who leads with the 17-odd kilometers to go. In the women's race, though, I can just tell you an update that Shane Bosman finds herself over 6.5 minutes behind Caroline Wostman in the women's race. So in terms of leading, the men's race and the women's race, Radebe is increasing his lead slightly, but Caroline Wostman is increasing her lead significantly. But Radebe looking very strong and continually hydrating, continually getting some food in the system as well.
Ndishone kamanda ngauri arawala msazo zwino fetunia kupfuka hone ndika chikwara chine cha konda bukoma Cowie's Hill ndiona hune arali angafedza hapa angafedza korana ushima zwavhuḓi hangi phanda aucheta bana zwithu zwinzhi bukoma musona wa Radebe fedzia zwa zwino wana vhalisa tshikhala tshono imaho vhukati ha musona aneba wa Radebe na musona wa Mamabolo wana va minute mthihi na second sigandi zwine tshiko ḓi pfumudzela kana tshiko ḓi hula tshitshia tshikhala tshenecho zwine au ḓivhisa uri khamusi Ludwig angava khamusi o underestimate na khamusi tshikhala chingao chene chino. And I think when you look at Ludwig, maybe he underestimated the person in front of him.
I think that's quite likely, and it's just interesting to look at his running form, like he had his head tilted down there, almost looking at the ground, which, yes, you're maybe more likely to do on an uphill, but he's certainly not sort of eyes up ahead and where is he, like chasing him down. It's more looks like he's like, okay, just get me up here and keep on going. Although our lead male there, I did see him also sneak a little look behind. It was hard to tell whether he was just using a corner as a bit of an opportunity to see who was there or if he was genuinely worried. But certainly I would say Ludwig is, he looks like he's having to work in these later stages.
Ludwig Mamabolo is looking a little more sluggish than David Radebe, who is flying around this area. Well, 18.5 kilometers to go. Ludwig Mamabolo was a minute and 1 second behind, but I think just from the strides that Radebe was taking coming through here, that he's extended that advantage even further. But Ludwig Mamabolo, he's a fine runner, Limpopo born, a man who made South Africa so proud 4 years ago when he broke that foreign domination of the Comrades Marathon. Just calling for more water as well is Ludwig Mamabolo as he goes through 4:20 odd mark. He's got just around 18 kilometers to go now in this 2016 Comrades Marathon. Ludwig Mamabolo still don't discount him just yet. He's somebody who's got the wiles to be able to finish off this race in fine style. It is a down run, so it is particularly taxing in the back end, despite the fact that runners can run negative splits, and certainly many of the elite athletes will do. Ellie, you know all too well about running negative splits at this down run. When you ran this for the first time, did anyone explain to you that it was only a down run in the back end of this race?
Yeah, I mean, I'd already done one up run, so I was kind of aware of that, but it's very different. And I think probably one of the worst things was to run the up run and then having driven back to Durban following that and thought, oh my goodness, if I come back another year, I'm going to have to run down it, because sometimes driving down that highway into Durban is actually more terrifying than when you've got your legs moving and you're actually running there on the course.
So as much as we're talking about the men's and women's winners and talking of an opportunity to win, remember that you can still win 1,000 Rand airtime with Old Mutual. You can call your loved ones, chat with friends, you can update your social media or visit www.worldofendurance.co.za to plan for greatness. Simply answer the questions that are on your screen. You could be a winner. It's that easy, so enter now for your chance to win 1,000 Rand airtime. This is Teboho Sello back in third place, who's following on, trailing on behind David Radebe, who's leading at the moment over Ludwig Mamabolo. So third place at the moment is Teboho Sello. He was in front at one stage, but now finds himself currently in third position overall. He's somebody who's also been running a strong race, and after his top 5 finish last year, much was expected of Teboho Sello, somebody who knows the route, and he's familiar with the surroundings, he's familiar with the environment. He's also familiar with South Africa, having found some success here going as far back as 2009, where he won the city-to-city 50k. Now, let's talk about the women's race. No, this is I think this is Kloof with the athletes going through all the shaded area. Just a lovely slight shade will be welcomed by the athletes. Gentle breeze is always welcome, so too a little bit of shade. And this will be the car that's leading out Caroline Busman, so expect to see her coming on behind. There she is, just behind the car, leading women. It's Caroline Busman who's increasing that advantage currently. Over Shane Bosman, who was lying second overall in this race. So Caroline Busman of KPMG ahead of Nedbank Running Club's Shane Bosman in the women's race. A gap of now over 7 minutes between the two. But Caroline Busman still looking very comfortable. She's done the smart thing, some say, by saying, I'm going to run my race, Ellie, rather than saying, I'm going to go out for the win, I'm going to go out for the record. Do you think she's taken the pressure off herself?
I think it's hard to take the pressure off yourself. I mean, you can say that and say, oh, I'll just do my thing and do the best on the day and no big targets, but I'm sure in the back of her head, I mean, there's pressure from outside, but also from within. She'll have put in a huge amount of training since her win last year and saying, yeah, I want to come back, I want to get those back-to-back wins. But she is looking extremely relaxed right now. I'm sure she's getting feedback from her seconds along the way, from the crowds, that she's extending her lead. The nice thing now, it's new that she's got that clock in front of her, and so she'll literally be able to follow along and think, well, I've got 7 minutes and maybe an hour and 20 of running to go. So she might be doing a bit of quick maths in her head and figuring out that she just needs to keep going, and certainly she's looking really, really strong and looks like she's enjoying her day, which is a great thing to see.
For you, obviously disappointing that you aren't able to defend your down run title, Ellie, but had you done your plans, your preparation in terms of what you wanted to run at various splits, what sort of time, and how you were going to pace yourself throughout this race?
No, I mean, I think maybe opposed to someone like Caroline, who I would guess has actually done a bit more training on the course. I mean, I've run 4 Comrades, but that's the only time I've ever been on the route. So